Tantor Audio presents Home to Whiskey Creek by Brenda Novak. Narrated by Carly Robbins. 1. The past is never dead. It's not even past. William Faulkner. No way would he be able to reach her, not with his bare hands. And Noah Rackham didn't have anything else, just his mountain bike, which lay on its side a few feet away. In the pouch beneath the seat he kept a spare tube, the small plastic tool that made it easier to change a tire, and some oil for his chain, but no rope, no flashlight. He wouldn't have packed that stuff even if he'd had room. For one, he'd come out for a quick, hit-it-hard ride before sunset, and wasn't planning to be gone longer than a couple of hours. For another, no one messed around with the old mine anymore. Not since his twin brother had been killed in a cave-in a decade and a half ago. Just after high school graduation. Hello? Kneeling at the mouth of the shaft where someone had torn away the boards, intended to seal off this ancillary opening, he called into the void below. His voice bounced back at him, and he could hear the steady drip of water. But that was all. Why wasn't the woman responding? A few seconds earlier, she cried out for help. That was the reason he'd stopped and come to investigate. Hey, you still there? You with me? Yes, I'm here. Thank God she'd answered. Tell me your name. It's Adelaide, but my friends call me Addie. Why? I want to know who I'm talking to. Can you tell me what happened? Just get me out, please, and hurry. I will. Relax, okay, Addie? I'll think of something. Cursing under his breath, he rocked back on his haunches. Ahead of him, the dirt road that temporarily converged with the single track he'd been riding disappeared around a sharp bend. To his left was the mountain, and to his right, the river, rushing 100 feet below. He saw more of the same scenery behind him. Trees, thick undergrowth, including an abundance of poison oak, moist earth, rocks, 50-year-old tailings from the mine, and the darkening sky. There were no other people, which wasn't unusual. Plenty of bikers and hikers used this trail, but mostly in the warmer months and certainly not after dusk. The Sierra Nevada foothills and the Gold Rush-era town where he'd grown up were often wet and chilly by mid-October. Should he backtrack to the main entrance of the mine? Try to get in the way they used to? He'd already passed that spot. Someone had fixed the rusty chain-link fence to keep kids from slipping through. Noah couldn't get beyond it, not without wire cutters or at least the claw part of a hammer. That entrance and this shaft might not even connect. It was likely they didn't, or whoever was stranded down there would have made her way over, provided she was capable of moving. Scooping up his bike, he hopped on and went to check. Sure enough, the fence, with its "Danger, Keep Out" sign, was riveted to the rocky outcropping surrounding the entrance. He couldn't get through. He didn't have the proper tools, and there was nothing close by he could substitute. The only foreign object in the whole area was a bouquet of flowers that lay wilting in the mud. Noah guessed Shania Carpenter, Cody's old girlfriend, had placed them there. She'd probably come up here to commemorate the anniversary of when she and Cody had started dating, or became an item, or first made love, or whatever. She'd married, divorced, and had a kid in that order, but she'd never gotten over Cody's death. Neither had Noah. It felt as if a part of him had died that night. And now someone else's life could end the same way. Certain that this entrance wasn't the answer to his problem, he returned to the shaft. He never would have noticed this other opening if not for that cry for help. The boards that had been pried loose were so covered by moss, they blended in with the rest of the scenery. I'm not going to be able to reach you, he called down. Is there some other way out? A tunnel that might not be sealed off? Considering what had happened to his brother, was it safe for her to move? No, I've tried everything. The hysteria in those words concerned him. Okay, listen. I know you're frightened, but try to stay calm. How badly are you hurt? I'm not sure. It sounded as though she couldn't suck in enough air to speak normally, but he couldn't tell if that came from fright, exhaustion, or injury. Help me, please. He wanted to help, he just didn't know how. The shaft was too deep to reach her without rope, but if he hurried off to notify rescue personnel, he wasn't sure she'd be alive when he got back. Trying to bring others would take too much time. There was no place for a helicopter to land, and it wouldn't be easy to get an ambulance in here. A jeep or truck could make it, but even that would be a challenge in the dark. Flooding several years ago had washed away parts of the old road. But if he stayed, he'd soon lose all daylight, and he had no flashlight. Even if he managed to get the woman out, how would he transport her in the pitch black? Can you walk? He called. There was a slight delay. How far? I'm wondering if you're mobile so I can assess the situation. I'm mobile. That made a difference. It meant she wasn't so badly off that he couldn't sit her on his bike and run alongside, if he could get to her. He was pretty sure he had a flashlight and a length of rope in his truck. He might even have food or something else that would come in handy. A sweatshirt would keep her warm, at least. He could use it if she didn't need it. It had been a nice day, hence his lightweight bike shorts and t-shirt, but it was growing colder by the minute. Sit tight, he called down. I have to go to my truck, but I'll be back, I promise. Don't leave me. Panic fueled those words. I'll be back, he repeated. Tension tied his stomach into knots as he ignored her protests and clipped his feet into the pedals of his bike. The uneven ground and rocks and roots that offered the challenges he so enjoyed suddenly became unwelcome obstacles, jarring him despite the expensive shock absorbers on his bike. He was moving faster than ever before, especially through this stretch, where the riding was so technical but he had no choice. If he didn't... He couldn't even think about what might happen if he didn't. He'd seen his brother's crushed head. They'd made the decision as a family not to have an open casket. Small pebbles scattered, churned up by his tires as he charged through patches of gravel. Hoping to shave off a few minutes, he climbed a steep embankment he typically tried only when he wanted maximum difficulty. He made it up and over the ridge, and down the other side without mishap, but it felt as if it were taking forever to reach the highway. By the time the trail leveled out, his lungs burned and his quads shook, but he knew that had more to do with fear than physical exertion. He owned Crank It Up, a bike shop in Whiskey Creek, and raced mountain bikes professionally. Thanks to endless hours of training, his body could handle 20 minutes of balls-to-the-wall riding. It was the memories of the day he'd learned his brother was dead and the frightened sound of Addie's voice that made what he was doing so difficult. In case her life depended on his performance, he forced himself to redline it, but daylight was waning much faster than he expected. What if he couldn't see well enough to return? Considering how narrow the trail was in places, and the sharp drop-off on one side, his tire could hit a rock or a groove in the hard-packed dirt, causing him to veer off and plummet into the freezing cold river, an accident he wasn't likely to survive. The road, though wider, would take twice as long. You won't fall. He knew this trail far too well. This was where he felt closest to his brother, and not because Cody had died here. They'd started mountain biking when they were only 13, used to explore these mountains all the time. That was how they'd found the mine in the first place. It was Cody who'd turned it into a popular hangout during the final weeks of high school. Kids could bring booze or weed up there without being noticed or interrupted by the police. So a core group from the baseball team had thrown parties that had occasionally gotten out of hand. Toward the end, Noah had stopped going. He hadn't liked watching his brother snort coke, didn't appreciate the way Cody behaved when he was stoned. Noah had also been afraid Cody would get Shania pregnant before they had the chance to leave for college. And he didn't want to attend San Diego State without him. They'd done almost everything together since birth. He'd mentioned the risks to Cody many times, but no amount of warning seemed to faze him. Although Shania hadn't been at the party, her parents had whisked her away to Europe as soon as she had her diploma in hand. His brother had gone a little crazy that night with all the drinking and drugs, and he paid the ultimate price. From what Noah had heard, the party Cody had thrown graduation night had been as wild as they came. Maybe if his brother had been thinking straight, he would have made it home safely, like everyone else. After navigating a few final twists and turns, Noah spotted the gravel lot next to the 2-lane highway where he'd parked and raced down the straightaway. Sweat rolled off him the second he stopped, despite the cold, but he barely noticed as he searched his truck. He found the tow rope in his toolbox, a sweatshirt shoved under his seat not far from the flashlight, and a stash of energy bars. He already carried all the water he had in a bladder-like contraption on his back. Unfortunately, he drunk most of it, but he found a first aid kit in his jockey box, which was some consolation. He had what he needed, but in case things didn't go as smoothly as he hoped, he wanted to call for help, so there'd be a rescue team waiting. He'd put his cell phone under his floor mat to keep it out of sight. There'd been a rash of car burglaries several months ago, courtesy of a group of teenagers who smoked pot and hung out at the river all summer. River rats, they were called. He fished his phone out to check for service. Coverage was spotty in these mountains, but obtaining a signal didn't turn out to be the problem. His battery was dead. Shit! He wasn't one of those people who kept his phone attached to his ear 24/7. It was more of an afterthought, obviously since he didn't carry a charger. He gazed up and down the road, hoping a vehicle would come by. But after a few seconds, he realized he couldn't keep standing there. He had to make a decision. Should he drive to Jackson, which was closer than Whiskey Creek, or go back for the woman as he'd originally intended? Jackson would take too much time. He'd promised he wouldn't be long, and for some reason, it was important to him to make good on that. Draping the rope around his neck, he tied the sweatshirt to his waist and tossed out the extra tube and tire-changing equipment he had in his seat pack without even caring where it fell. He needed room to squeeze in the energy bars and the contents of the first aid kit. Then he held the flashlight against the handlebars and took off. He had to go back to the mine before full dark. Otherwise, he'd be forced to take the road or travel even more slowly on the trail, and he feared that whoever was stranded in the shaft couldn't survive the delay. 2. Adelaide Davies stared at the hole above her, the only thing she could see in this dark space. Would the person who'd called to her really come back? It didn't look hopeful. She had no way of keeping track of the passing minutes, but it seemed as if an hour had gone by since he'd promised to help. Maybe he was the same person who'd put her down here, and he'd just returned to make sure she didn't survive. Maybe he knew she was guilty of something even worse than what he'd done, and felt that this would be a fitting end. No one knows the truth, except me. She had to quell the fear charging through her, or she wouldn't survive this emotionally, even if she survived it physically. It was 15 years since she'd last been inside the mine, since she'd been anywhere close. As a matter of fact, she'd been here only once before, to attend a high school graduation party when she was a sophomore. It had all seemed so exciting, so hopeful when she was invited. But that party had changed her forever. Never again would she be the same shy but happy girl she'd been before. And unlike so many other victims, she knew exactly who to blame. There'd been 5 of them. 5 of the most popular jocks, all upperclassmen. The memories of that night made her sick. She would have gone to the police, would have seen to it that they were prosecuted as they deserved. But she couldn't, for a lot of reasons. It was getting too cold. She had to do something or she'd freeze to death in this damp, dark hole. After myriad attempts to climb or dig her way out, she could hardly move. Her wrists burned from the welts she'd caused by straining against the rope that had bound her hands. One whole side of her body was bruised from when she'd landed. But she had to scream at the very least. She couldn't let the discouragement, the heartbreak, the memories win. "Hello? Can someone help me? Please! I'm in the mine!" There was no answer. Calling out seemed futile. The guy who'd stopped before was gone. Her throat too raw to continue, she got to her feet and made another attempt to climb. She had to save herself before it grew any darker. But she slipped and slid down on her aching bottom. Nothing worked. The walls were irregular and too steep, and the pile of broken and fallen beams, jutting out in all directions, gave her slivers when she tried to use it for support. What now? She asked herself. The person who'd thrown her down here had only beaten her enough to get her to comply with his demands. He hadn't raped her. But the moment she dropped her guard or became too distraught, the memories of what it had been like that other time, the night of the party, washed over her, lapping higher and higher, like the incoming tide, until her mind was saturated with the past and she felt no different than the terrified girl she'd been at 16. It was the smell, she decided. The smell conjured up that night as vividly as though she'd just lived it. Sweet 16, and never been kissed. One of them had breathed in her ear. Hugging herself, she began to rock. She was shaking so hard, she could hear her teeth chattering but couldn't stop. Was she in shock? Would she even think of shock if she were? Either way, she had a black eye. There was little doubt about that. Her face throbbed where she'd been struck full on by a man's fist. She'd broken a couple of fingernails trying to fend him off. She could tell those fingers were bleeding. All the digging to create handholds or footholds, or find crevices that might lead out hadn't helped. She guessed the scratches on her arms and legs from the many tumbles she'd taken were bleeding too, but she couldn't see whether that was really the case. Not anymore. The light filtering through the opening was almost gone. Would she have to spend another night in this place? The prospect of that, of the cold and the rats and the fear of flooding, made her rock faster, back and forth, back and forth. It hurt to move, but she had to concentrate on something, or she'd go crazy. You are powerful. You are capable. You can overcome. This kind of self-talk had fostered the determination that had carried her through the long hours so far. Close to 17 if her guess was accurate. It was at least 3 a.m. when she'd been dragged from her bed, wasn't it? She wasn't sure exactly. She only knew that, After 2.5 days of being home to take care of Gran, she'd been awakened by a man who whispered that he'd stab the old lady if she screamed or tried to escape, and that was all he had to say. She'd do anything to protect her grandmother Millie, even relive the nightmare of 15 years ago. But he'd simply issued a terse warning, telling her he'd kill her if she ever talked about that graduation party, and then threw her down the mine shaft. It was a miracle she hadn't been more badly hurt. The demolition they'd done after Cody's death had felled most of the support beams, sealing off some of the deeper crevices, or she might have fallen much further.
"Hey, you still down there?"
Her heart lifted with hope. The man she'd heard before was back. "I'm here," she called. Can you help me? You have to help me. I don't want to spend another night in here."
"Another night? God, what happened to you?"
he said, but she could tell he was busy and not waiting for an answer. He'd probably ask again once the pressure was off. For now, he seemed focused on the task at hand. Closing her eyes, Adelaide tilted her head back and let the tears she'd refused to shed roll down her cheeks. She'd made it through another traumatic experience. The boys from Whiskey Creek hadn't broken her yet. She'd survived. Again.
"I have a rope. Do you have the strength to hang on to it long enough for me to haul you up?"
If she tried, she'd fall. Not only was she battered and bruised, she'd had barely 3 hours of sleep before being abducted. Dressed in the shirt and panties she'd worn to bed, she was shivering violently, and she hadn't had anything to eat or drink in over a day. She wanted to be brave, to say she could do whatever getting out required, but she felt as helpless as a baby. It had taken everything she had just to stave off the panic and despair. Now that someone had arrived, now that she had support, the adrenaline that had kept her going left her drained. "I don't think so," she admitted.
"Don't cry," he said. "I won't leave you again. I'll stay here all night if necessary, okay, Addie?"
She hadn't realized her emotions were that apparent. She wished she could maintain a stiff upper lip, at least until she got home and could fall apart in private. But she had no more reserves of any kind. Fortunately, the gentleness in his voice and the commitment behind those words made her feel as if he'd wrapped a warm blanket around her shoulders. I appreciate that," she stammered, and meant it.
"I'm going to make a loop. All you have to do is slip it over your head and down under your butt. Can you do that?"
She was still conscious. She had to be capable of doing that much. "I'll try." It was now completely dark. She couldn't see her hand in front of her face, let alone the end of a rope coming toward her. But he had a flashlight that illuminated the area above her head.
"Do you see it?"
"Yes," she responded, when it nearly hit her in the face.
"Great. That's the first step. Put it on. I'll wrap this end around a tree so I can keep from falling in with you if I lose my footing. Then I'll start bringing you up."
He hadn't asked how much she weighed, how her size compared to his. He was a guy. He expected to be bigger, but not all guys were. At 6 feet, she was taller than most women and a good number of men, too. Although she'd always been thin, she wasn't convinced he'd have the strength to raise her. Should she tell him the job might be more difficult than he expected, and risk having him decide to go for help instead? No, she couldn't wait another second. Maybe he'd drop her on the ascent, but if this was her only hope of getting out now, she was taking that chance. After wiping her tears, she did as he instructed. Ready.
That's what I want to hear. See? Everything will be fine. All I need you to do is keep the rope under your bottom. Can you do that?
She didn't have any choice. Not if she wanted out. Yes.
Perfect. Here we go.
The rope drew so taut it cut into her thighs, but nothing happened. Terror ripped through her. The task was too much for him, just as she'd feared. She stifled a whimper, preparing for the moment when he'd admit defeat. But then he began to reel her toward him, inch by painstaking inch. Dangling in mid-air, completely dependent on a stranger she couldn't even see, was frightening. But he was trying to help, and that was better than being alone in the mine. Anything was better than being alone. When at last she reached the opening, she couldn't see a lot more than she could in the shaft, but the fresh air sweeping over her confirmed that she was no longer inside the mine. "I'm free," she choked on a sob. She didn't have the strength to crawl over the lip, but he grabbed her arms and hauled her out before sinking down next to her.
"There you go,"
he said, as if her problems were over. But in some ways, the mine still held her captive, and she was afraid that would always be true. Heedless of the gravel and dirt, she rolled onto her back so she could stare up at the starry sky. "Thank you." He propped himself up beside her. She could hear his movements, but couldn't make out more than a dark figure.
"I'm glad I heard you. How badly are you hurt?"
he asked. It was cold, colder than inside the mine, thanks to the wind, but she didn't care. "I'm not sure."
"Anything broken?"
Relieved that he was giving her a chance to recover before waving that flashlight in her face, she put her arm over her eyes in case he angled it at her before she was ready. "I don't think so. I'm just rattled and banged up."
"What happened?"
He seemed to have caught his breath.
"How'd you wind up in the mine?"
"You tell anyone about graduation, and I'll kill you. I'll stab the old lady, too. Do you understand? No one wants to hear it. It's old news. And in case you've been gone so long you haven't heard, Cody's dad is mayor now. Going to the police won't get you anywhere. Consider this a little FYI. How much did she dare tell before she was asking for more trouble? She couldn't say she'd fallen into the mine and expect to be believed. Once he could see her clearly, he'd noticed that she was in her underwear and her eye was swollen almost shut. The marks from the rope would be another giveaway. But she couldn't be honest, or the man who'd done this might think she was blabbing, exactly as he feared. "I, sleepwalk sometimes." It was an obvious lie, one that would most likely be interpreted as a refusal to answer, but that seemed her only option.
"You sleepwalk?"
When he raised the flashlight, she tried to cover herself. Her pink Victoria's Secret tee fit tight and short, and her panties were barely a scrap of fabric. But there wasn't much she could do about her nightwear at this point. Fortunately, he didn't seem to focus on her state of undress. He was too surprised by the condition of her face. She knew it was her injuries that had caught his attention when he turned her chin toward him, so he could have a better look.
"Sleepwalking my ass."
"I, hit my face when I fell."
"Right."
The sarcasm that dripped from that word screamed bullshit.
"Why are you lying, Addie? Do you know the person who did this to you? Is that it? Was it your husband or boyfriend or lover?"
"No, I'm not married. Thank God. She had been once, but for such a brief period it wasn't even worth counting. Saying I do to Clyde Kingsdale had been a bad fit from the beginning. Fortunately, she'd realized her mistake almost immediately.
"You have to be protecting someone," he said. "You don't need to tell me, but I hope you'll tell the police."
Unable to tolerate the brightness of his flashlight, she jerked her chin away. "There's no reason to include the police. It was my own stupid mistake." He didn't shine the light in her face again. He set it aside so he could help her pull on his sweatshirt. The soft fleece warmed her, but not enough to stop the shivering.
"Where do you live?"
"Whiskey Creek, at the moment," she added, because she hadn't yet come to terms with the fact that, depending on what she convinced Gran to do, she might need to stay longer than the few months she was planning.
"Hey, I'm from Whiskey Creek too," he said with obvious surprise. "What's your last name?"
"Davies."
"Have we met?"
How could she tell? What she'd seen of him so far had been dark and indistinct. He was tall and muscular. She'd gathered that much from his general shape. He was strong, too, or he couldn't have lifted her out. But that was all she knew. She couldn't even see the color of his hair. "Maybe," she said. "Who are you?" Chances were good she'd recognize the name. Gran owned Just Like Mom's, one of the more popular restaurants in the area, and she used to help out there. She'd anticipated some degree of familiarity, but the name came as a shock.
"Noah Rackham."
She said nothing. Could say nothing. It felt as if he'd just punched her in the stomach.
"My father used to own the tractor sales and rental places a few miles out of town,"
he explained, to provide her with a frame of reference. Fresh adrenaline made it possible for her to scramble to her feet, despite the pain the movement caused her scraped and bruised body. "Cody's brother?" She had the urge to rip off the sweatshirt he'd given her.
Noah stood too. "That's right. You knew him?"
He sounded pleased, excited. She might have laughed, except she was afraid that if she ever got started she'd end up in a padded cell. Of all the people who could have come by and offered her aid, it had to be Cody's fraternal twin. There wasn't a greater irony than that.
"You and Cody were friends,"
he prompted, trying to interpret her reaction. She was glad she couldn't see his face. That would be like meeting a ghost, especially here at the mine. "Not really," she said. "I was behind the two of you in school, but I remember him." She'd never be able to forget him. But it wasn't because they'd been friends. Not only had Cody raped her, he'd talked some of his baseball buddies into joining the fun. And when he came back after the others were gone, she'd done what she had to in order to get away. 3. Noah didn't know what to make of Addie. Although she claimed they'd gone to the same high school, he didn't remember her. He didn't recognize her from around town either. Of course, that could be due to the condition of her face. Someone had done quite a number on it. While he drove to the accompaniment of a classic rock station, she curled up, as much as a tall woman could curl up while wearing a seatbelt, against the passenger door. He'd told her 3 times she could lie in the seat, knew she'd be more comfortable if she would. But she acted as if she didn't want to get too close to him. She went stiff whenever he touched her, which hadn't made it any easier to wheel her out to the road or help her into the truck. The whole process had taken a couple of hours.
"Which hospital?"
he asked. She lifted her head. "Excuse me?" He pulled his gaze away from the headlights flowing toward them on the other side of the road.
"Which hospital should I take you to? I have a first aid kit, but that won't be enough.
I'm not going to the hospital.
He felt his eyebrows notch up. But you're hurt, and you're still shaking even though it has to be 100 degrees in here.
He'd been slightly chilled when he got in too, but thanks to the heat blasting through his vents, he was sweltering now.
I really think you should be checked out.
Great idea. And what will I tell them? Her tone indicated it was a rhetorical question, but he answered anyway.
How about the truth?
Her head bumped against the door. No thanks. I'll be fine.
You're not doing yourself any favors, you know. If you go back to the bastard who did this, he could do it again, and maybe next time there won't be anyone around to help you.
She was lucky he'd heard her. What if he hadn't gone riding today, or chosen a different location? It was only when he was feeling particularly nostalgic or really missing Cody that he took their favorite trail. A repeat performance is precisely what I'm hoping to avoid. He turned down the volume on We Will Rock You by Queen.
Meaning what? You think he'll come after you if you go to the authorities?
She raised one hand. Look, I'm grateful for your help, but will you let it go? Shouldn't he insist she seek medical assistance?
You need to document your injuries. Then, if you change your mind, you can file a report later and have proof to go with it.
I'll pass, but thanks, she muttered.
If you decide to press charges, you'll need pictures.
I won't be pressing charges. Obviously she was covering for someone. No woman wound up stranded at the bottom of a mine shaft in her underwear in the middle of the night without a little help getting there.
I wish you'd see a doctor.
I'll do it later if I have to.
Why not now, when you need it?
If you drive me to a hospital, I'll walk out. Please, take me home. Or if that's too much trouble, drop me at a payphone so I can call someone else.
I'm happy to drive you, it's just...
Did he have any right to keep pushing? No. He didn't even know this woman.
Never mind. We'll do whatever you want.
She wasn't his problem. But telling himself that didn't make it any easier. He hated to see whoever had attacked her get away with it. Thank you. She'd spoken so low he could barely hear her response. But she'd softened, or seemed to have softened, and that tempted him to dive back into the same argument.
So, where's home?
He asked, fighting the impulse. Her eyes had drifted shut. He could see her profile in the light of his instrument panel. Thought she might be pretty without the swelling and abrasions. Lord knew she had nice legs. Mildred's place on Mulberry Street.
You're staying with Millie?
The widow who owned Just Like Mom's was one of his favorite people. He'd had no idea this woman might be associated with her. She'd said her name was Davies, but that was a common enough name, and Millie had lived alone for so long he hadn't connected them. For the time being, he gave the truck enough gas to pass the car ahead.
Are you related to Millie, or...
I'm her granddaughter. The vision of a tall, gangly, flat-chested blonde with more hair on her head than any two people popped into his mind. She'd come to all the varsity baseball games. She'd even walked up to him once, after he'd hit a home run, and stammered her congratulations. Could this woman be that shy girl? She wasn't flat-chested anymore, that was for sure. But she still had thick hair. Although matted and snarled at the moment, it was one of her best assets, because it was such a rich blonde color and so full of body. He steered back into the right lane before glancing over at her again.
How long have you been in town?
Her eyelids rested against her cheeks. If he had his guess, her head was pounding like a jackhammer, but she didn't complain. Since Saturday?
I mean, before that.
I was born in Whiskey Creek.
Then we'd be more familiar with each other, wouldn't we?
Not necessarily.
I know most people in town pretty well, especially those close to my age.
You were caught up in your own life. There was a slight undercurrent as she spoke, but it was subtle enough that he couldn't call her on it. In any case, he wasn't convinced he'd been any more self-absorbed than other teenagers.
In what way?
Never mind.
Are we talking about when I was 10 or 15 or 20? Caught up at 20 being the least flattering, of course,
he added with a chuckle. A muscle jumped in her cheek, then she sighed and opened her eyes, as if she was about to give him all the facts about her background at once, so he'd leave her alone. I spent my summers with Millie until 8th grade, she recited in clipped syllables. Then, when my mother left for Germany to be with her, what was it then, 3rd husband? I stayed with Gran. He skipped over the number of marriages, figuring it wouldn't be wise to comment on that, not when he was trying to put her at ease.
She married a German? How'd that happen? I'm guessing this was before online dating.
At this, she actually smiled. It was. They met via a dating service. He's American. After dating here, they married. Then he accepted a contract with the military for some consulting work, and that required him to live in Frankfurt. She wanted to tour Europe.
What about your father?
He died in a motorcycle accident before I was born.
I'm sorry.
He was racing when he died. He and my mother weren't married. I don't get the impression he would have been a big part of my life if he'd lived. He veered away from that subject, too.
So we were teenagers during the period you were referring to?
He grinned at her.
At least that's younger than 20.
She didn't hurry to reassure him that she hadn't meant anything negative by her earlier statement, and he noticed the slight, couldn't help wondering if it was intentional.
Yes,
she said. I lived with her until I graduated from high school. He found it odd that a mother would give up her child to tour Europe, but he didn't want to probe what could be a sensitive subject. He was more interested in figuring out why he didn't remember her, and why she was so prickly. He'd never encountered anyone determined to dislike him right from the get-go. He might have thought he'd slept with her and never called, but he hadn't done anything like that until college. In trying to cope with the pain of losing Cody, he'd done what he could to distract himself, and sex had been a more effective distraction than any of his other options.
Which would mean we went to Eureka High together for what? 2 years?
You were a junior when I first noticed you. She seemed to remember him distinctly, which made him slightly uncomfortable. Was it possible that she'd had a crush on him? Was that what she held against him? Some unrequited love thing? Unlike his brother, he hadn't been interested in girls until he'd started at San Diego State.
Was it on the baseball diamond?
It was in the halls, but I saw you on the diamond, too. I watched you play every game. So that was her who'd congratulated him so awkwardly. And she'd watched him play? Specifically? Maybe he'd guessed correctly about the crush, too. The girl who'd approached him after that home run had turned beet red the moment he'd looked at her, had seemed to regret being impetuous enough to draw his attention.
Then you're a baseball fan.
He was about to explain that he could now recall having seen her, but she cut him off. Not anymore. Why did it feel as if there was a personal element in that response as well? As if she was saying she was no longer his fan.
What's wrong with baseball?
Or me, for that matter. It's become a bit of a symbol to me.
That's cryptic.
She'd gone cold again, remote. I'm a cryptic person.
So you won't tell me.
There's no point. But he was curious. He'd always loved baseball, still played slow-pitch softball in a co-ed league, For him, sports didn't symbolize anything except a challenge.
Listen, if I said or did something that hurt your feelings back in the day, I'm sorry. I honestly don't remember it.
She attempted another smile, but this one fell short of the more sincere grin she'd flashed him after his online dating comment. You didn't do anything wrong, she said. Don't mind me. I'm not at my best. He could understand why. She had to feel like shit, so he cut her some slack.
No problem.
He drove farther before breaking the silence again.
Where'd you go after high school?
She stared straight ahead, through the windshield, instead of turning like most people would during a conversation. Her resistance gave him the impression that she didn't like looking at him. He almost checked the mirror to see what the sweat and mud from his ride had done to his face. The California Culinary Academy, in San Francisco, she said.
You're a chef?
Her eyes still wouldn't meet his. I was. I quit my job a week ago.
In the Bay Area?
No, Davis.
Why'd you quit? Were you planning to move back to Whiskey Creek, or are you in town for a visit?
Sliding lower in her seat, she pulled her legs up under his sweatshirt. I'm not sure exactly how long I'll stay. I quit because Gran needs my help. She's getting old and can't move around like she used to. She shouldn't be driving, for one thing, yet she visits me once a month.
You can't come here?
I haven't been back since I graduated.
Because...
I don't enjoy returning. But I don't want to put her in assisted living. That's never been what I envisioned for her. And some decisions have to be made about the restaurant.
Darlene Bigelow basically runs it for her, and she seems to do a good job. Won't she continue?
I plan to keep Darlene on as long as possible, but I'm hoping Gran will agree to sell the restaurant and come back to Davis with me. He didn't like the sound of that.
I'd hate to see the restaurant go to anyone else, he said. Just like Mom's is an institution in Whiskey Creek.
She cleared her throat. As much as I wish otherwise, Gran won't live forever.
But you have restaurant experience, and you need a job.
He grinned, hoping to tempt her into taking his suggestion seriously. But she shook her head. I'm a good chef. I'll find something elsewhere.
Then, considering how you feel about coming home, it's nice of you to give up your job.
Actually, quitting wasn't completely altruistic, she admitted. My ex-husband was coming on as manager, so both things sort of cropped up at once. Noah had to adjust the heat. He could hardly breathe.
Your ex, huh? That's bad luck.
She shrugged. Luck didn't have much to do with it. His family owns the restaurant. That's how we met. But after our divorce, he lost his business, a pest control company, and hasn't been able to get anything else going. They feel obligated to help, of course, and if I'd forced them to choose between us, well, you know who they'd pick.
Blood's thicker than water and all that.
Exactly.
So, you're divorced?
The marriage was so short it doesn't really feel that way. She was quite an enigma. He leaned forward, hoping to get her to look at him, but nothing doing. It was almost as if he repelled her. Maybe he stank. After such a difficult ride, that was possible.
Any chance you said I do following a hard night of drinking in Vegas?
He was teasing, and he could tell she understood that. Sadly, we were both sober, just misguided.
How?
I thought he'd be true, and he thought I'd put up with him seeing other women. Noah knew better than to ask, but he couldn't resist. No.
Then I don't understand why you won't let me take you to the...
Who'd you end up marrying? She'd interrupted because she didn't want to deal with the pressure he was putting on her. This was the first personal question she'd asked. He knew it was merely an attempt to distract him.
No one.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a professional biker. Mostly I race in Europe, during the spring and summer. This is the off-season, so I get to stay home and run my bike store, which is a nice change. Traveling so much can get old.
You own Crank It Up?
You've been there?
No, I saw it when I drove through town on Saturday. You took over the building where the old thrift shop used to be.
That's right.
So, business is good?
Fortunately, mountain biking has become a popular sport. For the most part, business is good.
Do you ever see Kevin Colbert? There was an odd, husky quality to her voice with this question that hadn't been there before. But he didn't know what to attribute it to.
Occasionally.
Who'd he marry?
Audrey Calhoun. They were an item back in school, remember? Got together junior year.
I remember. So they're still in Whiskey Creek?
Yeah. They live in that new development, not too far from the Pullman Mansion. The place where they have weddings and stuff. He's a PE teacher at Eureka High these days. He's also the football coach.
Somehow that doesn't surprise me.
He was always a decent player.
Any kids?
3.
What about Tom Gibby? She seemed to know all his old teammates.
He's around. He's a postal clerk. Figures that the nicest guy in school turns out to be the steadiest, most devoted family man. You're never going to believe this, though. He married Selena.
Parley Metcham's little sister? He couldn't tell if she was surprised.
He couldn't even tell if she liked the people they were talking about. She gave no indication one way or the other. Yeah, she was about 12 when we were in high school.
She rested her chin on her knees. Are Cheyenne Christensen and Eve Harmon still friends?
Definitely.
A faint smile curved her lips. I'd be shocked if they weren't. They were always so close.
Except for Gail, who moved to Los Angeles. That whole clique still hangs out together.
You mean your clique, she said dryly. Minus the baseball players. He wasn't quite as close to the guys who used to be on the team with him, but they had a drink every now and then.
Yeah, I see Eve and Cheyenne and the others at the coffee shop on Fridays. But those people were all in my graduating class. Did you hang out with seniors?
He couldn't recall seeing her at any of the parties, dances, or other get-togethers. That one moment on the ball field was his only memory of the girl she used to be. By the end of the year, I had quite a few senior friends because those were the people in my classes.
What classes did you have?
AP Econ, AP World History, Honors Chem, the usual. I had calculus with Cheyenne and Eve.
He whistled. That isn't usual. You were in calculus as a sophomore? And advanced placement classes? You must have been a brainiac, a shy brainiac, he added, combining the two images he now held of her.
I was naive, she stated flatly. They'd reached Jackson, so he pulled into the first fast food restaurant he could find. She'd downed 2 energy bars and finished his water, but she needed a full meal.
What would you like?
Her eyes widened as if his actions surprised her. Nothing. I thought maybe you wanted dinner. I can wait.
There's no reason to. We're already here, and it's only getting later. Nothing will be open in Whiskey Creek.
Her eyes were riveted to the clock, which read 11:30. Gran will have food. I really don't want to be seen like this.
You're in a dark truck. No one will notice you.
Let me buy you a bite to eat. She hesitated.
Come on. It'll help your headache.
How do you know I have a headache? He waited for her to finally look at him and made a face that suggested anyone would have a headache. Okay, she relented. I'll have a burger. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, that's enough. I'll mail you a check since I don't have any money with me. Assuming she must be joking, he laughed.
It'll be all of a couple bucks, and even if I wanted it back, why would you mail it? We live in the same town, remember?
True, but our paths won't cross.
She didn't know that. She'd only been back a few days, and one of those had been spent in the mine. Their paths could cross. For whatever reason, she didn't want them to. I think I can afford to buy you a burger.
After ordering 2 double cheeseburgers, 2 fries, and 2 shakes, he idled forward to wait for the food.
Have you been in touch with anyone from Whiskey Creek since you left?
Besides Gran and Darlene? No.
That didn't sound as though she'd been particularly close to the people she'd mentioned. Do your friends know you're back?
Not yet. I'm not here to socialize. I'm here to help.
So she said. But wouldn't most people automatically do both?
He slung his arm over the steering wheel.
I could go to my father for you. He's the mayor these days. Once he retired, he decided out of the blue to go into politics. Shocked us all. But the point is, he now has some pull with the police. If I tell him what happened, I know he'd have Chief Stacy look into the situation, discreetly. Would that make a difference?
She shook her head. A resolute no.
He'll see to it, he pressed, and no one will be the wiser. Trust me.
No, please. I don't want your father to know anything about this.
Why not?
I'd rather go on about my business. Why does it matter to you whether I report what happened?
Okay, I get it.
And yet he hated feeling so out of control when there was something he wanted to control.
It's just beyond me to let this go, he explained. Whoever did it deserves to be punished.
That's not up to you.
She had a point there.
The girl working the drive-thru pushed open the window to collect his money and gave him a 1,000-watt smile the moment she recognized him. Hey, Noah. He was tempted to roll his eyes at her enthusiasm. She was maybe 17.
Hi, Cindy.
What are you up to tonight? A calculated dimple appeared in her cheek. She didn't live in Whiskey Creek, but he saw her when she came to visit her married sister, who happened to be his closest neighbor.
Just got back from a ride. How's school going?
He hoped that would remind her of her age. Fine. Can I get you anything else? As he'd promised, she hadn't realized he had company. The way Adelaide hugged her door kept her completely in shadow. He wasn't sure he'd ever had a woman sit so far away from him in his truck. He could only assume that, after what she'd been through. She was afraid of men.
No thanks.
Cindy counted out his change and passed him his receipt with the sack. Well, if you'd like something later, you know where to find me. Embarrassed by the innuendo in her voice, he pretended not to notice.
Thanks.
He handed the food to Adelaide as he drove off. Had she picked up on the offer he'd just received? He hoped not. He knew it wouldn't reflect well on him.
Why he cared, he couldn't say.
Addie stretched her legs as she sat up, and he cranked the heat again so she'd be comfortable.
If you won't go to the police, what will you tell Millie? He asked.
I haven't figured that out yet.
I really think you should come forward.
That changes everything. The sarcasm in her response took him by surprise.
Pardon me?
She lifted her chin, revealing her unwillingness to bend on this issue. I can't, okay? If I come forward, whoever did this will hurt Gran. He told me so.
Why would anyone want to hurt either of you?
She didn't answer.
Are you not going to respond?
It's just a freak thing that happened. If I put it behind me and forget, it won't happen again.
You hope.
She didn't answer.
What if Millie already filed a missing person report?
Obviously not enchanted by that idea, she caught her bottom lip between her teeth. Would Chief Stacy allow her to? It's only been one day. Doesn't it take, 3 days for the police to consider a missing adult as a criminal case?
Depends on the circumstances.
Right. She slumped over, as if her chances of having the ordeal go unnoticed weren't as good as she'd hoped. I was taken from my bed.
How'd that happen?
There's a door to the outside in my bedroom, where the porch wraps around the house. I left it open to get some air, and he cut through the screen door.
Then it's not like you drove off with him. I'm guessing the police are already involved.
She stuck a French fry in her mouth. So I'll just tell everyone the same thing I told you.
That you must have been sleepwalking.
She had to roll back the sleeves of his sweatshirt. They were too big to stay pushed up on her long, thin arms. Why not? The marks on her wrists suggested she'd been bound, which upset him more than any of it.
Because no one will believe you.
Especially once they saw what he did. That part doesn't matter.
It only matters that they not learn the truth. Is that it?
She'd been shoveling the food down pretty fast, but at this, she slowed. Basically, he stopped at the light where he needed to turn to go to Whiskey Creek.
You're not making sense,
he said in frustration. But then something occurred to him that he should have thought of before.
Wait a second. He didn't
rape you, did he? She'd had her panties on, and they'd been intact. Her shirt hadn't been torn off either, but those marks on her wrists. No, he didn't, she said, but she'd spoken too quickly, and the tears that welled up called her a liar. Shit, he was an idiot for not catching on sooner. She'd been beaten, but his sweatshirt had covered her wrists until she started eating, and the way she'd responded when he questioned her led him to believe she knew the person who'd hurt her and was even trying to protect him. That screamed domestic violence, not rape. At least, not stranger rape. If she'd been sexually assaulted, maybe she was refusing to go to the hospital because she didn't want anyone to find out, didn't want to go through the humiliation. Or she had no confidence it would make any difference. Adelaide, please, he said. Let me take you to the hospital. I know it'll be degrading and terrible, but I don't think you should make this decision in your current, condition. A tear crested her lashes and ran down her cheek as she shoved the rest of the food away. You don't know anything. A car honked behind them. The light had turned green, and he hadn't noticed. I know this is a hard situation, he said as he accelerated. But they have what's called a rape kit. You need to try and get a sample of his DNA while you can. He grappled for other reasons that might convince her. You don't want anyone else to be hurt, do you? She covered her ears. Stop it! He won't hurt anyone else. That's not an issue. Could he believe her? Or was it wishful thinking? Either way, her expression broke his heart. She'd reached her limit. One more push and she might shatter. Okay, he said. I'll back off. After that, they drove in silence. When they reached the house, he thought she'd get out and go in without saying goodbye. Although they couldn't see Millie through the windows, every light seemed to be on. He could sense Adelaide's eagerness to get behind that closed door, but she turned back with her hand on the latch. So, is this our little secret? He studied her. Is what our little secret? She hesitated, obviously trying to define what she was asking. Just don't make a big deal out of what happened, that's all. Let me do the talking. I'm not going to make a big deal of it, but if your grandmother's called the cops, others will know about it. Even if it doesn't reach the major news outlets, it'll be reported in the weekly paper. You won't be able to avoid the Gold Country Gazette. Her shoulders drooped as she recognized the truth in what he said. Yeah, I guess you're right. She started taking off his sweatshirt. He stopped her.
Keep it. I get free t-shirts and sweatshirts all the time. And it's cold out.
She seemed tempted to return it anyway, but probably realized that would reveal more of her than she wanted him to see. Thanks for the help.
No problem,
he murmured, but she'd already climbed out and was limping across the lawn. 4. The house was quiet, but the lights in the kitchen and living room would have told anyone who really knew Millie that all was not as it should be. She never stayed up past 10 o'clock, and other than on the porch, she never left a light burning when she went to bed. Adelaide had hoped to slip into her room and put on some clothes before she disturbed Gran. She didn't want Millie to see her looking so battered. But she heard her grandmother call out the second she returned the hide-a-key container to its place under the porch. Gran had probably been lying in bed with her hearing aids in and turned up high, praying for her safe return and listening for the door.
Addie? That you?
The worry in her voice upset Adelaide, made her even angrier with the man who'd thrown her down the mine shaft. She'd always live in the shadow of the past, but Gran had nothing to do with graduation night 15 years ago. Stephen, Derek, Tom, or Kevin, whichever one of them had abducted her, had no right to put Millie through the panic of finding her missing. "Yeah, Gran, it's me. Sorry to wake you." Intent on getting into a pair of sweatpants, she started toward her bedroom. But her grandmother wasn't in bed. Gran intercepted her at the hallway entrance, fully clothed, walker and all.
Wake me?
She definitely had her hearing aids in. Addie could tell without having to look, because Millie was speaking at a normal volume.
I've been absolutely frantic. Where have you been?
She was carrying her eyeglasses, hadn't put them on yet. Adelaide was grateful for that small reprieve, even though she knew it wouldn't last. "I didn't mean to give you a scare. I had a little—" God, Noah was right. No way could she keep this quiet. Not in Whiskey Creek. Her injuries, not to mention the timeline, refuted every excuse she could devise. "Mishap," she finished weakly.
What kind of mishap? What happened?
Her grandmother's hands shook worse than Adelaide had ever noticed, but, steadying herself with the walker, she managed to slip her glasses on her nose. Then she covered her mouth. "Good Lord!" she breathed through her fingers. "Who did this to you?" Thanks to shock and righteous anger, Gran's voice rang truer and stronger than it had in months. For a moment, Adelaide felt like the little girl who'd been so well cared for by this woman. Part of her wished she was still young enough to crawl into Gran's lap for the love and solace she used to find there. But Gran was almost 80. It was Adelaide's turn to take care of her. And she wanted to do that. Her mother certainly never would help out. She'd always had an excuse to be off doing whatever she pleased. "I don't know," she said. "Someone cut the screen on the outside door to my room and dragged me from my bed." Gran's fingers, gnarled with arthritis, gripped Adelaide's arm.
"I saw that. Scared me so much, I called Chief Stacy right away."
There went Adelaide's hopes for not involving the authorities. But deep down, she'd known she wouldn't be able to avoid it. "You've called the police?"
"Of course. Chief Stacy's been as worried about you as I have. He started searching the minute he left here. Him and the other officers."
"All 3 of them?" It wasn't a large force. It never had been.
"All 3 of them,"
she confirmed, oblivious to Adelaide's sarcasm.
"But How'd someone get past the door? Wasn't it locked?
Adelaide was embarrassed to admit she'd not only unlocked it, she'd left it open. Gran kept the house so hot she couldn't sleep. I needed some air, she explained. The skin below Gran's throat wagged as she shook her head.
In this day and age, you can't go to bed with your doors unlocked, even in Whiskey Creek. I haven't done it in 23 years, ever since your grandpa passed.
The house had no air conditioning. During the summer, they had to open their windows, essentially the same thing, but Adelaide didn't argue. Gran's gaze lowered to Adelaide's bare legs.
The man who took you, he didn't...
No. She understood where her grandmother's thoughts were going. Noah's had just traveled down the same path. Anyone would think of sexual assault, especially since she wasn't fully clothed.
Then why'd he do it?
Gran persisted. She needed to downplay what had occurred, tell only as much as she had to, so it would go away as soon as possible. And whatever she said had to be believable, first and foremost. I think he intended to rape me, but I fought him off.
What took you so long to get home? You haven't been with him this whole time, have you?
Adelaide wished she didn't have to mention the mine. She didn't want it connected to her, didn't want anyone to be reminded of Cody and his graduation party. But even if she lied about that part, Noah would give away the truth when he said where he'd found her. She hadn't been able to offer him a single compelling reason not to share that information. She couldn't, not without raising his suspicion as to why she wanted it kept quiet. And other than Chief Stacy and maybe his father, he was the last person whose curiosity she wanted to arouse. Left with no choice, she told Gran what had happened and who'd saved her.
Noah's such a nice boy, she said.
Not if he was anything like his brother. Adelaide owed him for what he'd done tonight, but she didn't have a positive impression of him from high school. He'd been one of those senior gods she'd worshipped, one who'd acted as if he owned the school. Never had she known him to be aware of the plight of those around them, or to care. She told herself it was a miracle he'd bothered to come to her rescue.
Thank goodness he was in the right place at the right time, Gran was saying. That's one of the Lord's tender mercies. But why didn't he take you to the hospital?
I wouldn't let him.
Then we need to go now.
She moved her walker forward, as if intent on getting her purse, but Addie caught her arm. There's no need.
Of course there is. You're bleeding.
I'm fine, Gran. This looks much worse than it is. Trust me, it'd be a waste of time and money. Nothing's broken.
We should still...
I wasn't raped, she insisted. What can they do other than clean my wounds? We can do that here. Gran's concern warred with the practicality of Adelaide's argument. She'd always been frugal.
You're certain?
Adelaide mustered a reassuring smile. Positive.
Okay, but I should at least let Chief Stacy know you're home. He'll be anxious to talk to you.
Not tonight, she interrupted. There's no need to wake him. I'm too exhausted to answer any questions at the moment.
But you'll want to give him a statement as soon as possible, while you can remember the details.
I don't know anything that will help figure out who did this, Gran. I can't even provide a description. The man was wearing a ski mask. She actually had 4 men to choose from, but she couldn't make a determination by body type alone. Not when they'd all probably filled out and changed so much. Chances were she'd recognize their faces if she happened across them. But the person who dragged her from her bed last night had been careful to hide his identity.
There's his height, his weight.
Both a blur to me. Can't it wait until tomorrow? Please. I'm not up to being grilled. She managed a pleading expression. Even by you. Empathy etched deeper grooves in Gran's wrinkled face.
Okay, we'll wait, if that's what you want. Maybe you'll remember something important once you've had a chance to recover.
Or not. Thanks.
I'm so glad you're back, honey. I don't know what I would have done if this had ended differently.
You've always been my Addie, my pride and joy. Hearing the tears in her voice, Adelaide gave her another hug. Don't worry. Everything's going to be fine. Millie was a proud woman, not one to cry easily. With a sniff, she straightened her spine and motioned for Adelaide to follow her to the kitchen.
Come in here so we can get you cleaned up.
Shouldn't we do that in the bathroom?
There's more room in the kitchen. More light, too.
That was true. Gran's house was one of a handful of local homes listed on the National Register of Historic Places. As was the style 100 years ago, it had tall ceilings, thick molding, elaborate cut-glass windows, and the one downside besides the old plumbing and wiring they'd had to replace, small bathrooms. I've got to shower first. Reluctantly, Gran let her disappear into the bathroom, and Adelaide took her time stripping off Noah's sweatshirt and her filthy clothes before standing beneath the hot spray. Blood and dirt ran off her body, circling the drain and taking the last of her energy with it. When she finished scrubbing, she could only stand there and stare as the last of the soap bubbles disappeared.
Addie, you coming?
Gran's voice brought her out of her stupor. Be right there, she called, and turned off the water. She'd hoped her grandmother would give up and go to bed, allow her to recover on her own. But she should have known better. Gran would never leave her like this.
Can you grab the bandages from under the bathroom sink before you come?
Sure. Her body complained at the movement, but, even injured, it was easier for her to crouch than Gran. Tossing her towel aside, she sorted through the laxatives, extra soap, Listerine, and bath salts. She found a small box of Band-Aids, but she wasn't sure what good they were going to be. Abrasions covered most of her arms and legs. We need gauze, she muttered, but she wasn't about to go to the store, or let Gran attempt to drive there. The only drugstore open this late would be halfway to Sacramento. Gran had a cup of tea waiting for her when she entered the kitchen. Adelaide could smell the mint. She normally liked tea, but tonight she didn't have enough strength to hold the cup. And she had another problem. While pulling on a pair of cutoffs and a tank top, she'd figured out why her legs hurt worse in back. Thanks to the fact that she'd slid down the wooden supports of that mine shaft when whoever it was had shoved her in, she had as many slivers in her butt and thighs as she did on her hands. They had to come out, and she couldn't do it on her own. So she'd brought the magnifying glass Gran used for reading and a pair of tweezers, along with the Band-Aids. She hoped her grandmother would be able to help, because Adelaide couldn't wait to crawl into bed and block the past 20 or so hours from her mind. Everything from that first terrifying image of a man looming over her bed, to the shocking realization that it was Cody's brother who'd pulled her out of the deep, dark hole. The hole that might otherwise have become her grave. The lights were still on at Millie's house, only now the blind in the kitchen was down. Conscious of the late hour and that he'd be intruding, Noah hesitated on the stoop with the bag of supplies he'd brought from his place. He knew that Adelaide, who tried to avoid even incidental contact with him in his truck, wouldn't be happy to see him. She disliked him instantly, but most people didn't have the kind of first aid supplies he kept on hand for mountain bike spills, and Adelaide had refused to go to the hospital, so he figured she might need them. Telling himself he was going the extra mile largely for Millie's sake, because he knew how much her granddaughter's injuries would upset her, he took a deep breath and knocked. The curtain moved. Someone was peering out at him. After what had happened, he was relieved to see they were taking precautions. He raised the bag to show he'd brought something. Then he heard the bolt slide back. "Noah!" Millie exclaimed, as soon as she got her walker out of the way so she could open the door. "How nice of you to come back!" Surprised by the intensity of her relief, he looked over her gray head to find the living room empty. Was Adelaide in bed? "She okay?" Millie lowered her voice. "Who knows? She refuses to see a doctor. Do you think I should make her?" He'd already tried and was sure it wouldn't work. In his estimation, they were better off going with the do-it-yourself method he held in his hand, unless her injuries were worse than she'd let on. "Have you found anything serious?" "Not really. She says nothing's broken, and I'm doing all I can to get her cleaned up, but it's not easy when your hand shakes like mine." She motioned to the sack. "What do you have in there?" "Iodine, painkiller, large bandages." He didn't mention that the painkiller was prescription strength, a couple of pills he had left over from when he'd broken his jaw in a free-ride bike race 6 months ago. "That'll come in handy." She glanced over her shoulder. "But what I need right now is another pair of eyes and a steadier hand." "For what?" He'd expected her to take the bag and say goodnight. Instead, she drew him inside. "Come, see what you can do." "With—" She didn't clarify because Adelaide called out. "Gran? Who is it?" Millie used her walker like a cattle prod, herding him into the kitchen. "It's Noah. He's here to help. Isn't that nice of him?" "Noah!" Adelaide was at the sink, rinsing out a cup, but she whirled to face him, and he immediately jerked his gaze up to her face. She was dressed in a tank top and cutoffs that weren't even fastened. She wasn't wearing a bra, and the cutoffs were very short. The sort a girl might wear around the house, but not out in public. Obviously, she wasn't prepared for company. "We'll be up all night without him," Millie said, oblivious to everything except her worry. "I'm not much help, and you can't keep standing there. You're about to collapse." Adelaide glared at her grandmother, as if she was trying to convey a deeper message, something closer to hell no than the words that came out of her mouth. "Gran, I'm fine, and if you're not, we can take a break, or finish in the morning." Millie shook her head in defeat. "I don't think I'll be much more use to you in the morning. I'm too old for this, honey. So unless you'd rather go to the hospital, and Noah will carry you to the car if need be, you'll hold still and let him finish up so we can all get some sleep." With that, she managed a smile for Noah. "Can I make you some coffee?" "No, thanks." She could barely get around. He didn't want to put her to the trouble. He was too distracted to think about eating or drinking anyway. He saw a dish towel on the counter, speckled with blood. But it wasn't until he noticed the magnifying glass and tweezers beside it that he began to understand. "You're extracting slivers?" Millie frowned. "I removed the ones in her hands. Problem is, she's got them all up and down her backside, too." "But we wouldn't want to inconvenience you," Adelaide interjected. "It's late, and I'm sure you have better things to do." He did, like going to bed. but he couldn't leave such a tedious job to poor Millie.
"I'm happy to help," he said. "Just not in here. Come, lie on the couch before you drop."
"You don't need the light?" Millie asked.
"One lamp will be fine. I'll pull it close."
What were the chances? Adelaide wondered. It wasn't bad enough that she'd been beaten and thrown down a mine shaft. Now she had to suffer the embarrassment and indignity of having Cody's brother remove myriad small splinters from the backs of her thighs. Maybe it wouldn't have been so bad in the middle of the day, but with the late hour, the quiet of the house, and Gran sleeping so deeply in the chair across the room, it all felt very intimate.
"You okay?"
he asked when she shifted. She'd taken the 2 Percocets he'd given her. Gran hadn't caught on to the fact that they weren't aspirin, but Noah had made sure she was aware of it. She'd been in so much pain, she'd tossed them back almost immediately, and she was glad she had. He'd done all he could with the tweezers. Now he was using a sterilized needle to dig out the deeper slivers. "Yes, you?" He cleared his throat.
"I'm not the one who's hurt, but what am I supposed to do about the ones that are a bit higher?"
He'd studiously avoided touching her anywhere that could be considered inappropriate, but her butt had as many slivers as her legs. That was part of the reason she'd agreed to self-medicate. She'd needed something to get her through the embarrassment as much as the pain. Maybe I should have gone to the hospital. The fewer people who saw her beaten up, the better. But she'd never dreamed that her plan to avoid medical care could be thwarted by slivers. When she was in Noah's truck, insisting he bring her home, she'd been hurting, but hurting everywhere. She'd assumed all the injuries would heal with time, had no clue she'd need this kind of help. Relaxing into his chair, he sighed.
"About time you said that. Come on, I'll take you."
Somewhat dazed by the drugs, she rose up on her elbows. Did they really have to go to the hospital? They'd made it this far. "How much longer do you think it will take to get the rest?"
"I haven't seen what I'm up against, of course, but I'm guessing 20 minutes?
Did it really matter that they were on her butt cheeks? Gran was sitting right there. She was asleep, but Noah wasn't hoping to touch anything he shouldn't. Chances were the ER doctor would be a man if they did go to the hospital. That's not long. 20 minutes would certainly be shorter than going to the emergency room. She didn't think she had the strength to get up. She definitely knew she couldn't walk, not without staggering. And how would they explain that she was doped up? That could get Noah in trouble.
"No, but you'd have to take off your shorts,"
he pointed out. She didn't plan on ever seeing Noah again anyway. They might pass each other once or twice over the next few months while she was in town, but she could muster a wave and move on, couldn't she? Forget this ever happened. Gathering her nerve, she reached beneath her to undo her cutoffs. Then she wiggled them, along with her panties, down over her hips. "Hurry," she said. As innocuous as her actions were, she didn't want to add to her humiliation by having Gran wake up to such a sight. She'd taken him by surprise. His sudden silence and stillness told her that. "You don't have a problem with finishing, do you?" Was the painkiller she'd taken affecting her decision-making ability? Maybe. She felt sort of distant and relaxed, despite what was going on. He cleared his throat again.
"I'm thinking. Maybe we should wake Millie and let her do this part."
Except she couldn't see well enough to do the other part. Tension hung thick and heavy in the room. Awkwardness, embarrassment, hesitation. She'd already bared her ass and he wasn't quite sure what to do about it. "It's just a butt. No big deal." She kept her face turned into the couch because she didn't want to look at him. He'd changed since high school, but not enough that she couldn't recognize him or see the resemblance to Cody.
There was also the hero worship she'd once felt. This was worse than walking up and congratulating him on a good baseball game. But finishing what they'd begun seemed the most direct route to accomplishing their goal. She'd get through it, and then she'd forget about it. Noah wasn't part of the life she'd built since leaving Whiskey Creek. He didn't matter. No doubt he'd forget this by tomorrow, too. He hadn't even remembered her, and she'd watched him for 2 years with such longing. "I know you can't be shy," she prodded when he didn't move. "I'm definitely not shy, but I've never touched a woman who's been—" "Noah, I wasn't raped last night." She wondered what he'd think if she told him the only rape she'd ever suffered had been instigated by his brother and carried out by his teammates, that the man who'd thrown her down the mine shaft was one of those teammates. "Just get the job done, okay? I understand the difference between removing a few slivers and other activities. Maybe it would be easier if you didn't cringe every time I touch you." After everything he'd been in high school, and she saw no reason his status in Whiskey Creek would have changed, it probably came as a shock that she didn't want his hands on her. As far as she was concerned, a dose of indifference now and then would be good for his ego. "This isn't exactly a pleasurable process." "I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about earlier, when I was trying to get you out of the mountains." Because of who he was. He was the twin brother of the man who'd caused her so much pain. They weren't identical, but there was a strong family resemblance, and that was a hurdle she had to clear whenever she looked at him, even if it was merely a glance. But he didn't understand that, of course, and she couldn't tell him, so she cut to what mattered at this particular moment. "Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Not anymore, anyway." It had been 15 years since she was raped by a handful of Whiskey Creek's most popular athletes. She'd slept with 2 men since, men she'd cared about and hoped to have a deeper relationship with. The last one she'd married. With 3 years' therapy in her early 20s, she'd gotten past the trauma. Anyway, having Noah help her out with a medical problem had nothing to do with sex or rape, even if it dealt with the same general region of her body. "Can you please, hurry? You've already gotten an eyeful and you're holding the needle. It doesn't make sense to stop." "Right." Despite his reluctance, his hand, when he touched her, was warm and firm. She jerked as he went after one of the deeper slivers, and he cupped her bottom. She wasn't sure if he was trying to soothe her or hold her still, but he immediately realized what he was doing and let go. "You hanging in?" he murmured after several minutes. For the most part, Adelaide couldn't feel pain anymore. She seemed to be floating somewhere up near the ceiling, looking down on the scene. "Yeah." She wasn't sure how much longer it took. She didn't care. She was too tired to care about anything except drifting off to sleep. She woke because something had changed. He was rubbing antibiotic ointment on her, which felt good despite all the reasons it shouldn't. Somehow she'd lost her anxiety. Pure exhaustion and painkiller had carried her beyond that. "You ready for bed?" He helped get her shorts up. Then he woke Gran and walked her into her room. When he returned to find Adelaide unable to drag herself off the couch, he offered to help her too. She said no, that she'd be fine right where she was. But when he lifted her in his arms and brought her to bed, she didn't argue. "Thanks," she mumbled, as he laid her on the soft mattress and covered her. "Your sweatshirt's on the bedroom floor. I'll repay you for what you've done. The burger, too. I won't forget the burger." She could tell she was slurring her words, but her unwieldy tongue couldn't do any better. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered, except that she was home. Out of the damn mine, and even the slivers were gone. "I don't want your money, Adelaide." He checked to make sure the door leading to the porch was locked. Then I'll give you something else.
What? A homemade pie? A meal? She felt she had to compensate him, if only to keep from thinking of him too kindly. She definitely didn't want to feel she was in his debt.
What exactly did you have in mind?
He drawled. She heard the teasing note in his voice and covered a yawn.
How about my firstborn child?
He hesitated at the foot of her bed.
Your future husband might have a problem with that.
Don't worry. I won't ever have another husband. She frowned as she followed that thought to its obvious conclusion.
Oh, and that means I probably won't have a baby either.
Somehow that seemed sad, but she was flying so high, she refused to worry about it.
So, what would you like?
Her eyelids drooped, and she felt herself slipping away.
I've got to have something you want.
That hadn't come out right. It sounded suggestive, even though she didn't mean it that way. Surely he'd interpret it correctly.
After the past half hour, that's not a fair question to ask me, he said,
and then he was gone. 5. Chief Stacy banged on the door first thing the next morning. Gran, always an early riser, was up, despite having gone to bed in the wee hours. Regardless of the challenges she faced, she clung rigidly to her routine. When Adelaide heard her greet the police chief and invite him in, she buried her head beneath the pillow. Her whole body ached, and she was so tired. She wanted to sleep for a week, not drag herself out of bed to answer a million questions. Now that she was safe and had some perspective on the past 30 hours, she could plainly see that whoever had dropped her into that mine shaft meant to give her a warning, nothing more. He'd hit her, but only when she fought him. He'd probably assumed she could climb out and make her way home. It was even possible, had she not returned to town, that he would have come to make sure she didn't die. If he'd really been planning to kill her, he could just as easily have tossed her in the river. You tell anyone about graduation and I'll kill you. I'll stab the old lady too. Do you understand me? What would be the point of those words if he believed she wouldn't be around to talk? Too bad he didn't know he'd gone to the effort of abducting her for nothing. She wasn't going to say a word about what happened when she was 16, with or without the possibility of imminent danger. He'd only succeeded in creating a mystery for everyone else to solve. Thanks to him, she had Chief Stacy to contend with. Way to cause more problems.
I would have called you when she got home, but I didn't want to wake you in the middle of the night, she heard Gran explain. Like I told you this morning, I'm available whenever you need me, he responded. Goes with the job.
Adelaide could almost see him puffing out his chest as he spoke, and would have rolled her eyes if her head wasn't already under her pillow.
You're so devoted, Gran gushed. Whiskey Creek is lucky to have you.
Which was, no doubt, the compliment he'd been fishing for. Or maybe he was being sincere. Maybe Adelaide was just in a terrible mood.
Can I get you a cup of coffee? You bet. Your coffee's the best in town. Better than black gold down the street? She asked in surprise. As good, he hedged.
Now Adelaide knew he was full of shit. Gran's coffee wasn't one of her better offerings. It was basic and cheap, because she couldn't tell the difference.
Then I'd like to speak with Adelaide, if possible, Stacy was saying. Of course. I'll tell her so she can get dressed.
Her grandmother's walker thumped as she moved down the wooden hallway and stopped at her door. She didn't bother to knock. She didn't see the point in giving Adelaide any privacy. Adelaide would always be her little girl. It didn't matter if she was 3 or 30.
Addie,
she said, poking her head in.
Chief Stacy's here. He'd like a word with you.
Static electricity made strands of her hair stand up when she set her pillow aside. I heard, I'm coming.
You have a few minutes while I get him some coffee.
A few minutes? She'd barely be able to dress and comb her hair, knowing she must look like she'd been dragged behind a horse. She swallowed a sigh. Be right there. Clomp, shuffle, clomp, shuffle. The noise from Gran and her walker receded as Adelaide kicked off the covers and sat up. She expected a headache. She'd had a whopper of one last night. But her head seemed to be the only part of her body that didn't hurt. Thank God for small favors. She dressed in a pair of jeans and an orange tee, gingerly avoiding all the bandages Noah had applied, as well as the memory of his sure, gentle hands applying them. Then she went into the bathroom, brushed her teeth, and pulled her hair back before making her way into the living room. Chief Stacy was sitting in her grandmother's antique rocker, looking quite comfortable with a steaming cup of coffee and a slice of cinnamon walnut cake. Maybe Gran's coffee wasn't anything special, but her baked goods were out of this world. Of course, her recipes were also old school, meaning there was enough fat, sugar, and cholesterol in each serving to bring on a heart attack. Adelaide had long wanted to introduce a few new, interesting, and organic options, at least on the meal side of the menu. She thought she still might try to do that, if they hung on to the restaurant long enough.
Well, hello, Addie.
Setting his plate and cup on the side table, Chief Stacy got up to greet her, but it was awkward. She couldn't tell if he intended to hug her or shake her hand. He'd been a regular officer when she lived in town, a position slightly less prominent than the one he held now, but she'd known him. He'd eaten at Just Like Mom's once a week or so. She'd often served him. She offered her hand to let him know what she preferred, and he acted as if that was the most he'd expected.
I'm glad you're okay, he said.
She conjured up a pleasant expression as they shook. So am I. Once she sat down, he sobered in apparent concern.
Can you tell me what happened?
Sure, although there isn't a lot to tell. He returned to his seat but didn't pick up his cake or coffee. He took out a pad and pen. Whiskey Creek was pretty uneventful. A true abduction would be the case of a lifetime for a backwoods cop like Stacy. Could make or break his career. Too bad she wasn't about to give him anything that might help him solve the crime, even if, as a victim, she could be completely honest about what she knew and remembered. Adelaide wouldn't pit him against a very wily kidnapper. He seemed long on confidence, but short on experience. As far as she could remember, the most he'd ever had to find was a runaway horse or dog. A big day for a cop in Whiskey Creek was handling security for the annual 4th of July parade, or the Victorian Days festival every Christmas.
Just start from the beginning, he said.
Lacing her fingers together, she stared down at the fingernails she'd broken. Before I went to bed, I opened the door in my bedroom.
The one that leads out to the street?
To the porch, yes.
Because?
I needed some fresh air. He raised his eyebrows.
It's fall, he said.
Not wanting to blame Gran for her heavy hand with the thermostat, she glossed over that. My room hasn't been used much since I left. It was sort of stuffy.
So you opened the door to air it out?
Yes. There was the screen door, of course, which was locked. As if she didn't feel foolish enough. I wasn't too worried about protection, not here at home. It wasn't until she disobeyed her grandmother back in high school and ventured to the mine that she'd gotten into trouble, and pointing out that she should feel secure in a town he was supposed to keep safe shifted the blame back onto him.
Nothing like this has ever happened before,
he told her, backpedaling. Which is why I didn't worry about it. But someone, a man, cut the screen, dragged me from my bed, and drove me up to the old mine.
The Jepson mine, where Cody Rackham was killed?
The fear that, at long last, She'd be implicated in Cody's death, tied her stomach in knots, but she'd expected the immediate association. They'd had their tragedies in Whiskey Creek, when Dylan Amos's father got into a bar fight and stabbed his opponent, and when Phoenix Fuller used her mother's Buick to run down her rival, to name two. But the popular, wealthy, and handsome Rackham family had always generated a great deal of interest. Where Cody died. Yes, she said.
Did your abductor...
The way Stacy lowered his voice and shot a warning glance at Gran told Adelaide what he was about to ask. She jumped in to save him the effort of formulating the rest of the question. He didn't rape me. No. His chest rose as if her answer allowed him to draw a deep breath for the first time since he'd arrived. He even left his pad and pen in his lap and reclaimed his coffee and cake.
I'm happy to hear that.
He took a big bite, then paused to give her a searching look.
You'd tell me if he did, he said while chewing. I realize there's a certain stigma that goes with that word, with the act itself, but I can't help you if you're not honest with me.
Her mouth was so dry she could hardly speak. He didn't rape me. But she could clearly remember the time before, when he had.
So you were awakened in your bed, and then what? Let's go over it detail by detail.
She cleared her throat. He whispered that he'd hurt me and Gran if I screamed. Then he tied my hands, blindfolded me, and forced me to walk out to his truck, or SUV.
You're sure it was a truck, or SUV?
By the sound of the engine and how high off the ground it was, yes. That was true, but she hardly saw it as revealing. Practically everyone in these parts owned a truck.
Did you get the color or the make and model?
No, the blindfold was too tight, and when she'd tried to remove it, he'd panicked and struck her. That was the first time he'd hit her, but it wasn't the most painful, just a glancing blow on the cheek.
What about before the blindfold? Were you able to see him or any part of him?
She wished she could tell the police chief to forget about the incident, but she knew that would only make him wonder at her reaction. She had to act as if she wanted her kidnapper caught. Just that first glimpse.
And...
She swallowed. I'm afraid I can't give you a description. It was so dark, and he was wearing a ski mask. Stacy frowned as he formulated another question.
Did he have any exposed skin? Any tattoos or birthmarks?
He was completely covered.
What was he wearing?
Black pants and a black sweatshirt. That much was true, but the sweatshirt had a strange logo on it, a bright yellow logo with a website URL that was easy to remember, thanks to the light of a full moon streaming through that screen door. She'd spotted www.skintightentertainment.com before he'd managed to blindfold her. But she was giving Stacy only generic information she felt safe providing. As far as she knew, that URL could be connected to where the culprit worked, could lead police right to him.
Were his clothes particularly expensive or cheap? Stacy asked. I mean...
He leaned forward, beseeching her with his body language.
Did you notice anything that might help identify him? What kind of guy was this?
A guy who wore a brand of cologne she normally would have liked. She remembered that, too. But it was another detail she planned to keep to herself. They were just your basic cargo pants and a plain sweatshirt. They could have come from any department store. He put his coffee down again so he could make a few notes.
Can you tell me how tall he was?
She'd known instantly what the encounter was about, which had evoked immediate terror. And the abduction happened so fast. She doubted she could answer all of Chief Stacy's questions, even if she really wanted the man apprehended. About my height. She had no idea if that was true. He could have been an inch or two taller, or an inch or two shorter, but 6 feet sounded average. She was embellishing, changing this or that, describing a person who didn't exist, so what did it matter?
And his build.
This time she didn't have to make anything up. The truth described a large proportion of the male population, so she could speak honestly. He was fairly muscular, I guess, but not overly so.
Can you guess at his weight?
She went for what would be likely given the height and body build she'd stated. About 200. I can't recall, to be honest. Stacy took another bite of cake.
What about age?
Middle-aged? She certainly didn't want to say close to her age, which was what she believed. Anyway, age wasn't easy to determine in a situation like that.
Did he speak with a lisp, or an accent, or use foul language? Was there anything distinctive about his voice?
Her kidnapper had spoken in a hoarse whisper. That hadn't evoked the memory of any particular boy, but it had brought back what she'd experienced 15 years ago, deluging her with the kinds of images that plagued her worst nightmares. Hold her still, damn it. In retrospect, however, when she examined the details of this most recent attack, she felt he hadn't been taking any pleasure in what he was doing, especially once she started shaking and crying and pleading with him not to rape her again. He'd muttered, and she'd only now remembered this.
"Stop it! That's not who I am." "Adelaide?"
Chief Stacy's voice intruded on her thoughts. She glanced up. "Yes?"
"I asked if there was anything distinctive about his voice."
"Oh." She wiped her palms on her thighs. "No." His cup clinked on the china saucer.
"Do you know any reason someone would want to harm you? If he didn't rape you, what did he want? Did he ask for anything? Demand money?"
"No," she shrugged. "At first, I thought he was intent on rape, but—"
"Looks like you fought tooth and nail. I'm sorry about your injuries."
His sympathy made her feel guilty for shading the truth, but she had to do what she could to make this go away. "I'm fine now, thank you. It's all minor stuff, really. I'll recover."
"You forced him to reconsider. I'm proud of you for that."
Her kidnapper was the one who'd made it possible for her to fight by tying her hands in front of her instead of behind her back. She couldn't get them loose until she was alone in the mine, but she could use them, like when she'd attempted to remove her blindfold. Such a tactical error gave her the impression that he wasn't used to abducting people. He'd gone for what was quick and convenient because he was in a hurry and was afraid of getting caught, possibly by Gran. Maybe he figured his threats and the knife he'd brought would keep her cowed. Anyway, she felt even more uncomfortable at Stacy's compliment than she'd already been. She wasn't out to elicit praise. She was hoping to present a degree of believability, to put together a coherent story, so that his curiosity would be satisfied and she could get out of the spotlight as soon as possible. At one point, he mumbled that he couldn't go through with it and just tossed me into the mine. She'd fabricated his change of heart. He hadn't even attempted to rape her. She'd been fighting because she'd been afraid he might. She was so convinced that she was in for more of what she'd endured at 16 that, once she was away from the house and he couldn't hurt Gran, she'd let loose with everything she had and nearly caused them to crash. The sound of scraping metal told her his vehicle had sustained some damage. That was when he'd slugged her, hard. Other than that, and when she'd nearly managed to remove her blindfold, he hadn't hit her.
"Doesn't mean he won't try to rape someone else," Stacy said. "I'll find this guy. I promise."
She hoped not. That was all she needed. A string that would unravel the past. Even an overzealous search could spook the man who'd appeared in her bedroom. Then there was no telling what he might do. Fear could push him into taking risks he wouldn't otherwise take. That was what it had done to her when she tried to crash his car.
"Is there anything else you remember?"
She shook her head. But she could probably describe Tom Gibby, Kevin Colbert, or any of the others in great detail, and Stacy would never suspect them. They'd been athletic, popular, good students, and were apparently successful adults. Tom Gibby was a postal clerk, a steady, devoted family man, and Coach Colbert was married to his high school sweetheart and had 3 kids. She hadn't asked about Derek Rodriguez or Stephen Selby. She hadn't wanted to string those 4 names together, but she doubted Derek and Stephen would be at the top of Chief Stacy's suspect list, any more than Kevin or Tom. They certainly hadn't acted out since high school. Or, if they had, no one knew about it. Gran had visited her regularly all the years she'd been gone, and they talked on the phone every few days when they weren't together. She would have heard if any of the people she'd known had been charged with a crime. She also received the Gold Country Gazette, Whiskey Creek's weekly paper, at her apartment in Davis. So even if Gran didn't mention an arrest, the newspaper would. She'd subscribed for that very reason. For the 13 years she'd been gone, all had been quiet.
"That's okay," Stacy said. "I'll still get him." "I'm praying you will."
This came from Gran, who'd been listening silently but intently. Chief Stacy scooted forward in his seat. He'd been handed the worst crime to be perpetrated in Whiskey Creek in at least a decade, and had just promised her he'd find the man responsible. But he had nothing to go on.
"So, why you?"
Wishing this could be over, Addie threaded her fingers more tightly together and searched for an explanation he'd find plausible. "I've heard, on various forensic shows, that most crimes are crimes of opportunity. I guess I made it too easy when I left my door open." Essentially, she was taking the blame. She deserved some of it, not for leaving her door open, but for sneaking out and attending that stupid party in the first place. Gran had told her she couldn't go. If only she'd listened.
"There's got to be a detail, some evidence we're missing," Stacy said.
"Nothing I can think of right now," Adelaide told him. "But if I remember anything, I'll give you a call." He put his notepad and pen in his pocket.
"I did find an interesting object that might help."
Adelaide's chest constricted. "What did you say?"
"The man who attacked you must have dropped his knife when he was wrestling you out to his truck, because I found this."
He straightened one leg so he could take something from his pocket.
"In the flower bed, outside the door to your bedroom."
If it had been a plain pocket knife, Adelaide wouldn't have paid it much heed. But it had a wolf carved into the handle, which wasn't something one saw every day. Her mind raced. Couldn't that have been dropped by someone else?
"I doubt it, with all the watering in the summer and the rain we get in the winter."
He flipped out the blade.
"There'd be some rust if it had been exposed to the elements for any length of time."
He pointed to the shiny steel.
"Look at that. It's perfect. Someone loved this knife."
Palms sweaty, heart pounding, she sat in silence.
"So, you didn't see him with it?"
he asked. He said he had a knife, but I didn't see it, no, and I assumed he had it with him the whole time." Stacy studied the carving.
"Okay, I'll keep asking around, see if anyone can identify its owner." "He must have used that to cut the screen," Gran said. "Were there any fingerprints on it?"
Adelaide held her breath. "Please, no."
"Unfortunately not. I'm guessing he wiped it clean before he came here."
He was wearing gloves," Adelaide said. "I remember that from when he was tying my hands. The gloves made it difficult."
"Gloves."
Chief Stacy sighed in a way that indicated he found this expected but disappointing. Then he lifted the knife.
"But this is very hopeful. We'll see what turns up."
The police chief and Gran moved on to other subjects while he finished his coffee and cake. Adelaide learned that he was recently divorced, that he was suing his wife for custody of their 2 kids, that his ex was crazy if she thought she was going to tell their son he couldn't play football. At last, Stacy got up to leave, with a final promise to see that her attacker was apprehended. Closing her eyes, Adelaide stayed where she was while Gran showed him out. She was embracing the silence, wishing her return to Whiskey Creek could have gone smoothly, and wondered what she should do now.
"I sure hope he can catch the man who did this to you,"
Gran said as she returned. "So do I." Adelaide twisted around to smile up at her, but the prospect of a police capture scared her more than anything, because she knew where it would lead if Kevin, Tom, Derek, or Stephen decided to point a finger in her direction. 6. Baxter stood at Noah's door, looking at him with that odd sort of expression Noah had noticed before, the one that made him so uncomfortable. He wanted to say something about it, had wanted to address the issue for some time because whatever was going on seemed to be getting worse instead of better. But he didn't know how to broach such a taboo subject without busting up a friendship that had lasted almost since birth. What could he say? "Dude, you sometimes look at me like you're dying to get in my pants?" If Baxter wasn't gay, no one knew how much that would offend him. He'd be offended if a buddy accused him of sexual interest. That kind of talk was out of bounds between 2 guys, but Baxter's look, it was so damn hungry.
"Why are you staring at me like that?"
he snapped. Baxter seemed taken aback.
"Like what?"
Shit. Maybe he'd imagined it. That was another thing Noah hated, how he'd begun to second-guess his best friend's thoughts and reactions. It seemed as if he was always reading more into what Baxter said and did. Suspicion affected people that way. It messed with their minds.
"Forget it."
Baxter seemed more than willing to let the subject go.
"Do you know it's almost noon?"
With a yawn, he scratched his head.
"Haven't looked at a clock. Just rolled out of bed." "So Amy opened the shop for you?"
"She was supposed to.
She's there now, isn't she?"
For a moment, he was afraid that his employee hadn't shown up.
"She's there, but I thought she had school."
When Baxter's gaze once again strayed to Noah's bare chest, Noah grabbed the football jersey he'd left on the couch sometime in the past few days and put it on. It wasn't as if he'd answered the door nude. He'd donned a pair of basketball shorts, but his state of undress seemed to be a distraction, which added to the creeping sensation that all was not as he'd believed with the kid who'd grown up next door.
"She graduated in June, remember?" "I forgot. Does that mean you're off today?"
"No, but this time of year weekday mornings can be slow. There's no rush. I'll walk over in a bit. Spell her for lunch."
"I can spell her if you're sick."
"I'm not sick, just tired." He yawned again.
"I got in late."
Baxter glanced beyond him into his small bungalow.
"Do you have company?"
"You mean a woman?"
"No." "Then where were you last night? I came by a couple of times."
Noah ignored the apparent subtext of that sentence, the possessive, "where were you?" because he wasn't even sure it existed.
"Believe it or not, I was rescuing someone." "You always wanted to be a superhero," Baxter joked.
"Now I just need the cape." Relaxing slightly, Noah held the door. What was wrong with him? This was Bax. They'd been on lots of double dates together. Noah knew for a fact that Baxter had slept with a number of women, at least when they were younger. His friend grinned as he came in.
"Who'd you rescue this time? Yet another chick from the confinement of her clothes?"
See, when Baxter said stuff like that, as if he was just another one of the guys. Noah wondered if he was simply being conceited or paranoid to think Baxter was attracted to him. But there was always that indefinable something, like the feeling that had triggered his desire to pull on a shirt. Whatever was going on was so damn contradictory and confusing. "Is that the kind of rescue mission you'd like?" he said with a laugh. Baxter didn't rush to convince him.
"Now and then. There are too many risks and complications that go with sleeping around to do it very often." "Yeah, well, I didn't get naked with anyone last night." He had seen and touched Adelaide's bare ass. That was memorable. But in deference to what she'd been through, he wasn't going to mention it. Maybe the rest of the circumstances surrounding her ordeal would go public. The incident was too sensational for word not to spread. But nobody had to know about the private hour he'd spent in Millie's home, removing slivers. "Do you remember Adelaide Davies?" Baxter's gaze lighted on everything that was out of place. He'd been a neat freak since he was a little kid. "Adelaide who?" "Went to high school with us. Would have been a sophomore when we were seniors." "I don't recall anyone by that name." "Doesn't surprise me. We were at San Diego State by the time she graduated, and she left town right after."
Noah dropped onto the couch and dangled one leg over the arm. Baxter sat in the opposite chair, but he did so with his usual decorum. He wasn't wearing one of his hand-tailored suits. He worked at a brokerage house in San Francisco Monday through Thursday, but his hours were flexible. Maybe he was taking 2 days off this week instead of 1. Anyway, even his casual jeans and shirts came with expensive labels. He was stylish, well-groomed, always had a perfect haircut, and smelled like the men's department at Macy's. But Noah tried not to file any of that under the gay or not gay headings going on in the back of his mind. He refused to define Bax, someone he was supposed to know better than anyone else, according to stereotypes. He was still hoping his so-called gaydar was wrong. Actually, he didn't care if his best friend preferred men. He'd deck anyone who had anything to say about it. He just didn't want Baxter's preferences to include him. Any admission along those lines would be far too weird. "She's back?" "Just returned." "And you didn't sleep with her? You're falling off your game, bro." Noah scowled. He wasn't that big a player. Living in a small town made it impossible to screw around very much and maintain any respectability. It wasn't as if he went out looking to get laid. Not very often, anyway. Women had always sort of come to him. "Why do you keep bringing everything back to sex?" "Isn't that what you usually want to talk about? How hot your latest conquest was?" Maybe he did talk too much about the women in his life, but he was trying to convince himself that the loneliness that had begun to plague him in recent years wasn't going to taint his whole existence, that the life he led was fulfilling and would continue to be fulfilling even if nothing changed. Besides, he couldn't think of a better way to put Baxter on notice that he wasn't about to get intimate with another man. "She was beaten up. Of course I didn't sleep with her. If you'll listen, I'll tell you what happened." "Fine." Baxter spread out his hands. "Let's hear it then." "Forget it." Flipping him off for being so damn facetious, Noah got up and headed to the kitchen. Baxter chuckled as he followed. "Now you're clamming up? You don't really want to hear?" "That's not true. I'm dying to learn every sordid or not-so-sordid detail. Did you punish the guy who was giving her trouble or what?" Noah turned to face him. "She was in the mine." At this, Baxter sobered. "What do you mean, in the mine? What mine?" "The one we used to party in at the end of our senior year." "The Jepson mine?" "She couldn't have been. They closed it off after—" His voice softened.
After Cody.
Noah didn't want to think about his brother. Ignoring the reference, he once again shoved away the memories of the June morning he heard his brother had been found.
That's what I thought, too, he said. But...
He pulled a carton of orange juice from the fridge and shook it before offering some to Baxter.
No thanks.
Baxter's lip curled in disdain.
I wouldn't drink from one of your glasses to save my life.
Because you're OCD.
Because you barely rinse them before you use them again.
Just to bug him, Noah drank from the container.
Wasn't enough for you anyway,
he said, and tossed the empty carton across the kitchen and into the trash can.
Nice shot.
Baxter transferred a stack of dirty dishes to the sink before leaning against the counter.
Back to Adelaide Davies. How'd she get into the mine? And how did you find her?
I was riding past the entrance when I heard a woman call for help.
That must have freaked you out.
Yeah. It was twilight and cooling off, so it's an odd time to run into someone up there. I certainly wasn't expecting to perform a rescue mission.
That entrance is no longer sealed off?
It is. This was an ancillary opening. Someone had torn away the boards and, after beating her up, threw her down into the hole. Baxter blinked several times.
You're kidding.
Noah could understand his surprise. Nothing like that ever happened in Whiskey Creek. There'd been rumors that Sophia Debussy's husband, the wealthy world traveler Skip, knocked her around once in a while, but that was the only hint of violence that had occurred in recent years. No, and get this, she'd been taken from her bed.
Kidnapped? That's what she said?
She didn't have to say. It was obvious. She had rope burns and she was in her underwear. Baxter whistled.
That's serious. How badly had she been beaten up?
One eye was swollen shut and she was all scraped and bruised.
Who did it?
Noah shrugged. Who knows? Baxter pushed away from the counter.
Wait a second. When I stopped at the Gas and Go last night, I heard that Chief Stacy was asking about a woman who'd gone missing. It's Millie Davies' granddaughter, right?
That's right.
You found her?
I found her.
Millie must be relieved, but...
He hesitated briefly.
Had she been raped?
Claims she wasn't, and I'm inclined to believe her.
Because...
Her panties were, on and intact. Baxter looked baffled.
So, what was the point of taking her?
Noah sighed. No idea. Maybe he intended to rape her, but she fought too hard and he gave up.
Wow. After that welcome home, I bet she's ready to leave town again.
She can't.
Why not? She left before, didn't she?
Baxter started cleaning up the kitchen, which he'd probably been itching to do from the second he got there. Millie's getting too old to run a restaurant. That's the reason Addie came back.
It's a good thing you were there and that you heard her. The Jepson mine's not stable. She could have...
He let his words trail off, but Noah knew what he'd been about to say. Instead of following up with a comment about Cody, Noah focused on the mundane. Avoidance was always easier than trying to cope with the loss he still felt. As far as he was concerned, that was private.
Stop doing my damn dishes!
Why?
Because it makes me feel like a slob. You are a slob,
Baxter joked, but there was no real energy or accusation in the statement. Noah could tell he was thinking about Cody. The three of them had been inseparable as children. Baxter wasn't a stellar athlete, but he joined all the same teams Noah and Cody had been on, even if he didn't get to play on game day.
Compared to you,
he said,
you iron your sheets and underwear. Makes them feel great. You should try it sometime.
Noah rolled his eyes.
No, thanks. I have better things to do with my time."
He rinsed off a plate, but Baxter took it and put it in the dishwasher, as if Noah would only put it in the wrong slot.
"Do you think Chief Stacy will catch the guy who kidnapped Millie's granddaughter?"
Baxter asked, returning to their conversation.
"Not if she doesn't give him some sort of description. Maybe it was someone who followed her here, from wherever she lived before."
Noah remembered how reticent Addie had been after he'd pulled her out of the mine. Wouldn't most women be shaking and crying and begging to go to the police? She'd wanted to pretend the whole thing had never happened.
It has to be someone she knows.
He couldn't get around that. She'd said it wasn't her ex, but... was she lying?
Why?
Baxter spoke above the sound of the kitchen faucet.
Because she acted strange. Wouldn't give me any details. She wouldn't even let me take her to the hospital or the police. There could be other reasons. Like, maybe she hit her head, wasn't in her right mind, or it's possible that she was raped, and she's too embarrassed and humiliated to talk about it.
Noah doubted she would have allowed him to remove those slivers if she'd just been violated.
That's not what happened. I believe she'll try to play it off as if it was a stranger, but... What?
He rinsed off another plate.
I got the impression it wasn't.
Baxter kept loading the dishwasher.
I'm not sure that makes sense. If she knew him, why not point the finger? My guess? She's afraid.
Actually, it wasn't a guess. She'd said as much, hadn't she?
That he might get to her before the police can get to him? Absolutely. If she wasn't raped, what could her abductor have wanted? Was it a robbery? No.
Noah felt certain she would have said so if that were the case. His cell phone vibrated on the counter, but when he saw the incoming number, he ignored it. It was a woman, a tourist he'd met when he'd stopped for a drink at Sexy Sadie's during the summer. She'd come through town with her sister. They'd spent one night together and she'd been calling him ever since. The noise caught Baxter's attention.
You're not going to get that? Why not? Don't tell me Shania's been calling you again.
Noah wrung out the dish rag so he could wipe down the counters.
No. I think she's finally accepted that I'm not going to take Cody's place in her life. It's Lisa. Again. I thought you liked her. As a friend. She wants more. She hasn't asked for a commitment, but she sure wants to see me a lot. She's the one who took off your clothes in the car.
Noah could easily remember that night. Few women had come on as strongly as Lisa, and yet she'd seemed almost straight-laced when they were talking in the bar.
That's the one. She's been hounding me ever since.
Baxter's smile shifted to one side.
I guess you're just that good in bed.
Was there an undercurrent to that statement, too? It felt as if maybe there was, but Noah couldn't figure out why there would be. What was Baxter feeling? Jealousy? Envy? Or was there some criticism in those words?
Very funny.
The buzzing of his phone stopped, but started up again a second later.
You're right, Baxter said. She is persistent. Maybe you should answer it and tell her you're not interested. I don't want to hurt her feelings. I don't mind seeing her now and then,
as long as they were in the company of others. He was growing bored with the kind of sexual encounters that didn't mean anything, and had begun to think he was missing out on a whole other dimension. Actually, after seeing how happy and in love Gail and Cheyenne and Callie were, he knew he was missing something.
Of course not. You're always up for a good time.
Noah studied his friend, searching for clues as to the correct interpretation of that line. But Baxter's benign expression suggested he should take it at face value, and Noah felt it was in the best interest of their friendship to let it go.
You like a good time too, don't you? Sure, he said. Noah grabbed a bowl from him. Good. I'll tell her to come this weekend and bring a friend.
Baxter met his gaze. They were only a few inches apart, and Noah got that odd feeling again. But he refused to step away. He shouldn't have to. This was his best friend, damn it.
Why would you have her bring someone?
He asked.
Now you're into threesomes? No, the friend is for you.
Noah clapped him on the back and smiled, waiting for him to beg off. These days, that was what he normally did. He'd say he had to work. He was in the middle of a project at home, or he'd be out of town. Noah had started hanging out more with Riley and Ted, especially if there were going to be women present. But Bax didn't offer up the typical excuse. Although he didn't seem as pleased as Noah thought he should be, he accepted. Why not?
So, if she can do it, we're on?
He asked in surprise.
As long as it's not tomorrow night. Tomorrow's the big game, remember?
It was homecoming at the high school, but that didn't mean what it used to. They didn't attend the Friday night games anymore. They were too old to hang with the high school crowd, but he had to go to this game. He, Cody, and a lot of the friends they'd grown up with, including Baxter, had been part of the football team that won state during their senior year. Those who lived in the area had been asked to return and help present a memorial plaque to Coach Nobis, who was retiring and would be moving to Arizona in a few months. They were also going to retire Cody's number. Noah's father would be on hand to speak, in his capacity as mayor and as Cody's father, and, because he was his brother's best receiver, Noah was expected to say a few words too. But he wasn't looking forward to it. Cody was too emotional a subject for him. He hated speaking about the loss of his brother, especially in public.
Right. The big game. Trust me, I'm not likely to forget.
Obviously picking up on his sarcasm, Baxter studied him.
You're spending too much time dreading it. It won't be that bad.
I don't want to talk about it.
You never do.
Noah rounded on him.
Why should I have to? Why does everyone want to hear about Cody? It's been 15 years, Noah. How much longer can you put off dealing with it? Dealing with it? You're kidding, right? I have to deal with it every day of my life. I just don't want to dwell on it. So you'd rather talk about people who mean nothing to you. Lisa, for instance? Sure, why not?
Lisa was an uncomplicated subject. He'd been honest with her about his level of interest and owed her nothing. But Cody, that was a different story. With Cody, he had to ask himself too many what-ifs. What if he'd attended that party? Would he have been able to keep Cody safe? What if he'd gone to his parents and told them Cody was using drugs? Would they have been able to change the situation before it was too late? Would they have restricted him, kept him home that night? And what if he hadn't pointed out the Jepson mine to Cody in the first place?
Should we ask Gail if she'll let us use the cabin Saturday night?
He asked. Baxter hesitated, but allowed Noah to return to their former subject without complaint.
You mean the mansion?
One of their best friends, Gail DeMarco, had married box office hit Simon O'Neill, who'd recently had a cabin built back in the hills. It must have cost $8 million, but that was mere pocket change to them, and the O'Neills often let friends or family use it.
We could grill steaks, watch a movie, lounge on the deck,
Noah suggested.
Drink a few bottles of wine?
If you want, he replied, but this suggestion surprised him. From what he could tell, Baxter had quit drinking. At least, he never drank around Noah. He'd started taking life more seriously, had become all about making money, for himself and his clients, and renovating his house. And then there was that scare, when they thought they'd lose Callie, another friend, to liver disease. Baxter had been singularly devoted to her for most of the summer, even after the transplant that saved her life. He'd probably be at her farm this weekend, helping improve the place, if Callie wasn't on her honeymoon.
But you don't drink anymore. I haven't quit entirely, Baxter responded. I might as well enjoy myself. It's not like I have anything to lose.
As far as Noah was concerned, that was as strange as any of his other comments, because there was an element of anger, maybe even hurt, to it.
What's that supposed to mean?
Baxter smiled.
It means I'm looking forward to it.
If what he said was true, why did Noah get the impression he meant just the opposite? 7. Gran did a great job of keeping the locals at bay, at least until dinner time. By then she'd fielded so many calls, she was getting too tired to deal with the onslaught, and took her old-fashioned phone, the kind with no voicemail or answering machine, off the hook. Everyone in Whiskey Creek wanted to show their concern. Several neighbors had brought casseroles, flowers, cards, or a combination of the three. Chief Stacy had checked in to tell Adelaide he'd be working late, that if she remembered anything at all, to contact him right away. And Ed Hamilton, from the Gold Country Gazette, had pleaded with Gran to have Addie call him before the day was through. He wasn't about to miss the deadline for this week's paper. He wanted to take advantage of having something bigger to report than the completion of movie star Simon O'Neill's cabin not far from town. That wasn't how he described it, of course. He told Gran he wanted to use the power of the press to alert the community to possible danger, and enlist their cooperation in apprehending the man who'd hurt Adelaide. With a sigh at the effort moving required, Addie forced herself to come out of her bedroom in time for dinner. She was sore, but somewhat rested. Not that her long nap had changed her outlook. If she had her preference, she'd return to Davis until the firestorm ended. But she couldn't leave Gran so worried and upset. It was better to stay and act as if she was as desperate for the police to find her attacker as everyone else. That meant she had to at least pretend to be cooperating.
So, are you going to call Ed?
Gran had finally embraced the idea that appealing to the public might break the case. She'd shuffled into Addie's room 3 times to talk about it, hoping, no doubt, that Addie would jump up and give Ed his interview. Sure, Addie managed a reassuring smile.
When, honey? When will you call? He's under a deadline.
That might be true, but what could she safely reveal? She had no idea what Kevin, Tom, Stephen, or Derek might think of Ed's article, and their perceptions were as important as reality. No, more important. If they thought she was revealing too much, or that she might expose them, she could be in danger again. It was so hard to guess which of her former rapists had attacked her, exactly how much damage he'd hoped to do, how far he might go in the future, and what his expectations might be now that she'd been warned. Other than that gruff threat, he hadn't been particularly clear on what statements or actions would constitute a breach. She needed to use her laptop to check the website she'd seen on her attacker's sweatshirt. Maybe it would give some clue to his identity. Whether or not she decided to share that information, she was certainly curious. But there was no internet here at Gran's. Once she was back on her feet, she'd have to go to Black Gold Coffee, the only place in town that offered free Wi-Fi. Or maybe she wouldn't bother. What good would knowing do? She couldn't turn him in, and one man could be as dangerous as the others. They all had the same thing to lose if she came forward, didn't they? It was even possible that they'd gotten together and agreed on the approach that was taken.
Addie?
She glanced over at Gran, who had set about dishing up some meatloaf and potatoes. Gran still made breakfast and a few other simple meals. Her kitchen was her kitchen, and she liked being in charge of it. But these days, Darlene used Gran's recipes and did most of the cooking at the restaurant. The meatloaf was something Darlene had brought over the day Addie arrived. Gran was just warming it up so it wouldn't go to waste. Addie had no idea when they'd eat all the food brought by others, because she hadn't had much of an appetite since her return. "I'll call him as soon as I finish my dinner." Satisfied with that comment, Gran seemed happy to relax and do what she did best: put on a meal. The comfort of being in Gran's kitchen, of smelling her wonderful food, eased some of Addie's apprehension, too. She'd get through this. She'd play it smart, mind her own business, and convince Kevin, Derek, Tom, and Stephen that she planned to maintain her silence. That way she could stay and do right by Gran. Maybe her mother wouldn't shoulder any responsibility, but Addie wasn't like that, and she was bound and determined to prove it. Gran's orthopedic shoes squished as she navigated the kitchen without her walker. After watching her struggle to get a plate down, Addie was tempted to take over. She could have assembled the leftovers much more quickly and efficiently, but she knew Gran liked feeling productive, liked bringing her pleasure through food.
"Noel came by while you were sleeping."
Addie had been twirling a glass of orange juice. At this, she stopped. "Noel?"
"Arnold. Don't you remember her?"
"You mean Olivia's sister?"
"That's right. She wasn't in your grade, was she?"
"Olivia was, but not Noel. Noel's 2 years younger, so why did she drop in?" There was a shrug in Gran's voice when she answered.
"Said she heard about what happened and felt terrible. She brought a gift from that shop where she works."
This was completely unexpected. Addie knew her, but they'd never been friends. "Which shop is that?" Gran had given her a lot of information over the years. Addie knew that Noel had married the handsome Kyle Houseman, even though Olivia, her sister, had been dating him only a few months before. She knew that Kyle's proposal had a lot to do with Noel's pregnancy, and that Noel had aborted the baby after they were married without telling Kyle, which pretty much destroyed any obligation he'd felt toward her and resulted in their divorce. But she didn't know where Noel had gone to work. She probably would have learned if she'd returned when Olivia married Kyle's stepbrother, Brandon Lucero. She wanted to attend the ceremony. She and Olivia had called and exchanged emails for several months after she left town. But Addie had eventually stopped responding. She'd done what she could to break ties with everyone except Gran, and those who helped Gran, like Darlene. She couldn't have too many people drawing her back to Whiskey Creek.
"A damsel's delights."
Gran smiled when she managed to remember the name of the store. Her mind was mostly sound, despite her age.
"They have dresses, handmade jewelry, hats, and other accessories."
Addie pictured a quaint-looking shop done up in pink and brown with striped awnings and cute tea tables out front. "Oh, it's a couple of blocks down Sutter Street. I saw it when I drove through on Saturday." Once she'd arrived, she'd wanted to see what had changed while she'd been gone, and was relieved to find that there wasn't much she didn't recognize. Set in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada mountains, Whiskey Creek had been founded during the gold rush, and, like so many other towns with a similar history, had covered boardwalks, old-fashioned light poles, and a bevy of restored Victorians and shops that maintained the 19th century feel.
"She's been running the place since her divorce."
"Why is she working? You told me she stuck Kyle for quite a bit of spousal maintenance." Gran's voice turned sour.
"She took him for everything she could. She wanted him for his money, and to hurt her sister."
"I'm guessing it worked on both counts."
"Sure did. Can't say why she went back to retail. Maybe she doesn't have anything better to do."
She clicked her tongue.
I feel sorry for her parents. She's always been such a difficult girl.
Which Gran understood, thanks to her own daughter.
Why is she reaching out to me?
Addie asked.
She probably needs a friend. Everyone who lives here is on to her.
It wasn't like Gran to dislike anyone, but she clearly disliked Olivia's younger sister. Olivia lives in town these days, doesn't she? Addie asked.
Not far. Brandon owns a cabin up in the mountains, but he won't have anything to do with Noelle, so they don't spend much time together. Her parents aren't pleased that he's drawn such a hard line. They blame him for breaking up the family, but if you ask me, he's doing the right thing.
Her hand shook with the usual tremors as she carried Addie's plate to the table.
And I think Olivia's secretly happy about the break.
After what Noelle did to her? Olivia has every right not to spend much time with her sister. Has Kyle remarried?
Not yet.
Is he seeing anyone?
Haven't heard, but somehow I doubt it. He wasn't given any choice when his wife aborted his child, and he lost his true love to his stepbrother. Life has been hard on him.
Addie shifted to relieve the pressure on her sore backside. He got Olivia's sister pregnant, Gran.
He and Olivia were on a break.
They hadn't been split up very long. Some people would say he deserved what he got.
Those people don't know Noelle. She's a life wrecker, just plain wicked. You should see how shamelessly she flirts with Brandon if she ever runs into him. I've witnessed it at the restaurant, and I'm guessing that's why he won't have anything to do with her. He's not about to let her ruin his marriage.
Adelaide took a bite of meatloaf. It takes two to make a baby. After being married to an adulterer, she wasn't letting Kyle off the hook too easily.
That's true, but Kyle's paid the price for his mistake. He's a good man.
She touched Grandpa Davies's war picture, hanging near the stove, as if to say he wasn't the last good man, after all.
He stood up and married her, even though he knew what he was in for, didn't he? Did it for the baby. That's called taking responsibility for your actions, and it's something I don't see too often these days. Everyone wants to make excuses. Anyway, I like him. I hope he can find a woman who'll treat him right.
Don't look at me. She lifted her hands in mock protest. Gran didn't laugh. She scowled.
Why not? Don't you think he's handsome?
He was handsome, but so were his friends, especially Noah. She had to admit that despite everything, she still felt a sizzle when he was around. She'd have to be dead not to feel something. He had that much sex appeal, but she'd gone to great pains to extricate herself from this town. She wasn't about to build any relationships while she was here, not with Noah or Kyle or anyone else. He's not bad. She pretended to be intent on stirring gravy into her mashed potatoes when she added, Do you see him with Noah very often?
Oh, yes. They come into the restaurant all the time. To this day, that whole group is the best of friends.
Adelaide had always envied them their closeness. Her class had nothing to rival the clique that had included Cody and Noah, Eve, Cheyenne, Gail, Callie, Ted, Kyle, and others. Maybe that was why she'd acquiesced so easily when she was invited to that fateful party. She'd known a lot of popular people would be there. She'd accepted in the hope that Noah and his friends might go too. And Cody had gone.
Speaking of Noah, I think we should invite him over for dinner to thank him for his help last night. Don't you?
Gran said. Adelaide nearly choked on her food. I'm sure that's not necessary. He doesn't expect anything.
Maybe he doesn't expect it, but he might enjoy it.
Addie had offered him something. She'd been loopy when she'd asked what he wanted as his reward, but she could remember the way he'd looked at her when he'd said, "After the past half hour, that's not a fair question to ask me." She was glad he hadn't taken her up on anything specific. This way, they could both just let it go.
Don't you agree?
When Gran turned to face her, Adelaide set down her fork. To be honest, I'd rather not see him again. It was awkward when he had to take over for you yesterday. We don't really know each other that well.
Oh, don't be silly.
She waved Adelaide's words away.
What are a few slivers? A pretty woman like you. I'm sure he didn't mind one bit. But we do owe him. What would have happened to you if not for him?
She hated to imagine. But he wouldn't have had to save her if not for his twin brother. Maybe when my scrapes and bruises have healed, she mumbled, hoping that small concession would encourage Gran to leave the matter in her hands.
Noah's a lot like Kyle.
He's a cheater? She teased.
He's a good man.
Adelaide wasn't so sure. Cody had seemed just as promising, just as smart, handsome, athletic, and even more popular. He'd had such innate ability, could do anything and do it well. She'd experienced the effect he had on others firsthand. But she didn't want to continue discussing Kyle or Noah. So what did Noelle bring me? She didn't see any gifts in the kitchen. Gran motioned with the spoon she'd just rinsed off.
See for yourself. I put it on the table by the front door.
Eager for a reprieve from the conversation, Addie got up to find that Noelle had left a pretty pink and brown sack with tissue paper. Inside was a necklace with a pendant on it that read, "Courage."
What is it?
Gran called. Addie brought the necklace into the kitchen to show her. She liked what Noelle had given her. It buoyed her spirits. But the gift did nothing to soften Gran's heart, which was a testament to Noelle's past deeds, because Gran's heart wasn't normally hard. She took one look at it and frowned.
Whatever you do, don't trust her.
8. Noah couldn't wait to close up for the night. Once Baxter left, he'd gone to his store, conveniently located about 10 yards from his front door, and tried to focus on work. Crank It Up had received a large shipment of mountain bikes, and he'd been training a new tech how to build them in the back, while Amy handled the register. He loved tinkering with bikes almost as much as he loved riding them. He also loved to shoot the breeze with the fellow enthusiasts who were his employees and customers. Discussing the summer races and guessing what might happen when he hit the circuit next spring was pretty much the highlight of his off-season. But today, quitting time couldn't come soon enough. Nearly everyone who came into the store wanted to know more about how he'd found Millie's granddaughter and his theories about why she'd been kidnapped, which kept his own curiosity front and center. He'd heard that Chief Stacy had discovered a knife in the bushes by her bedroom door and was looking for its owner. A weapon showed serious intent. Surely now she'd stop protecting whoever had hurt her. Noah wanted to talk to her, make certain. But after locking up for the night, he hesitated about going over to Millie's. He wasn't confident Adelaide would be glad to see him. She hadn't acted as if she liked him very much, until he'd carried her to bed. Then she'd given him that sleepy, "I've got to have something you want." That could have been interpreted as flirting, couldn't it? Even if it wasn't, he chose to take it as evidence that he could, with effort, win her over. After all, she'd found him attractive in high school, and he hadn't changed that much. Actually, that he hadn't changed more sort of bothered him. He knew part of it was his profession. Riding bikes was almost too much fun to take seriously, but it wasn't just that. So many of his friends seemed to be growing up ahead of him. In the past couple of years, Cheyenne, Gail, and Callie had all married and settled down. Gail had a stepson and a baby, with another baby on the way. Sometimes he felt his friends were leaving him in the dust. Baxter wasn't married, but he seemed older now, more like the others. Isn't that what you usually want to talk about? How hot your latest conquest was? God, was he really that immature? He didn't want to answer that question, not honestly. He hadn't shared what he'd shared with Baxter just to brag. He'd been trying to fend off the sneaking suspicion that his best friend had a thing for him. That justified his behavior, didn't it? It wasn't as if he talked about the women he dated with anyone else. Just in case it would make a difference, he drove over to Nature's Way, the closest grocery store, and bought Addie several magazines, along with some candy, crossword puzzles, and a couple of $5 movies. She probably had all the sweets she could eat. She was living with Millie, after all, who made those decadent desserts for just like moms. But if he showed up bearing gifts, he might be able to convince Addie that he hadn't meant to disappoint her 15 years ago, when he failed to notice she was even alive. He'd certainly noticed her last night, in more ways than one. Maybe she'd been unremarkable in high school, shy and awkward, but he could tell, despite her injuries, that she'd improved a great deal since. Fortunately, her grandmother answered his knock, so he knew he'd at least get inside the door. Millie loved him.
"Noah, how nice of you to come by."
He cast a surreptitious glance over her gray head, but couldn't see Adelaide.
"How is she?" "Holding up. Slept most of the day. But her poor eye."
She adjusted her walker to allow the door to open wider.
"The swelling's going down, but it's all black and blue." "She in bed now?"
The thought of being unable to see her disappointed him, but Millie shook her head.
"No, she's in my office, on the phone with Ed."
"Ed?" he repeated.
"Hamilton, over at the paper."
"Of course."
"He's going to print her story. Maybe it'll prompt anyone who saw anything to come forward."
"I hope it does."
"Me too."
She stepped back even farther.
"Come in. She'll be off in a minute."
"I wouldn't want to bother her if she's too tired." She scowled at his words.
"Don't be silly. You're her knight in shining armor. I'm sure she'd love to say hello."
He doubted he could take Millie's word for it, but he'd come this far.
"Would you like a cup of coffee?"
"No, that's okay."
"Why not? It won't take me long to whip up a fresh pot."
"Well, if you don't mind."
"Of course not."
The walker thunked and dragged, as she left him sitting in the living room and made her way to the kitchen. After she was gone, if he listened carefully, he could hear Adelaide's voice, drifting out of a room down the hall. She told Ed she had no idea who her assailant was, that he'd been wearing a mask and gloves, and, again, she insisted she hadn't been raped. She even downplayed the threats she'd received, and the beating, but she couldn't come up with any good reason a man would break into her bedroom just to hit her a few times and drag her off to the Jepson mine. She admitted nothing had been stolen. That led Noah to believe the culprit had to be someone who hated her and was hoping to punish her for something. His mind returned once again to her ex. She'd said it wasn't him, but on those true crime shows, it was always the husband. Noah decided to see if he could get the name of the restaurant where she'd worked. Davis was an hour and a half away, but it would be worth the drive if he could meet her ex. Maybe the guy had scraped knuckles or showed some other evidence of having been in a scuffle. That wouldn't be conclusive, but it would give Noah some indication whether Chief Stacy and his officers were wasting their time looking for the culprit in Whiskey Creek, and it would solve the mystery of her behavior, which had him baffled. "Okay, Gran, I talked to Ed," Addie called out after she hung up.
"Good,"
Millie answered from the kitchen.
"Did you mention the knife?"
"Didn't have to. He'd already heard about it."
"From who?"
"Who knows? I guess I'm the talk of the town."
"Probably from Chief Stacy. He's excited to have found it. Says it shouldn't be hard to figure out who such a special knife belongs to."
Addie didn't respond, but the floor creaked in the hall, suggesting she was on her way to the living room. Noah wished Millie would hurry and announce his presence. She did, but it was about 2 seconds after Addie had seen him. "Oh, hello." Eyes wide, even the one that was still swollen. She came to an abrupt stop. "I didn't realize we had company." Noah couldn't help noticing how much more obvious her bruises had become, especially those on her face.
"How are you today?"
"Better. Fine." She smoothed the t-shirt she wore with a pair of cut-off sweats. "Really, there's no need for all the fuss. You shouldn't have troubled yourself to come by. Everyone's making too big a deal out of what happened." Too big a deal? She could have been killed.
"From what I've heard, the guy who assaulted you had a knife."
"A knife was found in the bushes, but that doesn't mean he would have used it. I'm not even sure it belonged to him."
"Putting you in the mine was bad enough, Addie. You know my brother died in there."
The color drained from her face, creating a starker contrast between those bruises and her regular coloring. I know. I'm sorry. Truly, I wish." He waited for her to finish. "I wish that had never happened," she said softly. She seemed so sincere, it was difficult to be annoyed with her. Although he didn't understand her obstinate refusal to deal with the man who'd attacked her, he bent his head to catch her eye, since she was no longer looking at him, and held out what he'd bought for her.
"I thought some of this might come in handy while you recuperate."
Her eyebrows shot up. "What is it?" He shrugged.
"Just a few things to pass the time."
She seemed reluctant to accept his offering, but eventually took the bag and peeked inside. "This is nice of you, really, but completely unnecessary." He fended her off when she tried to give it back.
"Consider it my apology."
"For?"
"Being too self-absorbed in high school, I guess."
He grinned.
"That's what you hold against me, isn't it? That I didn't befriend you, or remember you, or something like that?"
"No, I don't hold anything against you. I'm sorry if I gave the impression that I do." He clapped.
"Great, then we're friends."
She toyed with a pendant bearing the word courage hanging from her neck. Sure, of course. But I won't be staying in Whiskey Creek for long, so I'm not someone you'd want to invest any time in." This surprised him.
"Millie's agreed to sell?"
She glanced over her shoulder to make sure her grandmother was still in the kitchen and lowered her voice. "Not yet, but I can't imagine she'll refuse." He scratched his head.
"So you haven't asked her yet?"
"I will. Soon."
"Even if she says yes, it could take months to accomplish,"
he said with an incredulous laugh. She shifted uncomfortably. "Noah, I guess what I'm trying to tell you is that I appreciate what you did for me, and I don't want to be rude, but I'm not anyone you'd like." "What? He hadn't even decided he was interested in her. Not in that way."
"Aren't you assuming too much?"
She flushed. "Maybe. I'm just saying in case."
In case I plan to ask you out?
That's right. I wanted to let you know up front.
Wow. You don't even want me to ask. That's shutting me down pretty hard.
We wouldn't be compatible.
How can you tell? I'm cutting my hair shorter than it was in high school, or I don't have my baby face anymore?
This isn't about looks.
It's about personality, then. I've already flunked the personality test?
Don't worry. There are a lot of other women in Whiskey Creek who'd be thrilled to. She smoothed her shirt. To gain your attention. Other women. This was another first. Never had he had one woman refer him to others.
Just not you.
She blanched when he stated it, so baldly, but didn't correct him. Surely they can't disappoint you. You didn't know who I was until yesterday. It shouldn't have disappointed him, but somehow it did. He'd given her a sack of junk. How could that be considered coming on too strong? He'd been shooting for thoughtful.
Can you at least tell me what I've done wrong?
Nothing. Her lips curved into a sympathetic smile, but that only made it worse. You're just not my type.
Really? Because you don't even know what type I am.
Suddenly suspicious, he shoved his hands in the pockets of his jeans.
Wait a second.
What?
Is this your idea of revenge? Are you trying to get back at me for how I made you feel in high school? Because I haven't met many seniors who'd bother with a sophomore, no matter how smart or pretty she is.
Her mouth dropped open. I'm not after revenge.
You were once interested in me.
She hesitated, as if she couldn't decide whether to admit it. Maybe I had a slight crush.
So slight that you came to every one of my baseball games and looked like you were about to hyperventilate the one time you dared to approach me?
You remember? Never mind. She raised a hand. Don't answer. It was embarrassing enough the first time. So I had a big crush on you, okay? I'll give you that. But it's irrelevant. I'm over it, you. That's ancient history. A stupid schoolgirl fantasy.
Maybe you think it was stupid now, but it tells me that you used to find me attractive.
She seemed to be getting flustered. Everyone finds you attractive, Noah. They'd have to be blind not to. But I didn't know you, so it's not as if it was real.
You still don't know me. That's my point. Is it that you're embarrassed?
Her forehead rumpled in confusion. That I was attacked?
That I've seen your ass.
Excuse me?
I thought it was a nice ass, if that's what you're worried about.
She almost smiled in spite of herself. Quit trying to charm me. Apparently oblivious to their argument, Millie called out from the kitchen.
Coffee's ready, but save me the trouble of bringing it out and come in here, will you?
I'm sorry, Addie whispered. I know you're used to getting what you want, but I'd appreciate it if you'd leave me alone from now on. He felt himself gape at her. He'd only stopped by to see if she was okay.
You don't even want to be friends?
I'm afraid not.
No one rejects friendship, he said. It makes you look bad.
She squared her shoulders. Well, I just did, so I'll live with however it makes me look.
Addie? Noah? Are you coming?
Noah wanted to beg off and get the hell out of there, but he'd put Millie to the effort of making coffee and felt he had to drink it.
Fine. If that's how you're going to act, I don't want to be friends with you either.
He realized how juvenile that sounded, but he felt younger than he had in a while, and certainly more vulnerable. Circumventing Addie, he strode to the kitchen.
Smells delicious.
If his voice was too curt, Millie didn't seem to notice. Fortunately, she was hard of hearing. Smiling brightly, she handed him a cup and all but shouted,
It's nothing fancy like those fresh roasted blends, but... Thank you. Addie? she called. "You coming?"
Adelaide appeared in the doorway, looking miserable. "I'm here, but—" "None for me, Gran." Millie made shooing motions.
"You two have a seat and relax. The night is young. Let's enjoy it. Before Noah leaves, I want him to get out his phone and check his calendar. That's how you young people do it these days, isn't it? So we can pick a date to have him over for dinner."
Noah glanced up to catch Addie's reaction and saw her stiffen. "Noah was just telling me that he's swamped, Gran," she said. "We wouldn't want him to feel obligated to take time out of his busy schedule."
"Oh, phooey. A man's got to eat, doesn't he?"
Millie handed him cream and sugar.
"You can make time for us, can't you, Noah?"
Obviously expecting him to follow her lead, Addie tilted her head. Any sane man would decline Millie's invitation to protect his ego, if for no other reason. He'd already been flatly rejected in advance. Even his offer of friendship had been thrown back in his face. But her reaction to him didn't make any sense, especially considering how she'd once felt. She couldn't even tell him why she didn't want to see him again.
"I'll make the time,"
he said. Then he saluted Adelaide with his cup.
"When would you like to do it?"
9. A week from Saturday. That was the date they'd settled on, November 2nd. Then Noah would come to the house again, this time for dinner. Adelaide couldn't believe he'd had the nerve to accept Gran's invitation, knowing she didn't want him there. For once in her life she'd tried to be firm, even if it came across as harsh. But her rejection shocked him more than anything else, shocked him enough that he became determined to win her over. She shouldn't have created a challenge. A man like Noah couldn't resist a challenge. He was a professional athlete, after all, someone conditioned to attack the difficult, to prevail. She should have been all dewy-eyed and swooned over him, as if she hoped to drag him to the altar. Then he would have run away as fast as his muscular legs could carry him. It was a stupid miscalculation on her part, and now she had to face the prospect of spending an entire evening with him and acting polite because Gran would be there. She couldn't sit across the dinner table looking at him all evening. Her emotions were too scrambled. She'd spent 2 whole years fantasizing about him. She'd all but stalked him at school, loitering at strategic places in the halls, simply because he had to go by there to get to class. And not only did she have the residual pangs of that to deal with, she had to cope with the fact that he reminded her so much of the man who'd changed her life forever. She wished he'd leave her alone. She needed space. After that graduation party 15 years ago, she'd spent the summer on pins and needles trying to appear normal, while everyone else mourned the loss of Cody, and she pretended to do the same. No one had ever confronted her with questions about that night, not even to ask if he was alive when she'd last seen him. Maybe it was too unbelievable that the most popular boy in school would waste his time on a lowly sophomore, because even the people who'd seen her in his company hadn't mentioned her. That included Kevin, Tom, Derek, and Stephen, who'd dragged her into a different part of the mine before raping her. They were gone when Cody came back. Everyone else was gone, but must have guessed she was the reason he'd returned. If so, they probably assumed she wouldn't be powerful enough to overcome him, or they decided to keep their mouths shut to preserve their own secret. That was all she could figure. Regardless, as that summer wore on, people stopped talking about the tragedy, and finally, most of those who'd been present at the party went off to college. Then Addie's life got a little easier. She ran into Cody and Noah's parents occasionally, but she didn't have to live on a daily basis with the constant reminder that Noah posed. She'd been so grateful for the reprieve, so relieved when he left, that she hadn't really missed him. She'd scarcely thought of the girlish desires he'd evoked, even though they'd once consumed her. She felt only anxiety, fear, and regret when he came to mind. But now that he'd walked back into her life, or rather, she'd walked back into his, everything seemed to have reversed itself again. Cody wasn't Noah, and, despite the family connection and their similarities, she was quite clear on that. Noah hadn't attended the graduation party that had ended so tragically. He'd been with his best friend Baxter North at a different party, one that included midnight street hockey instead of alcohol.
"Where are you going?"
Gran asked, obviously surprised when Addie scooped up her keys. "For a drive." Gran lowered the volume on the TV, which had been blaring to compensate for her lack of hearing.
"You feel well enough to do that?"
Addie zipped up the sweatshirt she'd pulled on with a pair of jeans. "I've been cooped up all day, and I need to get out of the house."
"But I'm not sure it's safe. Not until Chief Stacy catches the person who abducted you," she argued.
"No one will bother me while I'm in my car, Gran. If the man who cut my screen door thinks I'm anywhere, he's going to assume it's here." Her grandmother didn't like her leaving. Addie could tell by the disapproval on her face. But Gran didn't try to stop her. She was probably afraid to push too hard, for fear she'd get the kind of backlash she'd always gotten from Adelaide's high-strung mother.
"Don't be gone long, okay? It's almost 10:30.
Addie welcomed the late hour. It brought darkness and solitude, and a chance to enjoy the crisp fall air. Halloween, one of her favorite holidays, was only a week away. She had so many fond memories of the hayrides and trick-or-treating in this town. She wanted to savor all the good things she associated with Whiskey Creek. She also needed a respite, needed to feel inconspicuous and anonymous, and in control of her life, even though her love for Gran was forcing her to give up everything that had insulated her from the past. She thought that when she returned, she and Noah would have little or no interaction. Her Toyota 4Runner started immediately, but it wasn't running smoothly. Over the past several months, she'd had it in and out of the shop. It was getting old and should be replaced, but she couldn't afford another vehicle right now. Feeling the engine's rough idle, she wondered if she should venture out, but she couldn't make herself go back inside. She had her heart set on seeing if she could find what they'd hit when she grabbed the steering wheel of her abductor's truck. Whatever it was, they'd smashed into it hard enough to do some damage. That meant there should also have been an exchange of paint. Although she'd been pretty disoriented at the time, she knew which way he'd turned out of Gran's drive because she knew where he'd been planning to take her. Anyone heading to the mine from Gran's would go left. Only one road went in that direction, the main road that snaked through town, and they hadn't been in the vehicle long before she caused the accident. From what she could remember, it was something like 1/8 of a mile. Addie crept along, studying every obstacle on the right-hand side. When she'd grabbed the wheel, she jerked it toward her, simply because that was the only way she could use her body weight, and they'd veered into a slight gully before slamming against. There it was. The cinder block retaining wall separating the lawnmower shop from Lovett's bridal. After a brief check in her rearview mirror, she put on her brakes, but someone was coming up behind her, so she turned into Lovett's and waited for that car to pass before walking over to take a closer look. This had to be the place. She could see the damage. The wall had a big crack in it and streaks of paint. White paint. Standing back, she took a picture of it with her cell phone. She wasn't sure why. She just wanted some kind of proof that the vehicle Kevin, Tom, Derek, or Stephen had used had been white. Feeling uneasy about being out alone, she hurried back to her 4Runner. But once she was inside with her doors locked, she wasn't quite ready to go home. She needed more time to regroup. So she drove through the center of town, past a room with a view, a B&B that had taken over one of the prettiest Victorians, a damsel's delights, which reminded her that she still had to thank Noel for the necklace she was wearing. 49er Suites, with its barrels of saltwater taffy, a photography studio called Reflections by Callie, owned by one of Noah's closest friends, Harvey's Hardware, Whiskey Creek Five and Dime, and several other stores, most of which hadn't changed since she'd left. Just like Mom's was coming up on her right. Other than a few updated Halloween decorations, it hadn't changed either. Painted a tacky purple, it had a forest of fake flowers stuffed into window boxes that desperately needed to be emptied and cleaned. In order to sell it, she knew she should throw out the contents of those boxes, plant real flowers, and give the place a facelift. But she'd come to help Gran, not upset her. She had to ease her grandmother into the idea of cutting ties with Whiskey Creek. The restaurant stayed open until 11 every night, except Fridays and Saturdays, when it closed at midnight. Since it was nearly 11, there weren't many people inside. When she passed, she could see Darlene, with her brassy yellow hair through one of the wide front windows, holding a pot of coffee as she made the rounds. Addie needed to determine how things were going at the restaurant, whether it was even viable to sell, and only Darlene could tell her. But before she dove into the management of the restaurant, she wanted to wait until she wasn't sporting so much evidence of her ordeal. Maybe she'd go in after the weekend, on Monday. Beyond the restaurant was Crank It Up, Noah's bike shop. It was as dark as the rest of the businesses, but she parked at the curb and gazed in at the posters she could see, thanks to the streetlights near the register. Noah was featured in one of them, wearing a silver, sleek-looking helmet, a Crank-It-Up bike shirt, and black spandex shorts that showed the muscles in his legs as he balanced, at a complete standstill, on a big red boulder. She didn't recognize the cyclists in the other posters, except the autographed one of the disgraced Lance Armstrong. She leaned forward, studying the Halloween specials of bike tune-ups and other gear advertised on the windows, the green awning that hung over the walkway, and the horse hitch that had been turned into a bike rack out front. Noah seemed to have done well for himself. Would Cody be a partner in Noah's business if she hadn't caused that cave-in? The thought of what she'd cost Noah made her sick. She hadn't meant to kill Cody. She'd been acting out of desperation, pain, and humiliation, had merely been trying to get away. But that didn't change the harsh reality. With a sigh, she twisted around to look down the street. Normally, she loved the Halloween decorations shop owners put up at this time of year. But tonight, the glowing jack-o'-lanterns and gauzy ghosts that adorned so many windows, doors, and trees seemed to be jeering at her. The fake cemeteries were even worse, since she knew Cody had been buried just around the bend, in the real cemetery located next to the only haunted B&B in the Sierra Nevada foothills. She wondered if the newly dubbed Little Mary's really had a ghost, because if the girl who'd been killed in 1871, possibly by her own father, could come back, maybe Cody could too. Feeling a chill, she rubbed her arms. She didn't need Cody's ghost to frighten her. His 4 live friends posed enough of a risk. She imagined Kevin, Stephen, Tom, and Derek sitting at home, watching TV with wives or girlfriends who had no idea that they'd raped a girl when they were younger. What would she do if she were one of those women? If she learned that the man she loved, the man who slept with her at night, had done something so heinous? You tell anyone about graduation, and I'll kill you. I'll stab the old lady, too. One of those men was frightened that word would get out. They should all be frightened by the possible consequences. In California, there was no statute of limitations on aggravated rape, and aggravated rape included rape by more than one person. It had been 15 years, but they could still go to prison. The only problem was, if she came forward, she'd have to face the consequences of her actions too. And even though part of her felt terribly guilty about Cody's death, the psychologist who'd helped her recover once she got out of school and had the money for therapy insisted that none of it had been her fault. Dr. Rosenbaum said she'd been naive not to be more careful about the company she kept, but 16-year-olds were often too innocent for their own good. She'd said that Addie had done nothing to deserve what had happened, nothing to provoke them. Dr. R. also said she was required to report the assailants, but since Addie refused to give their names, that hadn't gone very far. Anyway, Addie knew she'd never speak up as long as Gran was alive, even if she decided to do so later. Dr. Rosenbaum had agreed that dragging it all to the forefront would probably do her more harm than good, since there was no guarantee that justice would be done, so she didn't press her for the information. After starting her truck, she drove 2 blocks over to the high school. She was sitting there, staring at the stone face of the main hall and the words, Eureka High, when she noticed headlights coming up behind her. A moment of panic made her heart skip a beat. She was afraid she should have listened to Gran once again, until she saw the police decal on the side of the door. Sagging in relief, she rolled down her window as Chief Stacy pulled alongside her.
"There you are," he said. "Your grandmother told me you were out, but damned if I could find you."
"You've been looking for me?" He smiled.
"I have great news."
Addie tightened her grip on the steering wheel. Given that he was searching for a man she didn't want caught, she wasn't sure his idea of good news would match hers. His next words confirmed it.
"I've found the owner of that knife."
She imagined, as she so often had, what it would be like if the whole nasty truth came out. Some of the citizens of Whiskey Creek would take sides, probably a lot of them. She'd have her champions, but she'd also have her detractors, people who remained stubbornly loyal to the men who'd raped her. Noah and his family would likely go into denial and refuse to believe Cody could do such a thing. They'd be furious that she'd dare besmirch his memory. And if the case went to trial, the defense attorneys would do all they could to portray her as asking for what she got, by dressing too scantily, or coming on to Cody, or something. Maybe it wouldn't even go to trial. She could claim they'd raped her, but how would she prove it at this late date? Nothing was ever cut and dried, especially in a small town like this, where the Rackhams and their friends held so much sway. Only one thing was certain. No one would come out of it unscathed. "Who?" She cleared her throat. "Who is it?"
"Officer Jones went to pick him up. They'll meet us at the station."
He jerked a thumb over his shoulder.
"I'd like you to come see for yourself. See if anything about him is familiar from that night."
Aaron Amos? Addie almost sank to the ground in relief when she saw who was sitting in the hard plastic chair at the police station. There was no way Aaron could be the man who'd attacked her. He had no connection to what had happened in the mine, hadn't even been invited to the party. "You have the wrong man," she said, before Chief Stacy could ask.
"What?"
He signaled for Officer Jones, who'd been sitting with Aaron, to step aside. "It can't be him," she insisted. "He'd have no way of knowing about the night Cody died, much less have a reason for dragging her back to where it had occurred. Besides, she hardly knew Aaron. Although they'd been in the same grade, they'd been on opposite ends of the social spectrum. She'd been a straight-A student, at the top of her class. He'd gotten himself kicked out of school several times for fighting or ditching, and barely managed to graduate. They'd had no real interaction. She couldn't think of a less likely culprit.
Told you I didn't do it.
Aaron stood as if to walk out, but Stacy blocked the exit.
Hold on a sec. You sit down. We're not through here. Of course we aren't, Aaron responded. Anytime you can think of an excuse to harass me, you do it. You're going to get yourself into even more trouble if you don't shut your damn mouth, Stacy warned.
Aaron plopped back in his seat. He was bigger than Addie remembered, and still handsome, in a rebel sort of way, but edgier, more hard-bitten, and angry. He was, after all, one of the fearsome five, as the Amos boys had come to be called. Ever since their father went to prison for knifing a man during a bar fight, they'd been left to shift for themselves. Dylan, the oldest, had dropped out of school at 18 and taken over his father's auto body shop. He'd managed to turn the business around and keep his brothers together, and now that they were older, he kept them employed. But he hadn't managed to steer them out of trouble. There was some question as to whether he'd tried very hard. Before his marriage to Cheyenne, he'd often been a participant. Addie had been living in Davis an hour and a half away, and yet she knew Aaron and his brothers had been arrested from time to time. Ed loved to report on the hell-raising Amoses. Chief Stacy turned to her.
How do you know it's not him? This son of a bitch has always been a troublemaker.
That doesn't make him guilty of abducting me.
He owns the knife I found in your plants.
He lifted the knife from the center of the table, as if seeing it might remind her of how damning this evidence was.
Who else could it be?
Addie could understand why Stacy would like Aaron to be responsible. That made for a quick, easy answer. Stacy was dying to teach the Amoses a lesson, to show them who was boss in this town. But Aaron wasn't a kidnapper or a would-be rapist. Other than a minor bar fight, he'd never been arrested for anything violent, which was how he'd always escaped with fines or community service. Stacy thought he finally had him dead to rights and could really see him punished. I can just tell. For a second, she wondered if Kevin, Tom, Stephen, or Derek had put him up to it, for money or whatever. But he wasn't the type to be anyone's pawn. Whoever had awakened her wasn't that tough or embittered. Her kidnapper had been too frightened of his own actions. "Stop it. That's not who I am," he'd said in a tortured, pleading whine. Aaron would not have behaved that way. The man who took me didn't have a distinctive voice, but he didn't have Aaron's voice either, she said. The police chief pulled out the chair he'd commandeered from Officer Jones, essentially telling her the same thing he'd just told Aaron. Have a seat, because we're not finished yet.
You need to take your time and think this through, he cautioned. Memories can be tricky, and like I said, we've got hard evidence linking him to the crime scene. This knife belongs to him. I've had several people tell me so.
He angled his head in Aaron's direction.
He even admits it. Says it was a Christmas gift from his older brother.
Aaron's eyes narrowed into slits whenever they focused on the chief of police. But he didn't seem to feel strongly about her, thank goodness. That gaze and the tension in his body reminded her of a snake, tightly coiled and ready to strike.
Someone must have taken it out of my jockey box, he told her. I didn't even know it was gone until this bozo, he indicated Jones, who stood behind them, showed up at Sexy Sadie's and used finding that knife as an excuse to pull me out of the bar. I certainly didn't threaten you with murder, and I'd never threaten an old lady. I might be an asshole, but I'm not that kind of asshole.
She believed him, but the same couldn't be said for the police. Stacy seemed convinced he'd already solved the case.
How do you know Millie was threatened if you weren't there?
He asked. Aaron made a sound of incredulity.
You're kidding, right? Everyone knows. We live in a small town, which is why you get to run around pretending to be so damn important. I told you to watch your mouth.
Addie broke in before the situation could escalate. What color is his vehicle? They blinked at each other.
He drives a black truck. Why?
Stacy asked. I thought it might be a car, she lied. Anyway, this isn't going anywhere, Chief. He's not the one. He would have no reason to do what the real culprit did to me. The police chief scowled at her.
He intended to rape you. That's the reason.
Aaron kicked the table.
I didn't even know Adelaide was back in town. Anyway, why would I need to rape anyone? The night she was abducted, I was in bed with Shania Carpenter.
Addie felt her jaw drop. Cody Rackham's girlfriend?
Cody's been gone a long time.
He shrugged and gave her a half grin.
She's still crying over him, and she'd rather have his brother if she can't have him, but I don't mind. Makes me feel safe, I guess.
He added with a chuckle.
Anyway,
sobering, he addressed Stacy again.
She was at my place the whole night. She'll vouch for me. So, how'd your knife end up in Millie's flower bed?
Stacy demanded.
I told you. Someone must have taken it out of my truck. Who? How the hell should I know? Anyone could have done it. I never lock my truck. Never felt the need. Most people don't want to run the risk of what I'll do to them if I catch them stealing from me. And I park all over town. At Sexy Sadie's, the body shop, my place. Where is he?
A determined, quietly menacing voice intruded, coming from the entrance of the building. Addie looked through the inside window to see Dylan Amos, stalking through the reception area like a bull charging at a red flag. His hair was mussed on one side, and she guessed he'd been in bed when he received the call that his brother had been taken to the police station. Under different circumstances, showing up so rumpled might have made him look boyish, even harmless, but the rock-hard set of his jaw and the flintiness of his eyes convinced her that if he chose to unleash his anger, he'd be anything but harmless. Someone who'd seen Aaron get arrested at Sexy Sadie's must have alerted him, she thought. Addie didn't get the impression Aaron had been afforded his one call. That might be part of what had Dylan so furious.
In here, Dill!
Aaron shouted, but he seemed more upset, rather than less, that his brother was now involved. Dylan strode past Officer Willis, who made a half-hearted attempt to stop him, but didn't succeed. Once, beyond that first line of defense, Dylan came into the small interrogation room, as if he had every right, even shouldered Officer Jones to one side.
What the hell's going on this time?
He asked Stacy. The police chief raised his hands in a placating manner, but his voice took on a warning note.
Settle down, Dylan. This has nothing to do with you. It does if it involves my brother.
Dylan's gaze settled on Aaron.
What did you do?
Aaron sighed as he raked his fingers through his hair.
Nothing. But they're calling it a lot of things. Kidnap, assault, attempted rape. They're coming up with anything they can.
Dylan's hands curled into fists.
Rape?
Aaron's eyes flicked to those closed fists, but he didn't flinch. He sat taller.
I didn't do it. That's serious shit, Aaron, his brother said. I won't stand by you if you've fallen that low. What are you talking about? Aaron jumped to his feet. If you want to hit me, then hit me, damn it. We'll go at it right here, but I swear to God, Dill, you know me. I'd never hurt a woman.
Dylan studied him as if he was weighing what he heard with what he knew of his brother. Then apparently, coming to the conclusion that Aaron was telling the truth, he relaxed and turned to Stacy.
He didn't do it. We don't know that. I do. So the way I see it, you have two choices, Chief. Either charge him, at which point he'll lawyer up, make bail and be released, or let him go.
Stacy hated Dylan even more than Aaron. Addie could feel the animosity in the room. So could Officer Jones, as well as Officer Willis, who'd followed him as far as the doorway. They both fidgeted nervously. It was a cardinal sin to make Chief Stacy appear foolish. But Addie believed Dylan understood enough about the criminal justice system to know he was correct. If Stacy was going to charge Aaron, Aaron had the right to an attorney. But if he wasn't going to charge him, and Aaron refused to talk, Stacy needed to let him go. She held her breath while she waited, hoping Stacy would back off. All he had as evidence was a pocket knife that had been discovered in the wrong place. That knife didn't have any fingerprints on it. Unless they found forensic proof that Aaron had been in her room, or an eyewitness who saw him with her that night, the prosecutor wouldn't have enough to make a case, especially if Shania backed up Aaron's alibi. "You've got the wrong man," she said again. I think you should let him go, Chief." A bead of sweat ran from Stacy's hair. It wasn't hot in the room, but he was overweight and in a rage.
"Fine," he snapped. "Go. For now. But this isn't over. I plan to talk to Shania immediately, and she sure as hell better tell me the truth." "You know where she lives?" Aaron tossed them all a taunting grin and swaggered out. Dylan remained a few seconds longer, shaking his head at the police chief. "Really?" he said. "This has to get personal." Stacy hooked his thumbs in his belt. "That boy's a bad seed." A muscle flexed in Dylan's cheek. "He'll get his life figured out." The police chief toyed with Aaron's knife, which Aaron hadn't even tried to take. He probably knew he couldn't. It was tagged as evidence. "If not, someday he'll wish he had. I'll tell him that. Your approval means a lot to all of us." If Addie had been in a laughing mood, she might have chuckled at Dylan's sarcasm. Stacy said something under his breath, but Dylan ignored him and looked at her. "I'm sorry about what happened to you." She'd never known the oldest Amos. He was 4 years her senior, had been out of high school by the time she was a freshman. She only knew what she'd heard. Not much of it had been good, but she liked him in spite of that. "I'm going to be okay." He gave her an approving nod. "Way to fight," he said, and with that, he joined Aaron, who was waiting in the anteroom. Once they left, Stacy shoved a chair into the wall. "You'll be sorry if you just cause me to release the guilty party," he railed. Addie stood. "He isn't the guilty party. Even if Shania claims they were together, I'm not sure I can rely on that. Not if she cares about him." "It wasn't just his alibi that convinced me. I knew it wasn't him from the beginning. Remember?" He scowled at her. "How?" She had to look away. She was afraid he'd guess that she wasn't entirely supportive of his efforts. Not only did he sound wrong, he smelled wrong, too. "Smell? We're going by smell?" "The kidnapper's cologne. It was distinctive." "In what way?" "I can't explain it, but I'll know if I ever smell it again." "Maybe he wasn't wearing it tonight." He hesitated, then cursed under his breath. "Okay, for now we'll see how your instincts and memories work out. But one way or another, I'll catch the bastard who kidnapped you. And if it's one of the Amos boys, then all the better." Addie left after that. She didn't want to be around Chief Stacy anymore. He was too zealous, too determined, and he obviously had an agenda of his own. 10. It wasn't easy to see her from where he stood, deep in the shadow of the snack bar. But he couldn't walk out into the open because he didn't want to be noticed. The fact that Adelaide Davies was already out of the house, jogging around the high school track as if nothing had happened, troubled him. He'd hoped to make more of an impression on her.
Had he not scared her sufficiently? He wasn't even sure how much damage he'd done. Although he'd tried, he hadn't been able to get a good glimpse of her face, not since that night. He'd heard she was pretty beat up. He hadn't intended to hurt her, but when she'd nearly torn off her blindfold, he'd panicked. Then she'd made things worse by grabbing the steering wheel and causing him to hit that retaining wall. His truck was at a body shop right now getting fixed. He'd had to take it all the way to Sacramento. They were backed up, but the sooner they finished it, the better. The wall he'd hit was very close to Millie Davies' house. If he'd left some paint on that retaining wall, and someone decided to check it against his vehicle, he could be in trouble. But he had no idea how to get the paint off, not from such a porous substance, and he didn't dare try for fear someone would see him doing it. With a sigh, he took a sip of the coffee he'd purchased just before noticing Adelaide's forerunner at the intersection. It had been 15 years. Why'd she have to come back? What had happened at that graduation party might not have been pleasant, but she'd obviously recovered. She was beautiful, maybe even stunning, bruises or no. And look at her run. She was fine, no worse for wear. Cody, on the other hand, "Hey, what's up? What are you doing here?" Startled, he glanced over to see Joyce Weatherby, one of the teachers at Eureka High, out with her dog. "Just enjoying the weather," he said, and walked back to his car before he could bump into anyone else. "So, what's Addie like these days?" This question came from Ted Dixon, one of the 10 or so friends Noah met at Black Gold Coffee on Friday mornings. Most of them had known one another since grade school, but the dynamic was slowly changing as people got married and had kids. Today's was a small gathering, only 5, including himself. Gail, Simon, and their 2 children were on location in northern Alberta, where Simon was working on his latest movie. Callie and her new husband had just left for their slightly belated honeymoon. Sophia Debussy rarely came out since Ted had offended her during the summer. Even Cheyenne and Dylan, who'd married last February, weren't here today. That left Riley, a single father, Eve, whose family owned Little Mary's haunted B&B, where she and Cheyenne both worked, Kyle, the only divorced member, and Baxter, the only gay member. If he was gay. Noah wasn't going to ask. Why would he? That would just make him feel weird about all the times they'd gone skinny dipping together, crashed in his bedroom after a party, or showered at the gym. "She's filled out," he admitted with a wry grin. The others laughed as Eve elbowed him. "Leave it to you to notice that." "It's obvious." "So she's pretty?" Kyle asked. Noah wasn't thrilled by that question. He didn't want to incite the interest of his single friends. Although he couldn't figure out why, he was already at a deficit when it came to Addie. "Maybe." He added a non-committal tone to his voice. "Hard to tell with all the swelling and bruising." "I can't remember her," Ted said. "What does she look like?" "Tall and thin," Noah told him. "Has blonde, wavy hair. Comes just below her shoulder blades." She had a nice ass, too, but he didn't say that. While he hadn't thought much about seeing her bare bottom while extracting those slivers, he was beginning to feel differently about it now. "She should have become a model," Eve said. "What is she, 5'11", 6 feet?" "She's at least 6 feet," Noah replied. "And she's a chef." The barista called Baxter's name, and he went to get his chai tea. "How long is she planning to stay?" Riley asked. Noah shrugged. "She told me she's here to help her grandmother. I guess she'll stay until she feels she's done enough." Baxter returned with his tea and fell back into the conversation as if he'd never been gone. "Will she take over the restaurant?" "She didn't act like she was going to fire Darlene, if that's what you mean." He dared not say more in case Addie hadn't made her wishes clear to Millie yet. Ted sipped his cappuccino, ruining the perfect heart the barista had created in the foam.
She's not married?
Noah wasn't sure Addie wanted everyone to know about her divorce. Regardless, he didn't want news of it to come from him, so he opted for a simple no. Eve stuck a straw in her orange juice. Some guys are intimidated by tall women. Won't even ask them out. Noah wasn't intimidated. He loved tall women, especially if they were confident in their height. But he'd always been tall himself, so maybe that was why.
How well do you remember her from high school? He asked Eve.
We had calculus together. She took a bite of her bran muffin. She's smart, I can tell you that. She often tutored kids who were struggling. The teacher recommended her to me and happened to mention that she'd been invited to move 2 years ahead, when she was in 8th grade.
She would have graduated with us,
Riley said.
Why didn't she do it?
Ted asked. Eve brushed the crumbs from her muffin into a small pile. There were too many other things going on in her life.
Like?
Noah was more curious than he wanted to be. Her mother was flighty and self-indulgent. Addie was embarrassed by her behavior. She also hated feeling she wasn't as important as all the other things her mother pursued. She just wanted to live a conventional life and go through school the way most people did. Riley rested his elbows on the table.
What kind of things did her mother pursue?
Men, mostly. Eve lowered her voice so the other patrons couldn't overhear. She kept leaving Adelaide with Millie for longer and longer periods of time. It got to the point that she'd only come back to town when she was going through another split or was down on her luck. Hi, everyone! They glanced up as Olivia and Brandon approached the table, then shifted to make room for them. Olivia and Brandon hadn't been part of the original group, but they'd recently started coming on Fridays. Noah doubted their presence was particularly enjoyable for Kyle, although he'd screwed up his relationship with Olivia and deserved to lose her. He'd been in love with her since Noah could remember. Now she was with his stepbrother. In spite of that, Kyle didn't seem to hate Brandon as much as he had when they were growing up. Noah was pretty sure Kyle was the one who'd initially invited them to this weekly ritual. How's Adelaide, Noah? Olivia took a seat while Brandon went to place their order. I've tried calling Millie's twice and got a busy signal both times. Noah slid his coffee to the left to give her more space for whatever she was having.
We were just talking about her. I think she'll be okay.
I was telling them about her mother, Eve volunteered. Olivia made a face. Mrs. Simpson. I think that was her name 2 or 3 marriages ago. Wasn't much to be proud of. Addie always preferred Millie. Brandon returned with a receipt and sat on the edge of his chair, since he'd have to get up again when their order was ready.
We're talking about Adelaide?
Isn't everyone, after what happened? Eve said.
What's up with her?
He asked.
That's what we're trying to figure out,
Riley replied.
If she loved being with Millie so much, why'd she stay away so long? Baxter asked. I don't think she's been back even once in all the years since she left.
If she has, I haven't seen her, Eve said. Noah stretched out his legs.
You two didn't stay in touch?
Us? Not really. We didn't know each other all that well. She tossed the paper from her straw at him. I spent most of my time with you guys. Olivia used a napkin to wipe a few drops of cream from the table. Addie and I were probably better friends, since we were in the same class. At one point, we were pretty close, but then she sort of changed. Bringing his feet in, Noah sat up.
In what way?
She became quiet, reflective, hard to reach. I don't know, she just closed up. Then we both graduated and left for college, and I hardly ever heard from her after that.
Do you know where she was working before coming here?
Olivia blinked at him. Are you about to tell me?
No, I'd like to find out.
I have no clue, she said. Why do you care? Noah wanted to learn why she'd been attacked and why she was so determined to downplay it, and since she was new in town, he thought those answers might lie in where she'd been before.
Just curious.
I guess you'll have to ask her, Eve said. It doesn't sound like she kept in touch with anyone. Noah nodded, as if that was a possibility, and the conversation moved on to Riley. Riley had received another letter from his son, Jacob's mother. Phoenix had spent Jacob's entire life in prison. She'd even delivered him as a convict, at which point Riley and his family took custody.
I wish she'd leave me alone, he said with a grimace.
Ted raised an eyebrow at him.
Have you asked her to? I have. She claims she's only staying in touch because of Jacob. She swears she's a changed person, that she'll be a good mom, that she just wants to know her son.
Noah was sort of glad Dylan wasn't here today. He fell silent whenever the subject of Phoenix came up, because he could identify with the dread Riley was feeling. Dylan's father had been in prison even longer than Phoenix, and if J.T. Amos made parole, he'd be out next summer, too.
You don't believe her?
Baxter asked. Riley took a second to answer.
To a point I do. I mean, I'd feel the same if I were her. You can't judge the situation according to how you'd feel, Ted said. She could be using Jacob as an excuse to get close to you again.
No, Riley shook his head.
What we had was way back in high school, and it was brief even then. I'm sure she's over it, especially after all this time. How long were we together? A few weeks?
Ted threw aside an empty sugar packet.
Long enough for her to become so infatuated and obsessed that she ran down the next girl you dated.
Riley raked a hand through his hair.
She wasn't thinking straight. She was pregnant and she hadn't told me or anyone else. That's no excuse, Ted pointed out. She was different back then, and she might still be different. You have to remember that prison isn't a cure-all for someone who's not right in the head. True, Brandon said. Most people get more screwed up when they go inside. I realize that, Riley conceded, but she regrets what she did. She's apologized 1,000,000 times, in every letter.
They called Brandon's name, and he headed to the counter.
How does that change anything?
Ted asked Riley. Riley jammed his plastic spoon into his yogurt.
I'm not sure it does. That's the problem. I don't want to be hard-hearted or unfair, but I wish she'd go somewhere else when she gets out. I can't believe it'll be good for Jacob to have someone with her history suddenly enter his life, even if she is his mother, especially if she is his mother.
Olivia seemed the most compassionate, but she hadn't been as close to Riley when this was happening as the rest of them, so she wasn't as firmly on his side. Does Jacob want to get to know her? Has he been writing to her?
Maybe he would if I gave him her letters, but I'm afraid to pass them along.
He rocked back on his chair, balancing against the back wall.
I mean, Ted's right. What if she's as unbalanced as she was 15 years ago? What if she's worse? Kyle said.
Kyle knew a little about unbalanced females. He'd been married to Noelle, after all, but no one was going to say that in front of her sister. Maybe Olivia didn't get along with Noelle, but they were family. Brandon slid a bagel over to his wife, and she gave him a dazzling smile, one that said she was as much in love as the day they got married. Kyle flinched, but then he looked away, cleared his throat, and asked Riley what his parents had to say about the situation.
They don't want us to have anything to do with her.
Riley dropped his chair back on all fours.
And I feel they have the right to weigh in, since they cared for Jacob during his first year. I was too young, didn't know what to do with a baby. I couldn't have gotten by without them.
Olivia slipped an arm around her husband. And Phoenix is going to be released this summer?
If she doesn't get into another fight and have to serve more time.
Brandon had just taken a bite of his wife's bagel, but he spoke around it.
She fights? She claims she was jumped the last time, but who knows? Riley grumbled. I guess the moral is, be careful who you sleep with, Ted said dryly.
Riley didn't appreciate his remark.
Thanks for your advice. 15 years after the fact, Ted. But I was 17 when I made that mistake. That's only 3 years older than Jacob is now. Anyway, I honestly can't regret bringing him into my life.
Eve smiled at him. Of course not. We all loved Jacob.
Jacob was about the only good thing to come out of that year, Baxter said.
They'd lost Cody not long after Phoenix hit and killed Lori Mansfield with her mother's car. Noah knew Baxter was referring to his brother's death, but he didn't like the reminder. Neither did he like the way everyone turned to him, wearing sympathetic expressions. He was tempted to pretend he hadn't even heard Baxter, but they were all expecting him to make some comment.
Hard to believe it's been 15 years, he mumbled. Seems like yesterday. I know. Jacob grew up almost overnight, Riley said. Or maybe it just feels that way because I'm still not married,
he added with a weak laugh. Eve twirled a lock of her silky dark hair. I've been feeling my biological clock ticking away, too. As a group, we're pretty late to the marriage party. Maybe I'm glad I haven't always been part of the group, Olivia teased. Noah would have pointed out that she'd only been married a short time, but Eve distracted him by clutching his arm. That's her, isn't it? He twisted around to see who'd walked into the coffee shop and spotted Adelaide. She was wearing a pair of sunglasses, probably to hide her black eye because it wasn't that bright outside, and a jogging outfit. Both her clothes and her hair were damp, suggesting she'd been working out, but she was carrying a laptop. That is her, Olivia confirmed. I wouldn't have expected her out and about so soon. Riley whistled under his breath.
Looks like she's back on her feet to me.
Noah didn't respond. Addie froze when she saw him. For a second, he thought she might turn around and head right back out the door. She hadn't been happy when he'd more or less cornered her into having him over for dinner next week. He felt bad about that, but not bad enough to cancel. Instead of leaving, as she seemed tempted to do, she raised one hand in a quick, obligatory wave. Then she averted her gaze and approached the counter. Ted leaned to one side, obviously hoping to get a better look at her.
She's pretty, all right.
Noah shot him and Riley a scowl.
Don't get any ideas. You're interested? Ted said. Of course he's interested, Baxter grumbled. He hasn't slept with her yet.
Noah shot him a look too, but for an entirely different reason, that had sounded so jealous.
Come on, Noah, Riley winked at him. Why not let me savor the heartbreak of getting involved with you? I'm not going to break her heart, he said,
but he had a terrible feeling that this might be the girl who could break his. Ugh! How could she have forgotten? Addie wanted to kick herself. Noah had mentioned that he met up with his friends on Fridays at the coffee shop. She had no idea what time, of course, or how long they stayed, but had she realized there'd be a chance of running into him, she wouldn't have stopped at Black Gold. Maybe she would have remembered if he'd been the only thing on her mind. Needless to say, he wasn't. She'd gone to the high school track to run, where there were plenty of other people. She'd thought that might make her feel safe, but she'd been looking over her shoulder the entire time, fearing that the man who'd confronted her in her bed might accost her again. She wouldn't have come out of the house at all. Part of her wanted to hole up and hide away, at least during the day when she felt so exposed. Except she refused to let the men who'd raped her limit her life to such a degree. She needed to establish a normal routine, especially if she was going to be here for a while. The longer she put it off, the more resistant she'd feel about circulating in public. It wasn't easy to move on as if nothing had happened. She had to deal with questions, expressions of alarm and surprise from almost everyone she encountered, and seeing Noah only made a tense morning worse. He looked so good sitting there. Far more handsome than he had any right to look, to her, anyway. She didn't want to admire him. What did it matter if he was handsome or nice? He couldn't be a part of her life. If she accepted him, even as a friend, he'd be a constant reminder of everything she was struggling to forget. And just think how betrayed he'd feel if he ever found out how his brother had really died. Careful to avoid his gaze, she ignored him as well as those who were with him, and tapped her fingers on the counter while waiting for her latte. She'd brought her laptop, hoping to take a peek at www.skintightentertainment.com. But now she wasn't even going to sit down, let alone log on. She just wanted to grab her latte and go, get out of there before she had to engage Noah or anyone else in conversation. "Come on, come on, come on," she chanted silently. But the barista didn't fill her order fast enough. The next thing she knew, Olivia Lucero and Eve Harmon were at her side. "Addie, it's so great to have you back," Olivia said. Pretending to be pleased to see them, Addie turned and suffered through 2 embraces, awkward, given that she was holding her laptop and purse. "Thank you. It's good to be home," she lied. Eve gave her a sympathetic smile. "I'm sorry about what happened." Addie checked to see if the barista had her drink ready. Not yet. How long could it take to make a latte? Crazy, isn't it? "Beyond crazy," Eve exclaimed. "Especially here. That kind of thing doesn't happen in Whiskey Creek." She wished that was truly the case. At least I wasn't seriously hurt." She'd already spoken the same platitudes several times. It was the only way to satisfy everyone and, she hoped, get life back to normal. "I bet you're glad Noah was there when you needed someone," Eve said. Addie told herself not to look over, but her eyes shifted in Noah's direction in spite of herself. He hadn't gotten up. He was watching her from across the room, but that was enough to put the old flutter in her stomach. She'd been so sure she was over him, that the melting sensation she'd always experienced when he was around couldn't survive what Cody had done. That wasn't true at all. Yes, it was. Kind of him. Olivia softened her voice. "I hope they catch the guy who hurt you. He deserves to be put away. It's scary to think there's a would-be rapist in town." "He didn't rape me." She realized she'd stated it too emphatically when Olivia hurried to reassure her. "I know, but that was his intent, wasn't it?" Hard to say what he wanted. Wishing she could go, Addie reached into her purse for her keys and accidentally dropped the wallet she'd taken out. Eve picked it up and handed it back. "The knife Chief Stacy found should help, if they can figure out who it belongs to." Addie refastened the snap that had come open on her wallet and slid it into her purse. "They already know who it belongs to." Olivia's eyes went wide. "They do?" "That didn't take long," Eve said. "Whose is it?" Addie decided she might as well share the news. It'd circulate through town whether she spoke up or not. "Aaron Amos's." "It's Aaron's?" Eve covered her mouth. "Does Dylan know?" Olivia looked over at their friends before nudging Eve. "Maybe that's why he and Cheyenne didn't come this morning." "I know Aaron's been troubled, and Dylan's been worried about him," Eve said. "But surely he wouldn't—" "No," Addie assured them. "It wasn't Aaron. I mean, it was his knife. He admits that much, but he's not the one who attacked me." "You're sure?" She was hugging her laptop so tightly it was cutting into her biceps. Positive. He kept it in his truck. Someone must have stolen it. Olivia seemed even more shocked. Wow, I was sort of hoping it was a spur-of-the-moment attack. Somehow that's less frightening than thinking someone we probably know, plotted it all out. Stealing a knife to commit a crime, basically setting someone up, that takes a lot of forethought, Eve agreed. Addie rearranged all the stuff in her arms. It wouldn't be hard to set Aaron up. His reputation makes him an easy target. Especially if it was possible to get hold of his knife, Olivia said. How do you know it wasn't him? He was with Shania Carpenter. Eve stepped back. Shania? Has she finally given up on Noah? She was after Noah? Addie asked. If she couldn't have Cody, Eve told her. Olivia looked perplexed. So, are Aaron and Shania together now? Addie shook her head. I don't get that impression. I'm just glad he has an alibi, Eve said. And I'm sure Dylan and Cheyenne will be happy about it too. But if it wasn't Aaron who attacked you, who was it? The police are still trying to figure that out. At last, the barista turned and set her latte on the counter. Here you go, he said with a smile. Thank you. She took it and began to leave, but Olivia blocked her path. Hey, why don't you join us? We'd all love to talk to you. Noah was just saying he'd like to know where you worked before coming here. Maybe you can tell us what you've been up to for the past decade or so. Her eyes darted back to the group at the table. Noah wanted to know what? Olivia seemed to realize she'd said something she shouldn't. We're all curious about where you've been and what you've been doing. We've missed you. Addie cleared her throat. That's so nice of you to say, and I'd love to join you, but another time? She lifted the only arm that had any range of movement to gesture at her clothes. Look at me. I've been jogging and I need a shower. Oh, right. Olivia nodded, and apparently chose not to mention that she was holding her laptop, which would have led anyone to believe she'd planned to stay, at least long enough to check her email. No problem. How about next week? Eve pressed. We come every Friday. Addie braced her cup against her body with one arm as she inched closer to the door. Sure, except I'll be helping out at the restaurant by then. That's why I'm in town. But I'll certainly come if I can. Pushing the door open with her back, she raised the same arm in what would have been a wave if she'd had a free hand and pivoted toward her car. But in her rush to get out, she nearly ran into someone who was coming in from outside. And when her eyes lifted to the man's face, she recognized him. 11. Adelaide would have known Kevin Colbert anywhere, because he didn't look that different. He had the same straight black hair, dark eyes, and Roman nose. Pockmarks and a heavier shadow of beard growth had replaced the acne he'd struggled with as a teen. But he wasn't bad-looking. The girls had liked him well enough. According to Noah, Kevin had married petite and curvy Audrey Calhoun, who'd been popular and pretty. The man she'd long envisioned as a monster was just an older version of the boy she once knew. Although he was thicker, he'd put on at least 30 pounds. He wasn't any taller. She still had him by 2 or 3 inches. She noticed because that night in the mine, he'd been so intimidated by her height. She could distinctly remember him saying it didn't matter that she was taller when he had her on her back. She told herself to walk past Kevin without any acknowledgement. She'd prepared herself for this moment. When she decided to return to Whiskey Creek, she'd known she'd have to face him, the others too, and probably sooner rather than later. But her feet wouldn't carry her to her car. They wouldn't carry her anywhere. Her vision narrowed, and she could hear the blood rushing through her ears.
"Hi."
He blinked at her, startled when he recognized her. Then he reached out to hold the door, as any polite person would. In the process, his hand grazed her arm, and she jumped back as if he'd burned her, causing her latte to splatter on the ground.
"I'm sorry."
He glanced past her, at everyone who'd just seen her drop her drink.
I didn't mean to knock that out of your hand."
He hadn't touched it, and he had to be aware of that. But Adelaide couldn't draw enough breath to speak.
"Here, let me, I'll buy you a new one."
He bent to pick up her cup, continuing to hold the door as if he expected her to turn around so he could make good on that promise. But she wasn't about to go anywhere with him. Without a single word, she circled wide and hurried to her forerunner. She could feel him watching her, as, hands shaking, she struggled to unlock her SUV. She could feel everyone in black gold staring through the windows, but she couldn't help the flight instinct that had kicked in. All it had taken was one look into Kevin's eyes, and memories of the attack had overwhelmed her. Noah cut Kevin off before he could reach the counter.
"What did you do to her?"
Kevin looked out of it, as though she'd just hit him with a strong right hook.
"What? What did you do to her?" "Nothing."
Together they watched Addie peel out of her parking space. She didn't even take the time to wait for a safe opening in traffic before charging into the street. The driver of a red Honda honked as she cut him off, but that didn't slow her down.
"You scared her,"
Noah said when she was gone.
"No, I didn't do anything, I swear." "Why else would she run away like that?" "How should I know? I said I'd buy her another drink. That was all. I think it was just that I came upon her so suddenly."
Noah had a hard time believing that could be it. Kevin smoothed his Eureka High football t-shirt over the happy fat he'd been piling on since getting married.
"Could be. But you of all people know she's had a rough week. I can't imagine she was in the best frame of mind to begin with."
Noah couldn't argue with that, and yet the encounter he'd just witnessed bothered him. Addie had seemed absolutely stricken.
"What's up with you acting so defensive anyway?"
Kevin put an arm around his shoulders and gave him a playful squeeze.
"You pull her from the mine and now you're a designated savior?"
Noah wasn't anything to Addie. She didn't want him involved in her life. She'd made that clear. And yet, he felt oddly protective. She was so sensitive and serious. Hearing about her selfish mother and knowing she planned to help her aging grandmother despite the attack made him sympathetic. Adelaide put on a tough girl front. She wanted him and others to believe she could take care of herself, but he had the feeling that she was attempting to protect a very fragile heart.
"She's been through enough, that's all,"
he said curtly. Eve and Olivia hadn't had a chance to return to their seats before Addie dropped her drink. They stood and watched the scene unfold, just as surprised as he'd been. Now they hurried over to join him. "What happened?" they asked, almost in unison.
"Says he doesn't know,"
Noah replied.
"I don't." Kevin spread his hands to show his innocence. "If she wasn't burned, maybe it has to do with the attack. She's got to be rattled. Someone threatened her with a knife."
He fished his wallet out of his back pocket and checked the menu, written in chalk on a blackboard overhead, even though it seemed unlikely that, after coming here so often, he needed to consult it.
"She'll feel better once they catch the guy who did it. And that should happen soon."
Taken aback by his confident tone, Noah stopped him before he could move away.
"What are you talking about? Haven't you heard? Chief Stacy identified the owner of that knife he found in the bushes by her door."
Eve spoke before Noah could. "Doesn't mean anything."
"Course it does," Kevin argued. "That knife belongs to Aaron Amos."
Noah thought he must have heard wrong.
"What?" "It's true," he insisted. "That bastard has never been up to any good. and now they have something on him that might stick. Once they throw his ass in prison like his daddy, this whole community will sleep better at night." He shook his head. "That boy needs to learn his lesson."
Olivia gave Kevin a disapproving look. "Maybe Aaron's got issues, but he's not the one who attacked Daddy." Noah was relieved to hear this. He'd never spent much time with Aaron, but he knew how Dylan would feel about his brother going to prison. Dylan loved his siblings almost as if they were his own children, and had every right to, since he'd sacrificed so much of his time, effort, and energy to raise them.
"It was his knife," Kevin said. "Who else could it be?"
"Anyone who might have taken it from him," Eve replied. "I'm telling you, Addie just said it wasn't him." Skepticism drew deep lines in Kevin's forehead.
"Come on. Can she really make that call? The guy who broke into her room was wearing a mask, so it's not like she saw his face. I spoke to Officer Willis this morning. He helped me groom the football field for the homecoming celebration tonight, and he's sure Aaron's the one. Who else in town would do such a thing?"
Eve came to Aaron's defense. "He has an alibi."
"No, he doesn't," Kevin said. "He claims he was with Shania, but Shania can't remember exactly what night they were together, or for how long. She was too drunk. She thinks it was Monday, not Tuesday. And if he says he was with his brothers, what will that prove? The Amoses would swear to anything to protect him."
Kevin was getting on Noah's nerves.
"Be careful talking crap about Dylan," he warned. "Just let the police do their jobs." "Hey, I know Aaron's big brother is your friend these days, but the truth is the truth," he said. "And I, for one, hope the truth comes out." "Everybody does."
Noah started back to the table.
"But there's no need to lynch Aaron without proof." "You all set for tonight?" Kevin called after him.
He wished there was some way he could beg off, but how did he tell his father and everyone else that he didn't want to be part of the big halftime memorial honoring his dead brother?
"I'll be there," he grumbled. "How was your run?"
Gran's voice came from the back bedroom as Addie closed and locked the door, but she couldn't answer. Not yet. She was too out of breath. It was almost as if, now that she'd encountered Kevin, she thought Stephen, Tom, and Derek would suddenly appear too, as if they'd been watching her since she came home, maybe even following her. She knew that was highly unlikely, but fear wasn't always rational. She was also kicking herself for not getting a look at Kevin's vehicle. Was it white? Did it show damage on the front right side? She couldn't say. She'd left in such a rush, she'd nearly provoked a full-blown panic attack. Only being back with Gran, where she felt safe, softened the sharper edges of what she was experiencing, helped bring it under control.
"Addie?"
Her grandmother called when she didn't respond. With a final deep breath, she managed to find her voice. "The run was great. It's a beautiful fall morning."
"Good. So,"
she made her way into the hall.
"Will you feel well enough to go with me tonight?"
Telling herself to relax, that there'd been no reason to overreact, Addie moved away from the door. "Go where?"
"To the big game."
Of course. It was homecoming at the high school. Addie had seen the announcement on the marquee outside Eureka High this morning when she went running, but had thought nothing of it. "Don't tell me you still go." Gran inched closer.
"I certainly do. I always sell my baked goods at a booth next to the snack bar and donate the proceeds to the athletic program. You know that."
Addie put her laptop and other belongings on the closest chair so she could steady Gran when she let go of her walker to sit down. The last thing either one of them needed was for Gran to fall. Addie feared the day something like that happened. She'd heard a broken hip could be the beginning of the end for the elderly, And as much as she wanted to leave Whiskey Creek, she didn't want it to be because she'd had to say a permanent goodbye to Gran. "You mean Darlene isn't doing it for you?"
Heavens, no. She's short-staffed at the restaurant. Anyway, I like doing this myself. She winked. It's good advertising for the restaurant.
The restaurant didn't need to advertise. Everyone in town knew it was there, and most frequented it. Addie guessed this was about Gran. She'd had to give up working on a daily basis, but she wasn't about to sacrifice the other things she'd always done for the community.
I pay some of the young girls from church. They're, 10 or 12, to carry things in and out and help me wait on customers. I've got 2 sisters whose parents will be bringing them to the game, Misty and Savannah Busath. But I could use you too, if you're ready to be out.
Oh boy, Addie could bump into just about anybody at the game, including the 4 men she most wanted to avoid. Kevin was the coach, so he'd definitely be there. At least he'd be on the field, away from her. And she'd face the same possibility when she started at Just Like Mom's on Monday. She had to get past her fear, make herself comfortable in Whiskey Creek, or she wouldn't be any good to Gran during the next few months. That had been her thinking before she'd headed to the track this morning, and that was her thinking now, even after coming face to face with Kevin. Seeing him shouldn't have been as traumatic as it was, she told herself. "Why haven't you mentioned the game before?" she asked Gran.
What with all the excitement, I forgot. And then I didn't want to make you feel pressured to go out if you weren't ready. But you're bouncing back quicker than I thought you would. I certainly never expected you to go running.
Addie worked out almost every day. That was how she dealt with stress. But Gran wouldn't understand. Gran was from a different generation, had never been to a gym or a track. "Of course I'll help. What time do you need to be there?"
Game starts at 6, so we should leave here no later than 5. We've got to go by the restaurant to get the food. Darlene said she'd have the van loaded.
Do we already have a sign or a list of the items we'll be selling with the prices?
Of course. That'll be in the van, too. I had Darlene add lemon bars this year. They can be messy, but they're delicious.
All your recipes are delicious. She smiled, but that smile soon faded, and a hint of sadness entered her eyes.
Have you heard from your mother since you've been here, honey?
Addie hadn't heard a word, but she was used to Helen's long silences. She'd learned years ago not to count on her mother for any emotional support. Helen only called when she got into a fight with her current husband and wanted a place to stay, or needed to borrow money. Under those circumstances, Addie almost preferred no communication. It was less upsetting. "Not yet, but I'm sure she's fine. She always manages to get by."
What did I do to make her turn out the way she did? Gran asked. I tried to be a good mother.
Addie knelt in front of her and took hold of her gnarled hands. "You were a good mother. To both of us, Gran. I don't know what I would have done without you, but we all have our choices to make." Tilting her head to one side, she gazed into Addie's face.
I can't believe you're back. I'm so happy.
The guilt Addie had carried since she left felt like an anvil on her chest. She should have visited before, should have returned again and again, instead of making Gran come all the way to Davis. If only Gran knew the emotional turmoil and fear she had to cope with in order to be here. But Addie couldn't tell her, and hoped she would never have to know. Standing, she gently encouraged Gran to do the same. "Let's go into the bathroom and curl your hair. You want to look your best for tonight, don't you?"
"Oh, I'm too old to look very good," she said, with a self-deprecating chuckle. But Addie could tell she was excited by the prospect. She loved having her hair done. "What are you talking about?" she said. "You're the most beautiful woman I know." 12. The game was packed. Friday night football was a big deal in Whiskey Creek, especially this year. After a decade of losing seasons, they finally had another good team. Addie had done what she could to conceal her black eye and bruises with makeup, but they still elicited comments from almost every customer. She told herself that would end once the whole town had a chance to express their surprise and dismay. But repeating the details of her abduction and insisting she didn't know who was responsible grew old quickly, mainly because everyone told her that Shania couldn't provide an alibi for Aaron. Shania wasn't saying she hadn't been with him, but she wasn't committing to any particular hours on any particular night. Addie wondered if Chief Stacy was going to arrest him. She hoped not. There was no forensic proof. After the first hour, Gran told her she should take a break and go watch the game for a bit. But Addie wasn't about to leave the booth. Savannah and Misty Busath were smart girls, plenty capable of handling any business that came their way while she was gone. But circulating would only make her more vulnerable to the curious. "I'm fine," she told her. "No problem." "I don't want you on your feet too long," Gran said. "I just thought it would be fun for you to get out of the house."
"It is fun." Addie sent another surreptitious glance through the crowd of people passing by. She was so busy studying every male face that Noel Arnold was standing right in front of her before she realized who it was. Of course, she might not have recognized Noel, even if she had been paying more attention to women. She guessed Noel had had a nose job, at the very least. Somehow her whole face looked different.
"So you like the necklace?"
Addie's hand went to the courage pendant hanging from around her neck. "I do. Thank you. I've been meaning to call, but my life's been crazy the past couple of days, what with—"
"Oh, don't worry," she broke in. "You don't have to explain. I understand what it's like when you're dealing with personal problems." She lowered her voice for emphasis. "Believe me, I've been there."
Everyone blamed her for her own problems. They blamed her for Kyle's problems, too. But Addie was trying hard not to judge. Whatever had happened between Kyle, Olivia, and Noel was none of her business. "It was nice of you. Truly." She smiled.
"Actually, I can't take all the credit. Derek bought it. I just picked it out."
Addie's breath caught in her throat. "Derek?"
"Rodriguez. You remember him, don't you?"
Addie's nails cut into her palms. "Not really. We weren't friends. And they never would be."
"He says he knows you."
She leaned over the counter as if she had a juicy secret to share.
"He's hoping you'll go out with him sometime."
"Why would he want that?" Noel blinked at Addie's deadpan tone.
"Because he thinks you're hot?"
No one had found her particularly attractive in high school. She'd been so shy that she'd hidden behind her hair, her school books, and plain, unremarkable clothing. He couldn't have been referring to the Adelaide he'd known back then. So when would he have seen her since? Kevin was the only one she'd run into since coming home. Unless... Noel was still talking.
"He asked me to tell you about the calendar we're doing. I'm on the cover, but he said you could be Miss June if you want."
Sudden nausea made Addie long to sit down. "What calendar are you talking about?"
"You know, one of those sexy swimsuit issues."
"And why would he want me to be Miss June?"
"He said it'd be cool to have you pose in a guy's baseball jersey, and nothing else," she whispered with a wink. He says all the guys who used to play for Eureka High will want one.
Addie grabbed the support beam to steady herself.
Noelle, we have customers here, Gran said. Can't you see we're trying to work?
The interruption saved Addie from having to come up with a response.
Sorry.
Noelle passed Addie a card.
Here's the URL where you can see the calendar so far.
Addie glanced at it, expecting to see the URL from her attacker's sweatshirt. It wasn't there. Gran frowned at the fact that Noelle had passed her something, but she didn't comment. She was trying to help the man behind Noelle, since Noelle didn't seem to care that she was holding up the line. Thanks to a sudden flurry of traffic, the Busath girls were also busy.
Derek's number's on the back,
Noelle called as she moved away.
Feel free to contact him. He's not paying for talent this time around, but it's a start. And it'll give you something for your portfolio, in case you'd like to do some modeling.
Noelle blended into the crowd, milling about the snack bar, and Addie, too shaken up to bother with the clasp, yanked on the necklace she was wearing, in an effort to get it off as soon as possible.
I'd like a chocolate chip cookie, please.
Addie had Derek's gift in her palm, the chain now broken, before it registered that she had a little boy staring up at her. What did you say? He looked at her, as if she had to be crazy to break her own necklace, and picked up a chocolate chip cookie, wrapped in plastic, with a Just Like Mom's logo on top.
I want one of these.
Unable to bear the idea of touching anything that had come from Derek, she tossed the courage necklace in the garbage.
You don't want that?
The boy asked. She didn't answer. That'll be $2, she told him, and accepted his crumpled bills. She was glad when he was gone, but there were others behind him. She served several people, moving mechanically while asking herself if Derek was the one who'd broken into her bedroom.
Hi, Addie,
a familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. It was Eve Harmon, whom she'd spoken to earlier at Black Gold Coffee. Hi, Eve. What can I get for you? Eve seemed slightly disappointed that Addie was all business. Addie had been so eager to become friends when they were teenagers that Eve probably wondered why she was so distant now. But Addie wasn't about to form any ties to this place, especially with someone so tightly connected to Noah.
I'll have a couple of lemon bars, 3 cookies, and a popcorn ball.
She glanced wistfully at the long line curving around the snack bar. Ted wanted me to get a hot dog too, but it's almost halftime and I don't want to miss the show.
They have quite a celebration planned,
Gran said. The crowd, which ebbed and flowed, had dwindled enough that Savannah and Misty could handle the line. What are they doing this year? Addie asked. Eve paid Gran for the treats she'd ordered. You didn't see the paper? Not the last one. I was too busy moving. It's a special tribute to the team that took state 15 years ago. Coach Nobis is leaving for Arizona. They want to recognize him before he goes. Her voice softened. And they're retiring Cody Rackham's number. That's why I came. Is Mayor Rackham here too? Addie asked, but not because she wanted to see Noah's father. She'd been dreading the moment she'd have to face him and his wife, almost as much as the moment when she might be confronted by Kevin Derek or her other rapists. He'll be saying a few words. So will Noah.
I must have read the paper too quickly, Gran said. I didn't know he'd be speaking.
Cody and Noah completed more passes than any other quarterback-receiver duo in the history of the school, Eve explained. They could play almost any sport, Addie said, remembering. Gran gave her a nudge.
You were here when that team did so well. Why don't you go sit with Eve so you can watch the show?
Addie shook her head. She remembered the excitement the entire student body had felt when their football team won so many games. There were other good players, but Cody and Noah, the twins, were the highlight of the team. They'd been standouts on the baseball diamond as well. There'll be more people wanting to buy from us during half than at any other time. You need me here.
Our mother's already planning to help, Misty volunteered. She got my aunt with her, so they'll both be here, Savannah chipped in. See? Gran pushed her toward the exit. We'll be fine. Go get reacquainted with your old friends. Take a rest. I don't want you to overdo it anyway. Not after the past week.
I'm fine, Addie argued, but Gran insisted, and the next thing she knew, she was walking to the stands with Eve.
Those bruises are looking better,
Ted said, as he slid over to make room for her. Addie smiled. Of all Noah's friends, she knew Ted the least. He hadn't played sports. He'd been president of the student body, captain of the debate team, and was voted most likely to become a politician. That she didn't know him actually made it more comfortable to be around him, because to her, he felt neutral. They'll go away eventually. He shifted his attention to Eve, who was handing out the baked goods.
Where's my dinner?
He asked. Riley didn't seem happy either.
Oh, man, you didn't bring any dogs?
I didn't want to miss halftime, Eve said. Have Jacob go get some.
He's messing around with his friends.
Riley stood and peered over the crowd, searching for his son.
I can't get him to answer his phone. I doubt he can even hear it. There's still 3 minutes, and 3 minutes in a football game can last 10, Ted said. You wouldn't have missed half.
Feel free to risk it if you want, she told him. But seeing them retire Cody's number is the whole reason I came. I'm not going to be standing in line for junk food when that happens. Cheyenne and Dylan Amos were sitting in front of them. Cheyenne twisted around to say hello, and Dylan gave Addie a nod. Neither she nor he mentioned that they'd seen each other at the police station last night. Aaron wasn't with them, but Baxter was. Addie got the impression that almost everyone was eager for the ceremony, except Baxter. He was too nervous.
Noah doesn't like this sort of thing. Doesn't like talking about Cody, he confided to Eve.
She placed a reassuring hand on his leg. He'll get through it, Bax.
He doesn't like it, he said again.
Addie watched him fidget, wondering about the intensity of his empathy. But then the clock ran down and she let it go. She didn't want to be a spectator at this ceremony any more than Noah wanted to be part of it. And yet, once the homecoming winners had been announced, and the cheerleaders, dance team, and band had performed, she couldn't look away. Mayor Rackham had stepped up to the podium, every bit as handsome and poised as she anticipated Noah would look in his 50s. His wife stood behind him, forever the supportive spouse, as he awarded a plaque to Coach Nobis, who waved proudly to the crowd. From there, the principal took over and announced that he wanted to honor a very special young man who had made a world of difference at Eureka High. He talked about Cody's many athletic accomplishments, how he'd lettered in 2 different varsity sports and set a new weightlifting record. He said Cody was a gifted leader and a popular student, and closed by saying he'd never met a boy with more promise. Then he held up Cody's football jersey, now framed, and indicated that it would hang on the wall at the school from here on. He said Cody's number would never be used again, that he'd never be forgotten, and he gave a plaque signifying the retirement of his number to Mayor Rackham, who choked up when he accepted it. That was hard to watch, but it got even harder when the mayor stepped aside so Noah could speak.
"Oh my God, here he goes,"
Baxter whispered. Eve took Baxter's hand. "He'll be fine. Calm down." It was one thing to see Cody's parents after so long, to know how much they'd suffered because of the loss of their son. But Addie had never heard Noah talk about his brother's death, not beyond the one statement he'd made to her. "You know, my brother died in there." That had been stated in irritation and as a cautionary remark. This was different. Noah stood at the podium, staring up into the stands at a complete loss. For the first few seconds, he wasn't even able to speak. When he did manage a few words, his voice cracked, and he fell silent again. Tears streamed down Baxter's cheeks. Some of Noah's other friends were crying too. Addie heard a full-blown sob and glanced around to see that it was Shania Carpenter. She was sitting not far away, absolutely inconsolable, while those around her did their best to provide comfort. That was when Addie realized there was a whole other dimension to Cody's death than she'd considered before. Letting his loved ones go on believing he died in an accident was actually the kindest thing she could do. Then they didn't have to face the truth. Didn't have to know he wasn't nearly as admirable as they wanted to believe. She tried to imagine how the mayor would react if he learned that the son he'd just praised, the boy everyone so admired, had instigated a gang rape. And Noah, what would it do to him? 13. It was late, but Addie couldn't sleep. Chief Stacy had stopped by as soon as they'd returned from the game. He'd wanted to bring them the news about Shania's lack of clarity concerning the night Addie was kidnapped. He acted as if that should confirm Aaron was responsible, but Addie continued to insist he wasn't the one. By the time Stacy had left, she could tell Aaron's lack of a solid alibi wasn't enough for Stacy to arrest him. But the police chief hadn't given up. He was looking for evidence, and he was focusing on Dylan's brother. His determination made her uneasy. On top of that, she kept thinking about seeing Noah up on that podium, his soul bared for all to see. Like Baxter, she'd hung on every word, feeling far more empathy than she wanted to feel, as he'd finally managed to say how much he loved and missed his brother. After walking off stage, he'd headed for an exit, as though he couldn't get out of there fast enough. His father had tried to stop him, but he'd pushed past both his parents and kept going, which was when she knew he was embarrassed, and maybe even a little angry that he'd been asked to speak about a loss that affected him so deeply. In the end, after the angst of watching him had dissipated, she just felt sorry. Seeing him that vulnerable had torn down her defenses, made her want to protect him, if she could. Oddly, perhaps, it also made her want to comfort him. But that was her old crush talking. She needed to stay away from Noah. Given the complex nature of the situation, they were both better off with no contact. And yet, he'd be coming to dinner next weekend. Unless he canceled. Tired of tossing and turning, she got up and went over to the window. Gran had the house so hot she could hardly breathe, again. But she wasn't about to open the door. She'd decided to crack the window as an alternative, but she didn't even dare do that. Instead, she simply stared out at the yard, feeling caged and claustrophobic, and she saw movement on the flagstone steps leading up to her door, and a surge of adrenaline nearly dropped her to her knees. That murky shadow had to belong to a human. Someone was in the yard. But who? The man who'd abducted her? Had he returned with more threats, or was he hoping to finish her off? She hadn't been able to keep the abduction a secret. She'd done her best to downplay it, but the entire town had talked of little else despite the details she'd held back. Surely he couldn't be pleased about that. It was a man. She could tell that much by his size and the way he walked. But she couldn't identify him in the darkness. She couldn't even make out his features. He stepped onto the porch, and she covered her mouth to stifle a scream when he tried to peer in her window. He seemed to be staring right at her, which chilled her to the bone. But he couldn't see anything, could he? It was even darker in her room than it was in the yard. She inched back, seeking her phone. She didn't want to call the police, didn't want the problems to continue. She only wanted to get Gran's affairs in order so they could move to Davis, but she wouldn't be victimized again, not if she could help it. Before she reached the nightstand where her phone was charging, she heard a soft knock. She hesitated, wondering what to do. She doubted anyone bent on causing her harm would knock. But how stupid would she feel if she opened the door only to find out she was wrong?
Adelaide?
The voice was barely loud enough to hear. Obviously, whoever it was didn't want to wake Gran. But with Gran's hearing loss, that was unlikely. Depending on how deeply she was asleep, even screaming might not disturb her. Addie grabbed her phone and punched in 911, but didn't hit the send button. She planned to be ready, just in case. Then she crept to the door. "Who is it?"
"If I tell you, I'm afraid you won't open up. But I don't mean any harm. I swear it. I've wanted to talk to you for a long time. Can you trust me enough to give me 2 minutes?"
"No, I'm not opening the door."
"Please?"
"Tell me who you are and say what you've got to say. I can hear you fine."
"It's Tom, Addie. I saw you at the game earlier, but didn't dare approach you."
"Good choice."
"I know, but I've spent a lot of time over the years thinking about what happened at that graduation party. I can't believe my own actions. I keep asking myself, what if something like that happened to one of my girls?"
He seemed genuinely distraught. Addie stared at the floor. "What would you hope for her attackers?"
"I'd want the boys castrated. I'd want them in prison. I'd be so angry. I can't even tell you how angry I'd be. That's what we deserved. Instead, Cody was the only one who lost, and he lost big. I've always attributed his death to God's justice. But we got away without punishment. Why didn't you go to the police?"
How did she explain? Her feelings after that night were so complex, she wasn't sure she understood them. Part of her refusal to act resulted from shame, and part stemmed from feeling somewhat responsible for her own fate. Her grandmother had told her she couldn't attend the party, yet she'd snuck out of the house. Had she listened, she wouldn't have been there, wouldn't have been susceptible to Cody's advances. He'd seemed so infatuated with her. It wasn't until he tried to stick his tongue in her mouth that she stopped him. She admired his appearance, but was quickly learning that looking like Noah didn't make him Noah. If she'd kept her distance from Cody, if she'd left after realizing he was stoned, would the night have ended differently? Probably. That was a difficult thing to come to terms with. She couldn't begin to describe the self-blame and loathing it inspired. Maybe that wasn't entirely rational. In no way had she given her consent for what he and his friends did. But that didn't lift the burden of her guilt. And her self-blame was only part of it. What if no one believed her? What if the parents of all those boys formed a unified front and the community turned on her instead of them? They could easily claim she had emotional problems or been rejected by one or more of the boys she was accusing. She hadn't wanted to be dissected in public. Neither had she wanted Gran to be embarrassed or put in a situation where she had to defend her beloved granddaughter. Taking a stand against so many prominent families would have damaged her business, too. Bottom line, Gran didn't deserve the pain and trouble Addie's tale would have caused. She'd been through enough with her own daughter, and there was always the possibility that if Addie had told, Kevin and the others would have hurt her even more in retaliation. She just wanted it all to go away. She wanted the same thing now. She especially hated the thought that someone might find out she was the reason Cody couldn't come home that night. What would Noah think of her then? I was so hurt and humiliated. I didn't know what to do, she said.
I'm sorry. I'd like you to understand that. Even if you decide to come forward, I'll still be sorry. I wouldn't want what happened to you to happen to anyone. I can't believe I had a hand in it. I got caught up in the fever of the moment. I'm really not that sort of person.
She rested her head against the door. Is that true?
Absolutely.
So why didn't you tell? He laughed bitterly.
Isn't it obvious? I'm a coward. I've been terrified for years that someone would find out, that my wife... His voice broke. God, what would she say? She tells me all the time that I'm a good man, and it makes me feel like such a fraud. I mean, I don't want other people to know, and yet there are times I hate myself so much I'm dying to tell. Does that make sense?
She didn't answer, but he continued anyway.
Sometimes I wonder if it isn't harder to live with a lie than to be punished for the truth. Sometimes I consider clearing my conscience. Maybe I should. Maybe that's the only way I can truly get past what I've done.
He shook his head.
But then I think about the people it'll hurt besides me. People like Noah. It would destroy him to learn what his brother did that night. It would hurt the whole family. Some actions have so many repercussions.
Addie cracked open the door. On the other side she saw a man about her height and 180 pounds, give or take 10, who'd already started losing his hair. With his glasses, she might not have recognized him if she'd seen him in the street. He hung his head, looking miserable and ashamed. Noah, he has no idea? Addie asked.
None, as far as I can tell. No one does. It would be such a surprise. The whole community would be shocked.
You think Noah would take it hard, though?
I know he would.
So did she, and she didn't want him to be hurt. Why hasn't he married?
Married? He's never even had a steady girlfriend. He's got a commitment problem or something. Goes from one girl to the next. We tease him about it all the time. He doesn't like hearing he's a player, but the truth is the truth.
A commitment problem. She'd sensed that, too. How long after you raped me did you meet your wife?
Raped you,
he whispered, as if hearing those words nearly knocked the wind out of him. She didn't soften them. How long?
5 years.
And you're happy?
You really want to know this stuff?
Shifting awkwardly, he scratched his head.
I can't imagine it feels very good to hear that I've got a great wife when I don't deserve her.
She wasn't sure how that made her feel. The old anger welled up occasionally, but mostly she'd let it go. She couldn't move forward in life, couldn't heal if she was smoldering with resentment. Who dragged me to the mine the other night? Straightening, he looked up.
It wasn't Aaron?
Of course not. It had to be one of you.
I admit I've wondered about that, but I have no clue. Kevin, Derek, Stephen, and I, we see one another once in a while, but we don't talk about that night. Ever.
Could it have been Kevin? Tom seemed genuinely uncertain.
Kevin's got a family, too, and he loves his job. Like me, he probably wishes that night never happened and tries to pretend it didn't.
And the other two? He lifted his hands to show that he had no idea.
Maybe it was Stephen?
Why him?
He's divorced, angry. His life hasn't turned out the way he hoped. He played in the minors. I'm not sure if you knew that.
I certainly didn't follow him.
Right. Well, he got called up to the majors after a couple of years, had a bright future ahead of him. Then he tore his rotator cuff and was never the same. His professional baseball aspirations ended before he ever played in a game. He rubbed his neck. I don't think he's ever gotten over the disappointment. It's still all he talks about.
Addie felt no sympathy for Stephen. He'd been her least favorite of the 5. The rape had originally been his idea, but nothing would have happened if Cody hadn't acted on it. Stephen hadn't had the same amount of pull among his teammates. "What does he do for a living?" she asked.
Works for Kyle Houseman, making solar panels.
Does Stephen have kids?
A couple, but they live with his ex-wife somewhere else.
Addie kept her finger on the send button of her phone, even though she doubted she was in danger. And Derek?
Derek's not up to much, but I don't think he'd ever hurt you.
He already did, she stated flatly. He winced.
I mean, as an adult, now, these days.
Do you know anything about a website with the URL www.skintightentertainment.com?
No. Why?
I thought Derek might be involved with it.
It's possible. He works from home, building websites, optimizing, that sort of thing. But he struggles to get by.
Noel Arnold says he's making a calendar. Tom stretched his neck.
I heard about that. He must be trying to earn a little on the side by becoming a photographer.
Where does he live? If she could get his address, she could drive by, see if he had a truck that showed damage, if and when she gathered the nerve.
God, I'm a mess.
He smoothed down what hair he had left.
I hate what I did. Wish I hadn't even been there that night. But it feels disloyal, standing here answering these questions. I know they'd think I don't know, trying to shift the blame.
You're worried about what they might think?
Fine, he said with a sigh. Have you seen that fourplex behind the trees as you head south out of town?
Where the Powers family used to live. They'd been among the poorest in Whiskey Creek. They'd had something like 11 kids. He nodded.
Derek lives in one of those.
Of the 5 who'd raped her, Tom had been the only one to show any reluctance. She remembered the others coaxing him. She also remembered that he'd apologized and tried to cover her with his jacket when he was done. "What do you drive, Tom?" He seemed surprised by the question, but he answered it.
A red Kia.
SUV?
Sedan.
She definitely would have been able to tell if her abductor had shoved her into an economy car. "Do you own a truck?"
No. My wife has an old VW Bug, but she can't drive it far. It's not trustworthy.
Addie nibbled on her bottom lip. "And you work at the post office?" She could see the fear in his eyes when he answered.
I do. We're not rich, but I have a good life. One I'm terrified of losing.
Is that why you came here?
I came because I wanted to apologize. To tell you how sorry I am. How much I wish I could take back what I did.
Rubbing a hand over her face, she tossed her phone on the dresser.
What made you do it? I wish I knew. Group mentality? Peer pressure? Cody could be so persuasive. If he told me to jump off the mountain into the river, I probably would have done that too.
His chest rose as he drew a deep breath.
Do you want me to go to Chief Stacy and confess? Is that why you're back? To speak up? For retribution?
Retribution? Not after this long. No. Let it go, she said, and closed the door. Gail had lent them the cabin, and Lisa had brought a friend as promised. Yvonne, whatever her last name was, Noah couldn't remember, was even prettier than Lisa. She seemed to like Baxter, too, which was why Noah couldn't understand why Baxter remained so impassive. He'd barely spoken during dinner, had drunk much more than he'd eaten, and seemed remote as they were sitting on the elaborate deck, making s'mores over a fire pit.
"The view here is amazing."
Yvonne smiled at Baxter. She'd been attempting to win him over all night, not that it had done her any good.
"What river is that?"
When she pointed at the gorge below, Noah felt obliged to answer since Baxter didn't.
"It's the North Fork of the Stanislaus. It eventually empties into New Melanie's Lake, down by Angel's Camp." "I love that area."
She leaned forward to check the marshmallow on the end of her roasting fork, giving him and Baxter a generous view of cleavage. Noah felt his body react, but Baxter grimaced as if he resented her attempts to interest him. What the heck, Bax? Noah thought, when Baxter made no attempt to keep the conversation going. They'd brought these girls up here hoping to have a good time. But Baxter didn't seem to be enjoying himself, and that was ruining everyone else's fun. "It's nice," Noah said.
"Is this really Simon O'Neill's cabin?"
Lisa stood and gazed up at the giant home, which was cut into the side of the mountain. She'd already removed her shoes and had been brushing up against Noah at every opportunity. Now she came over and climbed into his lap.
"Hey, I was making you a marshmallow,"
he complained when he could no longer see what he was doing. She claimed the roasting fork. Apparently rich people didn't use hangers, and took over.
"I'd rather have you than a marshmallow."
"Chocolate was going to be involved," he teased. She twisted around and started kissing him. "This is better than chocolate, isn't it?" Noah might have let himself get swept away. He had no strong feelings for Lisa. Until this very second, she hadn't even particularly excited him. But he thought he could get excited. Lord knew he didn't want to think about the things that had been on his mind since he'd stood on that platform last night, crying in front of the whole town. Sex had been the perfect antidote to his pain in college. He didn't see why it wouldn't work for him tonight. He hadn't been with a woman since he'd ended his racing tour.
"You're on fire,"
Baxter said. "I am," she admitted, and kissed Noah more deeply. Baxter cleared his throat.
"No, I mean you're really on fire."
With a curse, Lisa broke off the kiss so Noah could extinguish her flaming marshmallow. "That's how hot I am," she said to Bax, with a laugh. Noah expected Bax to make some sort of witty comeback. He had the personality for it. But while his best friend responded, he sounded petulant, not funny.
"That's a matter of opinion."
Before things could get any worse, Noah decided to pull him aside.
Could you excuse us?"
He handed the roasting fork to Lisa.
"Make one for me, okay? I like it warm and gooey."
He winked to soften Baxter's reaction. "I'll be back."
"Baxter, would you like one too?"
Yvonne called after them.
"Hell no,"
he grumbled before Noah could drag him into the kitchen.
"What's wrong with you?"
Noah whispered as soon as the French doors were closed. Lisa and Yvonne could see them through the glass, but wouldn't be able to hear. Baxter motioned to the women sitting out on the deck.
"This is what you want? Some cheap piece of ass?"
"I haven't had sex in ages. What's wrong with getting some tonight? Everyone understands the rules. We're just having fun."
"Maybe you're having fun, but I'm not."
"Why? That's the question. Yvonne's beautiful. What's not to like about her? Or is it that you don't like women at all?" No one knew he'd had too much to drink when that question popped out. Baxter looked startled.
but he quickly rallied. "It's about time you had the balls to ask me. Maybe I should finally tell you the truth." "Stop it."
They were going too far. Noah wanted to reel that question back in before Baxter could answer, before it was too late to retract it.
"If you aren't having fun, we'll leave. Not that big a deal. I'm not invested either way." "No. I'm tired of hiding, Noah. Don't you see? I can't do it anymore. It's killing me to sit back and watch you, to keep pretending I don't ache every time you touch someone else."
A strange desperation took hold of Noah. He squeezed Baxter's arm.
"Think about what you're saying." "I have thought about it. Every damn day. Every time I close my eyes, you're there. Every time I open them, too. Bax, we're best buddies. We grew up together. I'll always be there for you, and you'll always be there for me. Don't make it awkward. It's already awkward for me, and you know it. At least, see me for who I am, instead of who you want me to be. Half the time I feel fucking invisible around you."
Not only was he cursing, he was screaming. Something had just snapped inside him. Noah turned to see if the girls had heard. They were watching them as if they didn't know what to do, but Noah couldn't care too much about them. He could tell that his whole world was about to shift. He needed to make sure it didn't. Needed to put a lid on this.
"Bax, look."
He paused, trying to calm down.
"You've had too much to drink. We both have. That's all. Don't do this to me."
He jerked away.
"To you? Do you know what it's been like watching you sleep with one girl after another? To see you look at them, the way I want you to look at me."
Oh God, did he really say that? Noah knew it was too late, but he couldn't help trying to control the damage.
"Bax, you know me. You know I'm not gay. Don't put me in this position. If you like men, that's your deal, I guess. I'll accept it. Of course I will. I would never want to live my life without you, but I can't. I don't feel..."
Baxter filled in as he struggled to find the right words.
"The longing I felt? No, I'm sure you don't. You have no idea what it's like to be me."
Noah had lost his buzz. He felt lightheaded, but sick.
"What can I do?" "I don't want you to do anything. I'm leaving." "You're drunk. You can't drive."
Noah started after him, but stopped when Baxter swung back.
"On second thought, since this is goodbye, you might as well give me what you gave her so easily. At least it'll be something to remember you by." "What are you talking about?"
The girls, watching in such stunned amazement, distracted Noah enough that he wasn't prepared for what came next. He was too busy trying to think of some way to stop the destruction that was taking place, some way to save their friendship. Baxter meant much more to him than this date or those girls, but he didn't feel anything sexually for him. He couldn't even understand how Baxter could be attracted to men. He opened his mouth to say he was sorry for dragging him up here, to admit that he'd suspected for a while and should have been more honest with himself. But the next thing he knew, Baxter was pushing him up against the wall and kissing him with as much passion as Lisa had. Noah's first impulse was to throw Baxter off him at all costs. Rage charged through his veins like acid. He didn't want this kind of contact, found the sexual aspect of it stomach-churning. But pushing Baxter away would hurt and humiliate him, and he cared enough about his best friend not to show how deep his repugnance went. He stiffened, but he neither welcomed nor rejected the kiss. When Baxter pulled back, he seemed surprised.
"Well, you didn't break my jaw like I expected. That was decent of you,"
he said, and head bowed, shoulders slumped. He walked out. Noah slid down the wall to the floor. What had just happened? Had he really been kissed by a guy? By his own best friend? "Holy shit," he whispered. But as his shock faded, his regret escalated. This was his fault. He shouldn't have brought Baxter up here. He'd pushed him into declaring himself by trying to force him to behave like a regular dude, all in an effort to perpetuate the illusion he'd been clinging to for so long. But he knew, had known for some time, that Baxter's sexual orientation wasn't the same as his, no matter how hard he'd tried to ignore the signs, or talk himself out of what he was sensing. It was always there, wasn't it? The door from the deck opened and closed as the girls came in. Did your friend really just stick his tongue down your throat?" Lisa asked, obviously horrified. "I mean, he did, right? I saw him with my own eyes." Noah covered his face as he struggled to hold down his dinner. He didn't know what made her think her tongue was any better than anyone else's, and yet, if he was being honest with himself, he was every bit as grossed out as she was. He prided himself on being open-minded. He respected an individual's right to live as he saw fit. But, shit, he felt as if he'd been sexually assaulted. "Please go," he said, "and don't ever call me again." "I won't now that I know you're gay," she snapped. "Why didn't you tell me you have a boyfriend?" He raked his fingers through his hair. "I don't have a boyfriend." He'd had a best friend, one he'd known since he could talk, but he was 99% sure he didn't have that friend anymore. "As if we can believe you!" Yvonne rolled her eyes. "What's wrong with guys these days?" she muttered in exasperation. "All the hot ones are gay." He didn't get the chance to defend his masculinity, but he didn't care to even try. Lisa and Yvonne had no idea how much his friendship with Baxter had meant to him over the years, and how much he'd miss it in the future. As far as Noah was concerned, Baxter had become a brother to him. In some aspects, he'd replaced Cody. Why couldn't Bax feel the same? Why did they have to turn out so different? Since this is goodbye. Baxter never would have kissed him, certainly not like a lover, if he'd planned on maintaining the friendship. That he'd take it so far, that he'd let his feelings tempt him into crossing that line, upset Noah more than anything else. Lisa had been getting her keys out of her purse. When she lifted her head, she said, "I need gas money." He blinked up at her. "What?" "You're the one who had us drive all the way up here for nothing. I think you owe me a few bucks." He'd fed her a nice dinner that wasn't nothing. "You can't be serious." "I'm completely serious." Could he have drunk more than he thought? Because this night just kept getting crazier. He managed to dig a 20 out of his pocket, which he threw in her general direction. Then he got up and scooped his keys off the counter. He had to go after Baxter. Get him off the road before he hurt himself or someone else. They could sort everything else out later, once they'd both had a chance to calm down and sober up. But then he realized if he had his keys, Baxter didn't. He'd driven, so Baxter must have left on foot. He had a long walk ahead of him if he decided to hike back to town on his own. But he had a cell phone. He could call someone. At least he wasn't going to get into a drunk driving accident. "Thank God," Noah muttered, and sank back down to the floor. "Grab that bottle of wine, too." Lisa motioned toward the counter, talking to Yvonne. "I'm going to need it after seeing that." Her friend seemed a little hesitant. "That hasn't been opened. We can't just—" "Take it," Noah snapped. Yvonne hugged the bottle to her chest as she walked past him, but even gas money and a good bottle of wine wasn't enough to get rid of Lisa without further comment. Her lip curled in disgust as she turned back for a parting salvo. "Fag!" she spat, and slammed the door behind her. 14. Kevin Colbert stood behind the bar he'd had Riley Stinson build in his basement. This part of the house was his domain, a place his wife rarely visited, except to clean. His kids liked to come down here. So did his football players, because he had a pool table, a big screen TV with the most extensive sports package available on satellite, and the latest gaming system, along with plenty of comfortable seating. It was the perfect man cave. But it was late, even for a Saturday night. His kids were in bed. His wife knew he had friends over. She was upstairs reading yet another book. She went through 4 or 5 a week. And his football players hadn't been invited. Tonight, he'd asked only Stephen Selby, Tom Gibby, and Derek Rodriguez to stop over for a few minutes, and they'd each reluctantly agreed.
Have you seen this?
He pushed Adelaide's front-page story in the Gold Country Gazette across the wooden bar. Folding the paper in half, Derek set it aside.
Look, we all know why you asked us here, so let's just cut to the chase and get this over with so we can go home. I don't like meeting with the rest of you, especially after midnight. Someone could see our cars out front and put 2 and 2 together, figure out that we're in a panic and scrambling to cover our asses.
And how would anyone do that? Kevin challenged.
We've been friends for years. We have the right to socialize.
Stephen gave him a look that said he was out of touch with reality.
We haven't hung out in ages, Kevin. Not since you started thinking you were too good for the rest of us.
He was the most successful of the 4 of them, wasn't he? Although Tom had a family and a reliable job, he didn't have the public image Kevin had. Besides, Tom was weak, run by his wife. Kevin no longer had any interest in these people, but, thanks to the past, he was tied to them, whether he liked it or not.
What are you talking about? He asked. I've just been living my life, and so have you. It's not like you've extended me any invitations in the past decade.
No one's extended any invitations. Tom shook the ice in his glass.
Why would we? Seeing one another reminds us of what we did, and what we stand to lose if it gets out. At least, that's what it does to me.
Stephen laughed as if he didn't care.
Yeah, well, some of us stand to lose more than others. You think it's funny?
Kevin kept his voice down. He definitely didn't want to attract his wife's attention. She could be oblivious, but that didn't mean she was outright deaf.
Maybe you don't understand that we could all lose our freedom.
That's unlikely, Stephen scoffed.
Maybe it'll cost you your job and your marriage, Tom, too, but I doubt we'd go to prison. They've got to prove we did it first. It's better if we don't go down that road.
Kevin had been so on edge ever since he'd heard Addie was back. He'd scarcely been able to function, and this was only making his anxiety worse.
I've looked into it. There's no statute of limitations on gang rape in California.
Stephen sucked the foam off his beer.
Is that why you panicked and kidnapped her? Because we all know Aaron didn't take her to the mine.
Kevin shook his head.
It wasn't me. That's why I called this meeting, to make sure we all understand that kind of shit can't happen again.
Why not? Derek wanted to know.
I, for one, am grateful. Maybe now the bitch will keep her mouth shut.
He chuckled softly.
I had Noelle deliver a message making the same point. I wish I could have seen her face when she found out the necklace she was wearing came from me. Courage. I knew she'd eat it up. You gotta love that.
You don't get it, Kevin said.
If one of us gets caught doing something stupid, it puts the rest of us in jeopardy. Hurting her will only make things worse.
You mean hurting her again? Tom said.
Fine, again.
He didn't hide his impatience.
But even you will like this next part, he told Tom. From here on out, we leave her alone. If she says anything about what happened at the mine, we deny it. It's that simple. There are 4 of us and only 1 of her. Together, we have a lot more friends than she does. Her accusations won't go anywhere. I don't want to make what we did worse by calling her a liar, Tom said. A flash of anger and desperation nearly made Kevin lash out. Would you rather go to prison? He responded in a harsh whisper. Of course not. I feel so bad. You'll feel a lot worse if your wife has to live with the shame and embarrassment of what you did, if she has to raise your kids without you. She hasn't done anything wrong, any more than my wife has. When Tom kneaded his forehead but didn't answer, Derek shot Kevin a glance that confirmed he was concerned about Tom's state of mind, too. They all had to stand together. If Tom cracked, we might be able to avoid criminal charges by denying it, Derek said. But even being accused of rape will create doubt and suspicion, and that could follow us around for years. There's no help for that, Kevin said. The people who really count will believe us. At least, he prayed that was true. He'd never done anything to his wife that would lead her to think he was capable of rape. But if Addie spoke up, he was afraid Tom would finally cave. Or maybe others who'd been present at the party would start remembering certain details, snippets of conversation, or having seen them drag Addie into the other part of the mine. So far, no one had come forward, but then the specter hadn't been raised. Who knew what would happen if it was? Stephen finished his drink in several quick swallows. You're certain that's our best course? A creak sounded overhead. Kevin waited to be sure it wasn't his wife, crossing the floor to come to the top of the stairs. When he was satisfied that she wasn't about to yell down at him, he continued, As far as I can tell, think about it. No one's going to want this to come out, not even the damn mayor. Derek nodded. Mayor Rackham thinks his son could walk on water, he said. You saw the tribute Cody received last night. No way would Mr. Mayor want anyone to learn that his son instigated a gang rape. He wouldn't believe it even if he was told. Exactly. Picking up the paper Derek had shoved aside, Kevin slapped it in front of them again. We can't have any more of this. We have to agree not to touch her. I'm finding it hard to believe you didn't take her back to the mine, Tom muttered, staring at Kevin. It came as no surprise to him that Tom would be the one to say this. His guilty conscience was driving Kevin crazy. Tom was as dangerous to them as Addie. I'm telling you I didn't. He frowned. Someone did. They all looked at one another, but no one confessed. Fine. Kevin made a dismissive motion. I can see why no one would want to take responsibility. That's not necessary anyway. It's over and done with. We just have to hope Stacy remains focused on Aaron Amos. But even if he doesn't, we stay calm. We don't react. Otherwise, we could really get ourselves in trouble. Kevin, honey? Kevin held his breath. His wife was at the top of the stairs. What? Are you almost done? I'll be right up, he called back. My wife will be wondering where I am, too. Tom slid off his stool. I've got to go. So, what do you think? Kevin intercepted him before he could reach the stairs. Are we on the same page? You're not going to confess, are you? You don't want your girls to live the rest of their lives knowing their father was a rapist. You don't want your wife to leave you. Of course I don't want that. Tom looked tired as he rubbed his face. But you know what hurts the worst? Besides the fact that what we did will never, ever go away? Kevin feigned interest, but he didn't want to hear it. Why agonize over something he wouldn't bother regretting if there wasn't any danger of getting caught? It was something stupid they did at a high school party. So what? I'm listening. I don't remember enjoying the sex. It was brutal and degrading. To her and to us. You can thank Stephen for getting us into that one, Derek piped up. As I recall, it was his idea.
Stephen slammed down his glass.
Don't you dare blame me! It was your idea, Tom said sullenly.
He slid off his stool, too.
Cody's the one who wanted her, but she wouldn't let him touch her. So you told him to rape her, Tom said. Told him she deserved it. Said she'd been leading him on all night. Shut up.
Kevin didn't like where this was going.
I don't want to discuss it anymore.
There were a few seconds of strained silence. They were all laboring under a certain amount of fear, but they had no choice. They had to control it. Finally, Derek picked up his keys.
Why the hell didn't she tell anyone back when it happened? Because she doesn't want anyone to know either, Kevin said. See what I'm saying? We lie low and everything will be okay. Sometimes I wish I'd been crushed in that mine instead of Cody, Tom said.
Shocked by the vehemence behind these words, Kevin seized his arm.
Look, you have to forgive yourself. Then put it behind you. You have a daughter, Tom responded. Don't you ever think about what you'd do if something like that happened to her? No. Because...
Kevin refused to even entertain the possibility.
Because my daughter won't turn out to be a stuck-up bitch, okay?
Noah wasn't sure why he eventually made his way to Millie's. He had plenty of friends to turn to. Except they were Baxter's friends, too, and he didn't feel he could go to any of them. Whether Baxter decided to come out of the closet was up to Baxter. Noah couldn't out him. A guy deserved more from a lifelong friendship. Besides, he didn't want anyone to know what had happened at the cabin. He was humiliated by it, and yet he felt the need to talk to someone. He sure as hell didn't want to be alone right now. Fag. He'd never been called that before in his life. He shuddered to think what Baxter would endure if he openly admitted that he was sexually attracted to other men. Imagining the repercussions made Noah angry. Angry with those who'd feel superior enough to put him down, and, perhaps illogically, angry with Baxter for being vulnerable in the first place. And how was it that Baxter had fallen in love with him? He certainly hadn't done anything to solicit that type of interest. Taking another pull on his bottle, he stared at Adelaide's house. She didn't want anything to do with him. So, why had he come here? Because he was just drunk enough to ignore his better judgment. He'd sobered up so he could make the drive from the cabin, but as soon as he arrived home and started thinking about Baxter kissing him, like a lover, he'd decided he couldn't handle being clear-headed quite yet. He'd gone directly to the liquor store down the street and had been walking around town ever since, trying to ease the upset that had both his mind and his stomach churning. When he swayed and almost fell, he knew he needed to go home and call it a night. It was 12:30. Too late to pay Addie a visit. He'd scare her by banging on her door in the middle of the night. But home was beginning to feel like a very lonely place. He already dreaded morning. No matter how much he drank, the reality of what Baxter had done, what he'd revealed, would hit him hard. Shit. He walked away. He only lived a few blocks down. But when he reached the corner, he pivoted and headed back. He might as well knock. Addie had her own door. She didn't have to open up if she didn't want to. He tripped as he climbed the porch steps, grabbed for the railing and dropped his bottle. Fortunately, it fell into the bushes and didn't break, but he cursed as he caught himself.
The noise must have awakened her because the light went on. "It's just me," he said, when he saw her peeking out the window. The door opened, which gave him hope, but she stood in the narrow opening, watching him with uncertainty. "What are you doing here, Noah?" The porch seemed to be spinning. He put a hand on the doorframe to steady himself. He searched for something he could say to make this moment seem natural, but couldn't come up with a single reason he should be on her porch. He dragged her out of bed for no apparent reason. They didn't even know each other that well. Somehow, this had seemed like a much smarter idea a few seconds ago. "I don't know. Coming here was a mistake. I'm sorry." He started to go, but she came out after him. "You've been drinking." "Yes." She gave him a funny look that he would admit it so readily. "Do you get wasted very often?" He couldn't remember the last time. "Hardly ever. He loved biking too much to even be tempted. But tonight?" He whistled. "Tonight there just didn't seem to be a better answer." She tucked her hair behind her ears. "For what?" Instinctively he wiped his mouth, as if he could erase the memory of Baxter's kiss, but it was no use. There would be no forgetting. I can't talk about it." "Why not?" "Loyalty, I guess." He probably wouldn't have told her anyway. He felt too exposed. A lot like he'd felt standing on that podium last night. There was the same telltale tightness in his chest and throat. If his homecoming debacle had taught him anything, it was that he wanted to avoid so much emotion. "To whom?" she prompted. "Never mind. I shouldn't have bothered you." "Tell me what's wrong." She seemed truly concerned. "Nothing." He'd screwed up the whole night, first by taking Baxter out with those girls, and then by coming here inebriated, making Addie think he had a problem with booze. Intent on getting as far from her as possible, he turned away. What the hell was wrong with him? He needed to cope on his own. But when she jogged after him and grabbed his hand, he wanted to stay much more than he wanted to leave. "Hey," she tugged him to a stop. "Are you okay?" The sharp edge of panic cut deep when he felt his eyes begin to water, so he purposely avoided the shrewd perception he saw on her face and dropped his gaze. "I like your pajamas." "I'm wearing a shirt and some sweats." "Okay, so they're not very revealing, but because of the other night, I know what I can find under them." He hoped the sexual nature of that comment would divert her, suggest a reason he'd knocked on her door, since he didn't really have one. It was easier to come on to her than it was to tell her he'd just lost his best friend. He thought that would put a decisive end to his visit. But she didn't push him away. Didn't tell him he was a shallow jerk, like he deserved. She caught his face, forcing him to meet her eyes. "Why did you really come?" Part of him wanted to level with her, to tell her he was confused, torn, even angry. But he couldn't think of how to say it without including Baxter. And when tears of frustration came more readily than words, he did what he had to in order to distract her before she could realize he was standing on an emotional precipice. "Because I want you," he whispered, and he knew she'd have to believe it because, in spite of everything else, that was most definitely true. Addie couldn't figure out what was going on with Noah, but this wasn't about sex, at least, not entirely. If she had her guess, alcohol hadn't worked to numb the pain of whatever was bothering him. Could it be Cody's death, after all these years? So he was trying something else. She told herself to back away, she couldn't get involved. But he seemed so vulnerable, and she'd dreamed of kissing him so many times over the years. In high school, and even since she'd been back,
that she couldn't bring herself to move an inch. When he lowered his head, she stood in the chill autumn air, her bare feet seemingly frozen to the concrete. Then their lips touched, and she experienced such a visceral reaction. She could only lean in. This was the boy she'd always wanted, and he kissed even better than she'd imagined.
"I'm happier already," he murmured, sliding his arms around her and bringing her up against his chest.
Since he'd lifted his head to speak, it was the perfect moment to break off the embrace. Instead, Addie clenched her hands in his hair and brought his lips back to hers, kissing him with all the passion she'd held at bay for a decade and a half. Soon they were both gasping for air and pressing into each other, as if they were tempted to climb inside each other's clothes.
"Wow," he said. "See? You do like me. I don't know why you had to make me feel like you didn't. That wasn't very nice."
She almost smiled at his petulance. Liking him had never been the problem. Right now, surrounded by darkness and quiet, with all of Whiskey Creek asleep and unaware, it was easy to forget there was a problem. All that had come before, and all that might come after, didn't seem important, especially since she knew this brief interlude wouldn't change anything, except maybe for the better. If she wanted Noah to forget about her, all she had to do was give him what he wanted, become another of the many women who passed through his life. Once he conquered the challenge she'd stupidly provided, he'd move on. Tom had told her as much. "It's cold out here," he said. "Let's go to my house, so I can get you warm." She was shivering, but cold had nothing to do with it. On the contrary, she was burning up inside, feeling more desire than she'd ever thought possible for someone who'd gone through what she had. How could it be that she still wanted Noah? That what she'd felt in high school had never really changed? Her therapist would say she was a testament to the power of the human spirit to overcome and disassociate. Dr. Rosenbaum had said it before, but the fact that she could feel so normal, so much like she imagined other women felt when they encountered such a desirable man, surprised Addie. "Gran can't wake up to find me gone," she said, struggling to hold on to the reality of her situation. "Not after—" "Don't think about what happened the other night," he broke in. "I'll get you back before she wakes up." She shook her head. "I'm sorry, I can't sleep with you." His breath fanned her skin as he kissed her neck. "Why not? I can tell you want to." He was right. He'd caught her at a weak moment. All these years, she'd denied herself the kind of abandon she was experiencing now. She desperately wanted to forget, to let go at last. But she couldn't have a relationship with him, even if he decided he was interested. "Why?" he asked, when she didn't answer. That old attraction had come out of hibernation, stronger than ever, making her ask herself, what about one night? It wouldn't mean anything to him, so she didn't have to worry that he might be misled or get hurt, and she already understood their limitations. There was just one problem. "You're drunk," she said. His tongue outlined the rim of her ear. "I'm not so drunk that I can't make love." Oh boy. Scarcely able to breathe, she dropped her head back as his hands moved up under her t-shirt. "I mean, you're not capable of giving consent." At this, he lifted his head. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely." "You don't have to protect me." She stiffened. "Because—" "I'm a guy. We want sex whether we're drunk or not, and we don't complain about getting it afterward." She could tell he was partly joking, but she wanted to be sure he knew what he was doing. "You should have a clear head when you're making that choice." "Trust me, He rested his forehead against hers.
I know what I'm asking for, and I'd choose you, no matter what.
He meant he'd choose having sex, as opposed to not having sex. Tonight, she just happened to be his potential partner. She had to keep the details straight, but it wasn't easy, considering that his palms were lightly passing over the tips of her breasts. Catching his wrists, she stopped him long enough to make him pull his hands out from under her shirt. Sleeping with me won't solve whatever has you so upset, Noah. He grinned as he gazed down at the response he'd drawn from her body, which was obvious despite her t-shirt.
But it'll sure as hell make for a better night than not sleeping with you.
His smile faded as he looked up again.
I can deal with the rest in the morning. I'll have to, anyway.
The rest of what? She asked. What was wrong with him? Was this about last night, or about something else?
Don't ask. It'll just ruin this.
He kissed her again, soft and lingering, and wet enough to make her think she'd lose her mind if she continued to resist. She thought of Gran. She thought of Cody, Kevin, Derek, Tom, and Stephen. And she thought of the therapist who'd helped her recover. Dr. Rosenbaum would, no doubt, warn her against this. She'd come so far since the attack. Didn't want to backslide. But couldn't this be called progress? She felt so alive, so eager to be physical. With the men who'd come before him, she just wanted to pull away.
Don't start thinking, he said.
Why not?
Because I don't want you to say no.
She chuckled at how straightforward he was. Let me get some shoes. I'll walk you home. Make sure you don't fall in a ditch or stumble into the road. He gave her a searching look.
You won't stay the night?
I can't, she replied. But once they reached his house, he seemed so disappointed by the idea of being rejected, she couldn't maintain her refusal.
I don't have a breathalyzer, he said, as he urged her inside. So, what am I going to have to do? Walk a straight line? Recite the alphabet backward?
It didn't say much for her resolve that he didn't have to do either of those things. All he had to do was kiss her, and keep kissing her, until they were in his bedroom. 15. Adelaide knew this wasn't the way to come out of the nosedive that had been her first week in Whiskey Creek. She was supposed to be keeping her distance from Noah, not cutting anchor and sailing straight into the storm. But she couldn't imagine this would be the start of anything long-term. He'd never had a serious girlfriend, so there was that consolation. By morning, he'd say he wasn't looking for a committed relationship, but he hoped they could remain friends. And she'd say she understood completely and hoped the same thing. Then they'd go their separate ways, and if she was lucky, he'd feel so self-conscious about not calling her afterward. He wouldn't even come into Just Like Moms. Having him step out of her life would be so much easier than trying to force him out. Then she wouldn't have to battle her natural inclinations. She could mind her own business, like she planned from the beginning, and try to forget this potent high school crush that kept reasserting itself, despite that nightmare of a graduation party and the passage of 15 years.
You're thinking again.
She couldn't help it. She was looking for pitfalls. She didn't want to regret this later. But she was pretty sure she'd regret stopping even more. It wasn't as if she'd feel this way about just any guy. Not counting the rape, she'd slept with 2 men, including Clyde, who'd become her husband. But there'd been very few fireworks involved. One big hurrah, and then Noah would exit stage left. Refusing to be hampered by any more doubt, she tugged on his shirt, and he lifted his arms so she could peel it off. You look... She didn't want to reveal how much she admired what she saw, since she knew she felt more than she should. Just like I thought you would, she finished.
Let's see if I can say the same.
He fingered the hem of her t-shirt to indicate that he wanted to take it off. Despite a nervous flutter in her stomach, she raised her arms.
Beautiful.
He tossed her shirt away, but he certainly wasn't looking in that direction when he said this. He seemed mesmerized by the sight of her, and Addie could honestly say she'd never felt anything more exciting. When he didn't make any move to touch her, however, she covered herself with her arms. She wasn't bold enough to continue standing there with her shirt off and the lights on. I've always been kind of skinny. Sometimes she still felt like that awkward girl he'd so casually ignored.
Don't be nervous.
He removed her hands.
You might have been skinny before, but you're perfect now.
So, she swallowed hard. Why are you just staring at me? He pinned her arms at her sides as he kissed one breast.
The anticipation is half the fun.
That sent another ripple of pleasure through her. Obviously, he was better at this than she was. Maybe she'd expected to be a novice in comparison. Okay, maybe, she cleared her throat. Maybe we could turn off the lights?
He chuckled. Are you still that shy?
No, she shook her head, adamant. Not anymore. She'd worked so hard to overcome that. It's just, I haven't been with very many men. I'm not as used to this as you are. He stepped closer, until his bare chest brushed against hers.
You were married.
It was becoming increasingly difficult to keep track of the conversation. For a few months, and I'm pretty sure he slept with one of the waitresses at the restaurant more than he slept with me. She laughed, as if she'd been making a joke. But she'd always feared that Clyde had preferred the waitress, because she wasn't any fun in bed.
Was he your first?
My second. There was one other guy. Before.
They always turned off the lights?
I guess. She couldn't remember. But she hadn't been as self-conscious with them, hadn't cared as much what they thought of her. That was why she'd chosen them. They were safe. Nothing like Noah. At that point in her recovery, she hadn't been ready for a man who affected her as deeply as Noah.
I'll turn them off if you want, but this is a sight worth seeing. Just looking at you makes me hard as a rock.
When her face heated, he chuckled again.
Wow, it's been a long time since I've seen a woman get embarrassed so easily.
Suddenly afraid she was making a mistake, she pulled away. I'm not very good at this. I should go. She tried to circumvent him so she could get to her shirt.
Addie.
His hand rested on her shoulders as he turned her around.
Don't go.
I don't have the experience you want.
I don't care about experience. All I care about is being with you. The lights can go off. You can have anything you want.
When she glanced at her shirt, as if she was still tempted to pick it up, he grasped her chin.
It's okay, he murmured. I wasn't making fun of you. To be honest, it's been a long time since I've wanted a woman so badly.
The sincerity in those words almost had her believing them. But she told herself comments like that had to be common when it came to casual sex. She hesitated, but before she could decide what to do, he backed her up against the wall, where he could reach the light switch.
You have nothing to worry about,
he insisted, and plunged them into darkness. What about birth control? She asked.
I've got birth control.
She had other things to worry about. But once he lowered his head to her breast, she couldn't remember a single one. Sex had become so mechanical lately, so meaningless. But it wasn't that way with Addie. Making her gasp or moan made it all feel new. The first time they made love, Noah was too caught up, couldn't worry much about anything. He just went with the demands of his body. But the second time, he was determined to bring her to climax, and became frustrated when he couldn't. She wouldn't relax, wouldn't let go. It was only when he refused to give up that she finally admitted she'd never had an orgasm while making love. He could hardly believe it. She'd been married. What had been happening in that bed if she hadn't been getting any sexual gratification from her husband? "It's okay. I've had fun," she said, when he slumped over to rest. It was almost 4 in the morning. After what had occurred at the cabin, this night felt as if it had lasted a week. But Noah couldn't leave her unsatisfied. He wanted to be the one to make it happen, and not just because of male pride. He hated that the 2 guys she'd been with before hadn't, for whatever reason, helped her have that experience. "There must be something wrong with me," she said, with a self-deprecating laugh. She was offering him an excuse to finish without her. She'd probably offered the same excuse to the other 2 men she'd been with, and they must have accepted it, or she wouldn't be in this situation. But he highly doubted she had a physical problem. It was her shyness that stood in the way. She was so quick to withdraw, to assume a protective stance, physically and emotionally. He could feel her holding back. "You can't be defensive or self-conscious, or it won't work," he said. "I'm not defensive." She didn't argue about being self-conscious. "I told you in the beginning, I'm not good at this." "That's bullshit," he said. "That belief is part of the problem. You're not being graded, you know. I've loved every minute of it, but I want you to love it too." He'd been aroused and so intent on keeping her aroused, on exploring her body, that he suddenly realized he might not have given her what she really needed. And that was a little more gentleness, a little more reassurance. She had to be able to trust him enough to quit shutting down as soon as she felt she might lose control. "There's no reason it should be difficult," he added. "You're safe with me." Her hands gripped his arms. "Noah, I really don't think I can." "I know you've been through some shit in the past. Your ex must be to blame for that. What a bastard. But I'm not your ex. Let go of whatever happened before, okay? Abandon all resistance." "You think I'm resisting?" "I know you are." He kissed her again, this time soft and slow. "I want you to come," he coaxed. "Let me make you come." "I've been trying." "Here." He rolled onto his back, which brought her on top of him. "You take charge, and do anything that feels good." There was a heartbeat of silence. Then she said, "You're what feels good to me." The way she made that statement led him to believe it encompassed more than the physical. It was usually the kind of declaration that frightened him, that made him believe he was getting into a sticky situation. But somehow, tonight, he responded to that deeper element, wanted it to be there. He liked this woman. He liked her a lot. "You're what feels good to me, too," he admitted. She stared down at him. He could see the shine in her eyes, even though she was barely visible in the moonlight, cutting through the blinds. It felt as if he'd finally reached her on a profound level, and that made a difference. When she started to move, it wasn't all about the gasps and groans and physical pleasure he'd experienced so many times before. This was a more intimate connection. He didn't care if the sex was perfect. He only cared that she felt safe to enjoy it. And, oddly enough, he wasn't thinking about how he could slip out of the relationship without hurting her when it was over. He was letting himself go too, in a way he'd never let go before. And that made this very different. How ironic that he would feel what he was feeling on the night Baxter had tried to kiss him. It was as if the pendulum of his emotions had swung all the way back to the other side. He was excited, turned on, attracted enough to pursue this woman.
"See?" he whispered. "Feel the rhythm. You can start out nice and easy."
She did move nice and easy, but not for long. He smiled as the tension began to escalate, because he could tell she was experiencing the same growing pleasure he was. Too carried away to respond to his instructions, she arched her back and rocked faster and faster, and he helped her keep the rhythm with his hands on her thighs. Considering how hard he'd tried the first time around, he'd expected this to take a while. But it didn't. After just a few minutes, he sensed that she was close, and that got him so excited he almost ruined it for her. "Addie!" He could only say her name, but he was trying to warn her that he couldn't hang on much longer. "Not yet," she gasped. Clenching his hands in the bedding, he scrambled to concentrate on other things in an attempt to last. But then he heard her groan and felt that distinctive shudder, and nothing could have stopped him from joining her. Addie woke from a deep and dreamless sleep to the feel of a warm body curved protectively around hers. It took a moment to remember where she was, to realize this wasn't Clyde, who was the only man she'd ever woken up with before. Then panic set in. What time was it? Had Gran gotten up and found her gone? Lifting her head, she searched the darkness for Noah's alarm clock and sagged in relief. It was only 5:20. Gran didn't get up until 6 or 6:30. If she hurried, she could make it back to her room before Gran even knew she'd been gone. Careful not to wake Noah, she slid out of bed and began searching for her clothes. Her shirt and shoes were in the living room, she remembered that, but her panties and sweat bottoms had to be here, somewhere.
"Hey, you okay?"
Noah's sleepy words made her freeze. "Fine, everything's okay. Go back to sleep."
"I'm not going back to sleep. I don't want you out alone." He started to get up. "I'll walk you home."
"No, you can't. Someone could see us together." She heard the rasp of his beard growth as he rubbed his face.
"Oh, right. And the way we look, there'd be no question as to what we've been doing."
He laughed, as if imagining the sight they'd make.
"What time is it?"
"Early, but there could be a few cars out, and in Whiskey Creek, that's all it would take." He raised himself into a sitting position.
"Will you be okay on your own?"
She used her feet to feel across the carpet. "Of course. It's only a couple of blocks."
"But after what happened on Wednesday, I'm afraid."
"That won't happen again." The tone of his voice changed.
"How do you know?"
He was asking her to be honest with him, about the night he'd rescued her from the mine. But she couldn't. What he knew from having found her was all he could ever know. Even that was too much. "I just do."
"Will you tell me something?"
She found her panties. "What?"
"Your ex-husband's name?"
She said nothing.
"That's a no."
"Why does it matter?" she asked.
"I'd like to talk to him."
"About what?" She located her sweatpants hanging over the arm of a chair. "You don't even know him, and he's no longer part of my life."
"He's the one who hurt you, right?"
"No."
"You're protecting someone."
"Forget it, okay?" she said, as she slipped on her sweats. She started for the living room, then realized she should say something in parting. Thanks for..."
"For..."
he prompted when she couldn't come up with the appropriate words. "A good time." She blanched at how cliched that sounded, but tried to rally. "I had fun." There was a slight pause.
"So did I."
She'd been covering her bare chest, even though it was probably too dark for him to see her. "Bye."
"Wait a sec. Will you turn on the light?"
"I'm not dressed."
"You don't want me to see you? After last night?"
"There's no need for you to wake up all the way," she said, and dashed out to get her shirt.
She could hear him getting up. The light went on a second later. He was naked when he carried out a slip of paper. "Here's my cell phone. Give me a call after you've had a chance to get some sleep. I'll take you to dinner."
What was he talking about? They'd already had sex. This was supposed to be when he said he wasn't interested in a romantic relationship, and he just wanted to be friends.
She stared at his outstretched hand.
"That's okay."
His eyebrows slid up. "You don't want it?"
"It's not that I don't want it. It's that we live in the same small town. If we're seen in public, people might make a big deal out of it. They might think we're, dating, when we're not. So it'd be better to—"
"What?" he scowled. "Not see each other?" He seemed to be getting upset, so she took the paper. She didn't have to call him. He'd probably forget he'd even given her his number.
"Never mind. I have a busy day, but I'll see how things go."
He caught her at the door and turned her around. "You're not upset?"
"Of course not."
"Good, because last night was one of the best nights I've ever had. Once we got here," he clarified. She had a hard time believing last night had been very special for him, but it was a nice thing to say.
"Given my lack of experience, that's shocking."
It shouldn't be, because it wasn't about performing like a porn star. And this wasn't ending with the brush-off she'd been expecting.
"I'd better go."
He bent his head as if he'd kiss her goodbye, but she pretended like she didn't realize that was his intention and slipped out.
"Thanks again."
After walking a couple of miles down the narrow mountain road leading away from the cabin, Baxter had called Eve on his cell phone and had her pick him up. She'd been worried when she saw him, of course, had wanted to know what was wrong, but he'd managed to minimize the situation. Telling her that he and Noah had had an argument because they'd both been drinking and had hit on the same girl was easier than revealing what he'd been hiding since the 5th grade. It wasn't that he didn't trust Eve. It was just that the fewer people who knew, the better. If his parents ever found out, they'd never speak to him again. They had a greater chance of finding out today than they did yesterday. He was aware of that. Since he'd lost control and acted so recklessly, he didn't know what to expect. The image of Noah standing there, too shocked to react, too shocked to even push him away, made Baxter want to weep. Noah probably hated him. The crazy thing was that he couldn't understand why, after keeping himself in check for so long. He'd done what he'd done. The part of him that was dying to come out had simply tried to bury once and for all the front he'd been showing the world. And now he had to deal with the fear of losing his friends and his family. He'd been so upset, he hadn't even gone to bed. If only Noah hadn't acted as if it was so much fun to have those girls around. If only Baxter hadn't had to watch Lisa climb into Noah's lap and kiss him so sexually when Baxter knew damn well that Noah felt nothing for her. If only they hadn't been drinking. Over the past few years, he'd been so careful to avoid alcohol when he was in Noah's presence. Shit! He couldn't take stewing alone any longer, so he grabbed his cell phone off the side table and called the hotel where Callie and Levi were staying in Hawaii. He hated to bother them on their honeymoon, but he had to talk to someone. And because Callie was the only friend he'd ever confided in, she was his best option. The gay men he socialized with in San Francisco didn't understand his situation, and certainly didn't agree with his choices. "Hey," he said, when he heard her sleepy hello. "Did I wake you?"
"Who is this?"
"You've forgotten me already?"
"Bax!"
There was a pause, and then she chuckled.
"I'm out of it. It's 4:30 here. What's going on?"
He hadn't even checked the time. "I'm sorry to wake you. I held off as long as I could, but—"
"Is something wrong?" She sounded worried.
No, never mind.
He shouldn't have disturbed her. She was doing better now, but she'd nearly died over the summer. He needed to let her get all the rest she could. There was still a possibility that her body could reject the new liver. That was partly why she and Levi had had to wait a couple of weeks after the wedding to leave. They'd needed a doctor's clearance to go so far from home.
I'll call you later.
No, wait! Don't go! He didn't hang up, but the lump in his throat made it almost impossible to speak.
Are you there?
She asked. He swallowed hard.
Yeah.
You're scaring me.
I told him,
he said.
You told...
After a brief pause, she seemed more awake.
What are you saying? You told who? What? I told Noah the truth.
Her voice took on a tentative tone.
About...
He laughed, but it was a bitter sound even to his own ears.
Actually, I didn't tell him. I showed him.
Baxter, what are you talking about?
I kissed him, Callie.
Unable to believe it, he shoved a hand through his hair.
Kissed Noah.
This revelation met with stunned silence. Then she said, Bax, are you drunk?
Not anymore.
You were? Oh, God.
Yeah. Shit. What am I going to do now?
That depends. Hang on. There was some rustling. He guessed she was getting out of bed and going into the bathroom so she could talk without disturbing her husband.
How did he react? It was sort of anticlimactic.
You didn't enjoy it as much as you thought you would?
He didn't exactly pull me into his arms.
You knew he wouldn't.
True, but get this. He didn't shove me away either.
What does that leave?
He stood there, Callie. He just stood there, which makes me feel like even more of an idiot.
He must have said something eventually. The way her words echoed told him she was indeed in the bathroom.
I didn't wait to hear it. I took off.
Where were you when this happened?
Gail's cabin.
And now?
Home.
Have you heard from him since?
Of course not. What can he say? I hate you for loving me? I'm completely grossed out by the fact that you want to get naked with me? Stay the hell away? He doesn't have to say those things. I know he feels them.
She sighed into the phone. Was anyone else around? He went to stand at the window. It was getting light outside. He was glad of that, glad the long night was finally over. Not that daybreak made his situation any easier. Now he'd have to face the results of his actions.
No one I need to worry about.
Wow, she breathed. So,
what's next?
He glanced around his house. Built in 1894, it was listed on the Historic Registry, along with a handful of other buildings in Whiskey Creek. And it was spectacular. Everything he'd hoped it would be. He'd spent 3 years restoring it, but now he felt he'd been foolish to remain in such a conservative community, to perpetuate the illusion he'd maintained since he first began to suspect he was gay. His love for Noah and his other friends had held him here, but there suddenly didn't seem to be any reason to hang on. He needed to sell his place. He could find a condo or other accommodation in San Francisco where he worked.
I guess I'll move to the city.
Bax, I want you to be happy. You know I do. So if San Francisco will make you happier, I'm all for it. I'll drive over often, but don't go because you feel we won't accept you for who you are. Give us a chance.
Callie, if word gets out, I'll have to leave. My father's the biggest homophobe in Northern California. I don't want to be an embarrassment to him.
He loves you. That was about all she could say. It was true. But that love held him hostage. He couldn't bear the thought of losing it.
I'm his only son. Every time I see him, We have to go hunting, as much as I hate that. Or watch a football game. You know, scratch our balls, beat our chests, talk about how much we love big tits. A few months ago he took me to a strip club, for crying out loud.
Your mother didn't mind?
He said there are a few things we don't tell her.
He's not cheating.
No, he's just trying to make a man out of me.
Imagine, setting all that aside. He recognized the sarcasm in her voice, but didn't react to it.
I can't imagine it, because I'd be setting my father aside at the same time. That's who he is.
He has to suspect, Bax. The way you look at Noah, I hate to tell you this, but sometimes it's obvious.
Not to my dad. He doesn't notice how I look at other guys because he doesn't want to see it. I can hunt, I can fish, I can play sports. I've had girlfriends. I passed the not gay litmus test. He doesn't care if I have to pretend.
I'm so sorry, Bax. I wish there was something I could do to change that.
So do I.
A gunmetal gray Dodge Ram pulled out of the stream of traffic traveling down Sutter Street and stopped in front of his house, and his heart leaped into his throat.
Holy hell.
What? She cried.
Noah's here.
16. Noah had never felt more awkward in his life. He wasn't even sure why, after Addie left, he'd gotten up, showered, and driven over to Baxter's Victorian. His relationship with Bax could never be what it was. As far as Noah was concerned, the very nature of who Baxter was had changed. So what did he have to gain by coming here? Maybe nothing. But Baxter had been part of his life for so long. He couldn't remain angry. He hoped they could find some middle ground, some way to continue as friends, even if things were a bit uncomfortable for a while. And he figured it was better to get this first painful confrontation over with as soon as possible. If he put it off, or they weren't able to work through the strong emotions the incident at the cabin had provoked, the rest of their friends would pick up on the strain, and it would become a big issue, possibly dividing the whole group. Learning that Baxter had a crush on him was hard enough to deal with. Noah didn't want to challenge his other relationships at the same time.
I'm surprised to see you.
Baxter didn't open the door very wide, didn't invite Noah in. Noah shifted from one foot to the other. He'd never seen his friend's eyes so red. He'd never seen him this unkempt, either. Somehow Baxter managed to look his typical stylish self, even when he had a hangover. But not today. Today he had on the clothes he'd worn last night, sleeves rolled up and shirt tails hanging out, and his skin was unusually pale beneath the dark shadow of beard that covered the lower half of his face. Noah guessed he hadn't been to bed.
I'm surprised to be here,
he admitted.
Why'd you come?
He shrugged.
We've been friends all our lives. I guess that's why.
Baxter said nothing.
Does anyone else know?
Noah asked. He winced.
About last night? That you're gay, Bax. Let's start with that. Are you kidding? No, I'm not kidding. I mean...
Noah gazed off into the neighbor's yard before looking back.
Am I the only one who didn't know?
Somehow the thought of that bothered him as much as all the rest of it.
No, I haven't said a word to anyone, except Callie.
He leaned into the door.
And only because she kept badgering me about it.
Baxter had spent a lot of time with Callie this summer, while she was sick. Noah could see why he might confide in her. But that made him feel betrayed by both of them, as if they were keeping this great secret from him. Callie was his friend too. She could have warned him. Instead, she'd allowed him to be blindsided.
You should have told me. You didn't want to know.
Noah couldn't refute that, which made it hard to blame Callie, too. So he continued listing his grievances.
You pretended to be straight. You talked about girls. You played football. You took showers with us. You went skinny dipping at the waterhole whenever we went. Hell, we got laid for the first time on a double date the week we moved into our dorm at San Diego State. We slept with so many girls that year, it wasn't even funny.
Baxter's jaw tightened.
Because that's what you wanted. And I was still fighting the truth. Don't you get it? I wanted to be like you. I tried to be like you. I just wasn't.
Noah didn't know whether to be mad at himself for ignoring all the signs, or mad at Baxter for taking advantage of his determined loyalty.
And you didn't feel you could level with me? You think I should have blown up our friendship years ago?
Noah wanted to deny that Baxter's sexual orientation would affect the friendship, but there was little doubt that this would change the whole dynamic. For starters, what they talked about would change. So would how they talked about it.
Is this a friendship, Bax? Or is it something else? In your view, anyway. I mean, what you did at the cabin.
He couldn't finish, couldn't get any closer to the kiss than that. Thank goodness for Addie. It was being with her afterward that had given him a chance to put it in perspective. He couldn't help that he was attracted to her. Maybe Baxter couldn't help his attractions either. They stared at each other for several seconds. Then Baxter said,
Are we really going to talk about that? You're saying we shouldn't? I'm shocked that you're willing. I'm here because I'm trying to understand. So you're going to look under the bed, even though you know what you're going to find will scare you? Don't bother. It won't change anything. I've got to go.
He began to shut the door, but Noah blocked it.
What do you mean you have to go? I mean, I can't see you anymore. I have a lot of changes to make. They'll be painful enough without trying to fake a friendship with you.
Noah felt as if he'd just been slugged.
Why would it be fake? Because it can't be anything else, he said, and closed the door.
Shocked, Noah stood there for probably 15 minutes. He expected Baxter to realize that he'd just cut off his best friend. He thought Baxter would eventually calm down and come back, and they'd be able to work out something. But he didn't. And when Noah knocked again, he just yelled,
Go away!
Black Gold Coffee was crowded. When the weather was good, Sundays saw an influx of tourists. Like other gold country towns, Grass Valley, Placerville, Cool, Coloma, Plymouth, Angels Camp. It was a popular stop along Highway 49. All these towns were a throwback to the 1800s and had a surfeit of old-fashioned, quaint charm, but none more so than Whiskey Creek. Some of the locals complained about the occasional crowds and the lack of street parking, but the gift shops and other businesses thrived on their patronage, including Just Like Mom's. Today, Addie liked having so many unfamiliar faces around. Being in the presence of strangers made her feel less conspicuous as she sat in the corner, booting up her laptop.
Mocha Frappuccino, the barista called out.
She glanced around before going to collect her drink. She was hoping she wouldn't see Kevin or anyone else this time, and that included Noah. It wasn't easy, but she hadn't let herself dwell on being with him last night. There were moments she caught her mind drifting back to what it had felt like to touch him, to kiss him. And she had to reel her thoughts back in. She supposed that was only natural, but she couldn't see him again. She'd spent half her high school years craving him. That was enough. Noah had commitment issues. That meant she couldn't have a relationship with him, even if they didn't have Cody's death standing between them. Whenever she began to feel wistful, to remember how satisfied and complete she'd felt in his arms. She reminded herself that there was no use crying about something she couldn't change. Her life was what it was. She had to accept that and do what she could for Gran. She connected to the free internet while sipping her frappuccino. She didn't want to stay out in public for long. She just wanted to take a peek at www.skintightentertainment.com. For her own peace of mind, she hoped to figure out who'd broken into her bedroom. It would be useless information, or it could help her defend herself later, if she was ever forced into that position again. At least, she'd know which of her 4 attackers had the nerve to threaten her with a knife. But the website that came up made her regret checking it. It was a porn site, with bondage and rape as a major theme. The thud of her heart seemed to reverberate in her chest. Had her attacker worn that sweatshirt on purpose, as a way to intimidate her further, or... She remembered Noelle standing at her grandmother's booth during the homecoming game, inviting her to model for a calendar. Noelle had given her a URL where she could see what Derek had created so far. She'd put that card in her purse. She took a few seconds to dig it out so she could visit that site too. Sure enough, Derek had some pictures posted. The site said the calendar wasn't finished, that it wouldn't go on sale until December 1st, but there was a pre-order campaign in place, and Noelle's picture was used as the enticement. Olivia's sister wasn't naked. She was wearing a string bikini, but she was posed on a beach with her knees falling open, her hands on her breasts, and her head thrown back as if she was inviting the viewer closer. A lot closer. Could Derek Rodriguez be involved with that calendar and the porn site? Absently fingering her cheekbone, where the worst bruise from her ordeal had yet to fade, she surfed through all the links. There was a contact number for Derek, but no address. Tom had told her he worked from home doing websites, but wasn't very successful. He certainly seemed more likely to be connected to www.skintightentertainment.com than Kevin or Tom. But what about Stephen? According to Tom, Stephen was probably behind what had been done to her. She already knew he had a rape fantasy. Without the spark he'd provided at that graduation party, she doubted Cody would ever have violated her in that way. He certainly hadn't needed to use her for sex. He'd been sleeping with girls since the 8th grade. Rumors went around the high school all the time that Shania was pregnant, or that she'd had an abortion. Addie knew it was her innocence they'd been after, and Stephen had taken more pride in destroying that than all the rest of them put together. She'd actually been surprised that it was Cody who'd come back for more.
Addie, is that you?
She glanced up to see one of the waitresses who worked at her grandmother's restaurant, probably the only one who'd been at Just Like Mom's since before she left.
Hi, Luann.
It's been a long time. They talked on the phone now and then, when Addie had called Darlene or Gran at the restaurant, but Addie hadn't seen her since returning to Whiskey Creek.
It has. It's great to see you. Are you off today?
I usually spend Sundays with my kids, but my mom took them to Disneyland for a few days.
That's nice of her.
She winced as she indicated Addie's eye. Whoever attacked you did a fine job of it, didn't they? She smiled. They could have done worse.
I guess so. You must be healing well to have such a good attitude.
I'll be fine.
Will you be coming into the restaurant soon?
She closed her laptop. Tomorrow, as a matter of fact.
Oh.
She hesitated, as if she had more to say, but seemed to reconsider.
I work tomorrow, too. I guess I'll see you then.
Luann? She turned back.
Yes?
Addie studied her.
Was there something else you wanted to say to me?
Her gaze slid to the floor before rebounding.
I felt like maybe I should warn you that Darlene might not be happy to have you get involved.
In running the restaurant?
She's been doing it pretty much on her own lately.
I'm not planning to take her job, not if I can help it. Even if Gran agreed to sell the restaurant, the new owners might need Darlene to remain as manager. I tried to make that clear when I called to tell her I'll be returning.
I know, but, she smiled, never mind. I'm sure everything will be fine. See you then.
Adelaide watched her go. Was Darlene going to give her trouble? Maybe she had more problems than she'd realized.
Was it just yesterday that he'd thought he'd been enjoying himself a little too much, that he needed to get serious and grow up? What had happened with Baxter showed Noah how quickly life could change. Gone was the feeling that he had things too good. As darkness fell on Sunday evening, he felt slightly bereft, unsettled, even torn. He wanted Baxter to stay in Whiskey Creek, but he could see that wouldn't improve the situation. Baxter would still crave something he couldn't find here, and he deserved the right to pursue what would fulfill him, like everyone else. It didn't make Noah feel any better that Addie hadn't called. He'd never dreamed that after last night, she wouldn't be eager to get back in touch with him. They'd had such a great time. He'd never had to worry about being blown off like that. "What are you doing here?" He blinked as his mother confronted him. He'd been reaching for the door when she opened it. "Don't my parents live here?" "The parents you rarely visit?" "What are you talking about? I see you all the time." "You wouldn't even talk to us at the game the other night." "I wasn't in a particularly good mood." "You don't seem to be in a great mood now. What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong." He scowled as he moved past her. "What's for dinner?" "You came to eat." "Sure. Where's Dad?" "It's Sunday." "I know." "So he's playing golf like always. You went with him a couple of weeks ago, remember? But he should be home any minute." Noah lingered as he passed several pictures of him and Cody that were hanging on the wall. Baxter was in some of those photos, almost as if he'd been raised a member of the Rackham family. "Is this about Friday night, honey?" she asked, her voice softening as she came up behind him. "I don't want to talk about Friday night." "It's okay to mourn your brother, Noah. If you'd let yourself grieve, maybe the pain would go away." He put his arm around her. "Use your psychology degree on someone else, Mom," he said. "It's been years. I'm fine." "Losing a twin is harder than losing a regular sibling. They've done studies." "I've been through it, remember?" "So that's all I'm going to get out of you?" He wanted to say more, but he couldn't tell her or anyone else about Baxter. He'd come here for the distraction. Sitting at home, obsessing over the big revelation wasn't helping. It was only making him feel worse. And then there was Addie. He wasn't any more comfortable with rejection than he was with grief. He'd been tempted to stop by her place instead. She'd been a hell of a distraction last night, one he could go for again. But he hadn't gotten her number, although he'd given her his. He'd never imagined he wouldn't hear from her. He'd given Addie her first orgasm, for heaven's sake. "Food sounds good." Maybe afterward he could have a word with his father about the investigation into Addie's abduction. No matter what happened, he wanted to know who'd kidnapped her and see the bastard punished. Once he sat down, his mother massaged his shoulders for a few seconds before kissing his cheek and moving over to the stove. "So, what's been going on with you?" He toyed with the salt and pepper shakers she'd put on the table. "I've just been working at the store." "When you're not rescuing damsels in distress?" She turned to grin at him. "Finding Addie in the mine was definitely out of the ordinary." "Word has it, Aaron Amos kidnapped her. Have you heard?" "It wasn't Aaron."
She dropped her spoon in what he thought was gravy and had to fish it out. "Who was it, then?"
"I don't know, and she's not saying."
"She knows?" He wanted to admit that he suspected she did, but bit his tongue.
"The guy was wearing a mask. I guess that makes it pretty difficult."
"I would think so," she said. "But it is a little weird that he'd take her to the mine."
"What do you mean?"
She seemed reluctant to answer, but when he cocked an eyebrow as if demanding she explain, she continued. "We got a note once, not too long after we buried Cody." He sat up straighter. He'd never heard this before.
"From who?"
"No idea. It was anonymous."
"What did it say?"
She seemed to want to tell him. The words, whatever they were going to be, almost came out, but his father walked through the front door at that moment.
"Hey," he called out, "don't tell me my son has actually deigned to visit his old man."
"Mom?" Noah whispered, prompting her before Brent could reach the kitchen. She sent a furtive glance over his head. They had a minute or two while his father put away his clubs, but that didn't seem to matter. "It was nothing," she said. "Just one of those things like a crank call where someone tries to torment a bereaved family."
"Someone tried to torment us? With what? And who would do such a thing?"
No one had ever mistreated him or Cody, his parents either, as far as he knew. His father didn't have any political enemies. He was probably the most popular mayor the town had ever had. He hadn't been mayor back then, anyway. "It was nothing," she said again. "I don't want to upset your father by bringing up the past, so don't tell him I mentioned it, okay?" He didn't get the chance to answer. She turned back to her cooking, as if they hadn't been discussing anything important. The second Brent walked into the room. 17. The next few days weren't easy, despite the fact that Addie didn't have to face any of the men she wanted to avoid. She got up and went to the restaurant Monday morning as planned. She did the same on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and worked late each night. There were a lot of things she saw there that she wanted to change. At odd moments, when she looked at the surroundings she'd loved growing up, she even felt a sense of creative excitement. After everything she'd learned in culinary school and working for the Kingsdales, she could do so much to update and improve the restaurant. But Luann had known what she was talking about when she tried to warn Addie that there might be trouble with Darlene. Gran's manager wasn't overtly unfriendly, but she couldn't quite hide her resentment. She liked having free rein over the restaurant, didn't want Addie to question any of her policies or curtail her authority, especially since Addie had been little more than a child when she'd worked here before. Maybe Darlene had guessed that Addie wanted to get the restaurant ready to sell because she was acting so proprietary, and that only made things harder. Addie couldn't stop thinking about Noah, even though she hadn't seen or heard from him since their night together. She still felt anxious, leaving the house for fear of running into Kevin, Tom, Derek, or Stephen. And on Thursday, Gran came down with such a bad cold that she couldn't get out of bed. Addie was worried that the infection would turn into pneumonia. On top of that, Darlene had chosen Thursday, just called at the last minute, to take a personal day, which made Addie angry. Gran's manager had implied that her absence was a direct result of feeling as if she had someone looking over her shoulder all the time. No doubt she hoped Addie wouldn't like bearing 100% of the responsibility for the restaurant, that she'd give up and leave. But Addie wasn't about to let Darlene win the power struggle between them, whether Darlene wanted to acknowledge it or not. She didn't own the place. She wasn't even doing such a great job of managing it. Since she'd taken over, the restaurant was making less money than before. For one thing, They needed to raise their prices to keep up with the cost of food. It had been a decade or more since Gran had overhauled the menu. Addie was pondering that change and musing over her idea of adding some organic options when a voice, far more familiar than she would have expected after so many years, sent chills down her spine.
"We'll sit over here in the corner, if that's okay. And if you can tell her we'd like a word, that would be great."
Leaving her post at the back desk, Addie went to peek over the saloon-type doors leading into the dining area. Derek Rodriguez was strolling across the restaurant. Noelle Arnold, who'd gone back to her maiden name, was with him. When Addie noticed Luann coming toward the kitchen, she knew without having to be told that she was the person they'd asked for. "He has some nerve," she mumbled. Addie had been thinking a lot about what Derek had asked Noelle to pass on. What was that business about having her pose almost naked in a baseball uniform? A cruel joke? A veiled threat? Maybe he was taunting her about the fact that he'd gotten away with what he'd done. It was even possible he thought she'd welcome the reminder. She'd learned in her counseling sessions that some rapists justified their actions by convincing themselves that their victims asked for what they got, or at least enjoyed it. The crazy thing was that Derek hadn't seemed like a bad kid when he was a teenager. None of them had seemed like bad kids. They were the popular crowd, the boys most likely to succeed, not be brought up on sexual assault charges. Luann touched her arm. "Did you hear me?" Addie stared at her, drawing herself out of the past. "You said Derek and Noelle want to say hello." Pausing as she slipped her order pad into the pocket of her apron, Luann gave her a funny look. "That's right." Suddenly she was grateful Darlene wasn't around. One battle at a time, she told herself, and proceeded into the dining room. She regretted giving Kevin the pleasure of seeing how deeply he affected her, and didn't plan to make the same mistake with Derek. The only way to maintain some power in this situation was to pretend she'd gotten over the incident completely. She needed to take charge and stop being a victim, as much as that was possible. "Hi, Noelle." She forced a smile for Olivia's sister as she came up to the table. Then she turned to Derek. "And you are—" His eyebrows shot up. "Don't you remember me?" She adopted a baffled expression as Luann brought some water. "I'm afraid not." Derek Rodriguez. I used to play on the baseball team." "He's the one who bought you the necklace I dropped off after that terrible experience you had in the mine," Noelle volunteered. The necklace she'd thrown away as soon as she'd learned. Sensing that he might bring up the party in order to jog her memory, she pretended to have figured out who he was. "Oh, right. I remember you now. Vaguely." She wrinkled her nose. "Have you put on weight, or—" "I've put on at least 20 pounds. All of it muscle." He flexed his arms to prove it, obviously proud of the work he'd put in at the gym. "If you say so." She turned her attention back to Noelle. "Luann said you wanted to see me?" "Derek would like to recruit you for that modeling job I told you about. Isn't that cool?" Could he really be that obtuse, or was he trying to torment her? It had to be the latter. "I'm afraid I don't have any time for modeling." "That's too bad." He gave her a taunting smile. "Even at night?" Especially at night. She wasn't going anywhere near him, and certainly not in private. "Sorry." He clicked his tongue. "I'm looking for just one more, and you're perfect. You're much prettier than you were in high school." "Am I supposed to thank you for that comment?" she asked, dryly. "I'm just being honest," he said with a laugh. "He has to be objective," Noelle explained. "Like the judges on the X Factor when they tell those singers not to quit their day jobs. Anyway, it's not like he said you look worse.
I'd be pissed if he said that to me. You're a real stunner these days, he said, winking at Addie. And I'd love to have you in the calendar. I think maybe it's time we're friends.
Friends? She repeated. Although Addie couldn't see any reason she should, Noelle seemed to adore him.
He's a great photographer, she gushed. Without him, I wouldn't even be in modeling. Didn't you go to that link I gave you?
Addie swallowed hard.
I did. And? What did you think?
Anger, maybe even hatred, seemed to be getting the best of Addie. Taking care of Gran didn't mean she had to socialize with one of her attackers, or even Noelle. She resented that Derek had used Noelle to trick her with that necklace, knew he probably found it funny that she'd been wearing it. Posing naked is not my thing, but I wish you well with it. She started to walk off, but Derek's next words made her freeze.
This isn't about what happened at graduation, is it?
A jolt of panic sent Adelaide's pulse racing. Had he just referred to the rape in the middle of the restaurant as if it was no big deal? Acutely conscious of Noelle's presence, Addie scrambled to defuse the situation. As far as I'm concerned, nothing happened at graduation, so I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Glad to hear it. I was hoping you didn't have any hard feelings, because that was all in fun, you know. Kevin just mentioned it to me last night. We were so shit-faced, we didn't know what the hell we were doing.
That's how you both remember it? Addie asked, with Noelle looking curiously between the two of them. She was crazy to make the situation any more remarkable than it already was, but she was so shocked she couldn't help it. He waved a hand.
It's mostly a blur to us. But I remember how excited you were to be there, how badly you wanted our attention.
Addie's ears were ringing so loudly she almost couldn't hear. He'd held her down. He'd taken his turn. He couldn't simply excuse that by laughing it off and saying he was shit-faced. Frowning in confusion, Noelle took a sip of her water.
I don't think I was at that party. Nah. You were too young, he told her, but you would have liked it.
So what happened?
What didn't happen?
He looked to Addie for confirmation, then whistled and shook his head. A drop of sweat rolled down Addie's back, even though she wasn't remotely warm. She was holding herself too rigidly, but she couldn't relax. Cody Rackham lost his life as a direct consequence of that party. I guess I don't remember it as fondly as you do, she said, and walked away. Her emphasis on direct was probably the closest she'd ever come to admitting she'd had a hand, however inadvertently, in Cody's death. But she desperately wanted Derek to know that the consequences of their actions hadn't been minimal, as he pretended to believe. That rape had cost them their beloved leader, their most admired friend. It had cost Noah his twin brother. They couldn't shrug that off, even if they could shrug off how badly they'd hurt and traumatized her.
Let me know if you change your mind about the calendar, he called after her.
Because Gran was sick, Addie didn't feel she could stay late. But with Darlene gone, she couldn't leave early either. Carla, the assistant manager, had opened at 8 and gone home at 5. She was a single mom with 2 kids. It wasn't fair to ask her to pay for extra childcare when Darlene had done the scheduling and had slotted herself to close, and then decided to take the day off. At 5:30, Addie called home and couldn't get an answer, so she tried Darlene's number. She was hoping to get her to come in for a few hours so she could check on Gran and see that she had some dinner. "It's Adelaide," she said, when she had Darlene on the phone. "I was wondering if you'd taken care of whatever you needed to do today. Gran's sick, so I'd like a couple of hours tonight."
"I'm afraid I can't help you, Addie. I never dreamed you wouldn't be able to cover the whole day. I thought it would be the perfect time for me to take care of a few things here.
The perfect time would be on her regular days off. She had 2 a week, but Addie didn't say so. Darlene had been around a long time. Addie was still hoping they'd work out their differences. She hadn't even approached Gran about selling yet. I was more than happy to fill in and give you a break, but that was yesterday, before Gran got sick. She was fine a little while ago, but now she's not answering. I really need to get over there and make sure she's okay.
The waitresses know what they're doing. Just put Luann in charge while you're gone.
Was that what she did? Did she come and go at her leisure, leaving the restaurant without a manager on duty? Addie could see doing that mid-afternoon, maybe. But this time of day, they were always busy at dinner. What if Gran needs me to stay with her? Who'll close and take the receipts to the bank?
Whoever you trust enough to do that, I guess. I'm afraid I can't help.
Besides referring to some nebulous things she had to do, she had yet to say why. Addie didn't want to assume the worst, but she got the feeling that Darlene was taking pleasure in her predicament, as if she saw it as payback, because Addie had involved herself in the restaurant. Darlene clearly felt she had no right, even though she had every right. Okay, I'll have to do what I have to do, but I wonder what you would have done if I wasn't here.
Fortunately, you are here, and you love being at the restaurant.
Addie stiffened at her flippant tone. Actually, I do. The ensuing pause was fraught with resentment. Is something wrong? Addie asked.
Does Millie know she's not in charge anymore?
Darlene replied. She is in charge, as much as she's capable of being in charge. I would never take that from her. I'm just here to do what she can't.
We've been getting along fine. You realize that.
Addie sat up taller. You mean without me? Darlene quickly improved her tone.
You don't have to disrupt your whole life on our account. We have our routine and we're good at it.
In other words, butt out. Addie heard that loud and clear.
Millie still trusts me, doesn't she? Darlene was saying. I've given that restaurant 20 years of my life.
Of course, we both trust you. But that doesn't mean there won't be some changes.
What kind of changes are we talking about?
I haven't completely decided. I'd like to discuss my ideas with Gran first.
You've been gone for 13 years, Addie.
So? She could tell Darlene knew better than to say more, but was too frustrated to stop.
If you cared so much about Millie, why didn't you come back before now?
Addie stood up so fast she hit the desk drawer with her thighs, but she ignored the brief flash of pain. Apparently, everything she'd sensed in Darlene, everything Luann had warned her about, was accurate. Darlene had been good to her when she was a child, but she wasn't willing to accept that now Addie was doing a little more than helping out.
Darlene, I'd like us to get along, she said.
I have fond memories of you, but if you can't cope with having me back, we'll need to make other arrangements.
Meaning?
Addie heard the shock in her voice. She hadn't talked to Gran, wasn't sure she should even make this statement, but she couldn't tolerate insubordination, not if she planned to work at Just Like Mom's, and she had to, since Gran no longer could. Darlene had obviously grown far too comfortable with being in charge.
I think you know what that means. Everything's fine at the restaurant, Addie. I don't see why you have to come in and take over.
You don't have to see. The resulting silence was openly hostile. Are you going to be able to adjust? Addie continued, pressing her sudden and very slight advantage. Or do I have to let you go?
I've worked at that restaurant for 2 decades. Millie would never let you fire me, she cried and hung up.
Is everything okay? Addie had dropped the phone and was resting her forehead on one fist. At the sound of Luann's voice, she glanced up, then stood. Fine, but could you keep an eye on things for a while? I have to go home and check on Gran. Of course. She wrote her cell phone number on a post-it and stuck it to the wall above the desk. Call me if you need anything. Addie?
Adelaide had already started for the door. She was fighting tears. She didn't want any of the employees to see her like this, but she wasn't willing to be rude to someone who'd always been so nice to her. She was glad she'd turned back when Luann took one look at her and hugged her tight. Was that Darlene on the phone? She nodded against the other woman's temple, since she was so much taller. She's just feeling threatened, honey. Don't let her upset you. I, for one, am glad you're here. She tightened her squeeze for emphasis. Now, are you going to be okay? Addie nodded. Of course. I've been through worse, she said, with a wobbly smile. Gran was a lot better. That came as a relief. Addie kept in touch with Luann at the restaurant, but stayed home for a few hours, even after seeing that Gran had supper. She needed to go back to clothes, but Gran stopped her every time she got up to leave by asking for another game of cards. She was bored now that she couldn't move around like she used to. She'd always been so strong, so dominant and energetic, but she was getting old. Addie wondered how her own mother could be so indifferent to the passing time. Didn't she realize that Gran wouldn't be around forever? Would she someday regret ignoring her greatest blessing? Addie had long since stopped asking herself these kinds of questions, but tonight seemed to be the night for facing harsh realities. She hadn't yet decided what to do about Darlene. She'd planned to discuss the situation with Gran, but Gran seemed so happy. Addie didn't want to ruin the evening by dumping work woes in her lap. You get some rest, she told her. I have to go back to the restaurant. Gran seemed surprised by this. Why can't Darlene close? Addie had already explained that Darlene had taken a personal day. She's off, remember? Oh, that's right. But you've been working too hard this week. I'm sorry so much is falling on you. She bent to kiss Gran's wrinkled cheek. I don't mind. At least those nasty bruises are almost gone. Have you heard from Chief Stacy? Not since he'd come by to inform her that Shania wasn't providing Aaron with an alibi. No, but I'm sure he'll call if there's anything new. I'm disappointed he hasn't apprehended the culprit. I expected more. He'll get him eventually, she murmured, and turned on a TV show Gran liked before leaving the house. She was just getting into her truck when she realized there was a note under her windshield wipers. She glanced around but saw no one, except the people driving on the street that passed Gran's, and went on to wind through town. After throwing her purse inside and putting the key in the ignition, she climbed back out to retrieve the note. It was half a sheet of copy paper and contained 3 typed words with no signature. I'm watching you. 18. Noah punched the end button and dropped his cell phone on the couch beside him. That was the 3rd time he'd tried talking to his mother about the strange comment she'd made last weekend. He wanted to know what she meant by saying someone had tried to torment their family. That couldn't be interpreted as the throwaway statement she'd been trying to suggest it was ever since. But she wouldn't go near the subject again. Whenever he pressed her, even if he knew his father was gone, she'd say it was nothing. It sure seemed like something when you didn't want Dad to hear, he grumbled to his empty living room, and slid down so he could rest his head on the back of the couch. It had been one hell of a week. Normally he sailed through autumn, unlike the energy and effort required when he was racing. In the off-season he had nothing particularly demanding to cope with. Sure, he'd been feeling a little empty and dissatisfied recently, as various friends married and moved on with their lives. But other than Cody's death, He'd faced no monumental problems in all of his 33 years, until last Saturday, when everything had gone haywire. Leaning over, he retrieved his phone and checked the call log. Nothing from Addie or Baxter. Again. Shit. He understood why Baxter hadn't been in touch. He wasn't quite sure what to do about that, or if he could do anything. Maybe Baxter would be better off on his own. But he missed his best friend. And it didn't make the situation any easier that Addie hadn't tried to reach him either. It had been 5 days since they'd slept together, and he hadn't heard a single word from her. Not, "I had a nice time." Not, "Are you still coming to dinner on Saturday?" Not even, "I just want to be friends." Silence. That was all. As if he didn't matter enough for her to give him a second thought. He should have gotten her number, if she'd been willing to give it to him. But he'd had no reason to think that would be any more successful. They'd been so compatible, enjoyed themselves so much. He'd thought the great sex, if nothing else, would bring her back. He was certainly dying to see her. Trading his phone for the football lying on the carpet near his feet, he passed it from hand to hand. He'd heard she was working it just like Mom's. He'd been tempted to go in there, see what her reaction might be. Maybe it would remind her that he'd asked to see her again, or at least elicit an excuse as to why she hadn't responded to his dinner invitation. But he hadn't wanted to make her feel cornered, hadn't wanted to push too hard. "Damn," he breathed. How could she kiss him as hungrily as she had, as if she'd been craving the taste of him her whole life, and then walk away without a backward glance? The contradiction made no sense, but the irony of his thoughts didn't escape him. He was getting his just desserts. He'd put many women through what he was going through now, not because he'd wanted to, but because he hadn't felt strongly enough to develop a deeper relationship. Acknowledging the disappointment he'd caused didn't make his own disappointment any easier, though. He tossed the football higher in the air. What was his night with Addie really about? Had she come home with him for old time's sake? To prove to herself that she wasn't missing out on anything after all? To see if she could finally get his attention and leave him wanting more? If so, she was definitely having her revenge. He was obsessed with her, and he couldn't even confide in Baxter, like he would have if life had been normal. He hadn't spoken to Bax for as long as he hadn't spoken to Addie, but Noah had noticed a for sale sign in his yard. The sight of it had made him sick, still made him sad. He wanted that sign to come down, and for everything to go back to the way it used to be. But if Baxter couldn't get the kind of love he needed here in Whiskey Creek, and that was impossible if it included romantic love with him, he should be free to find happiness elsewhere. Squinting, Noah tried to read the clock on the opposite wall, but it had gotten dark since he'd come home, and he hadn't bothered to turn on a light. He checked the time on his phone instead. It was only 9. What was he going to do with the rest of his evening? Sitting home alone sucked. Every other night this week he'd stayed late at the shop, fixing bikes his tech could have fixed during the day. He wasn't interested in going out with Riley or Ted to meet girls. He was too intrigued by the one he'd found. He didn't want to see his other friends, anyway. They'd just want to discuss what was going on with Baxter. Since Baxter had put his house up for sale, Noah had received numerous calls from almost everyone. Ted, Eve, Cheyenne, Riley, even Gail from Simon's film location in Canada. They all asked why Baxter was moving. But Noah couldn't tell them any other reason than the one Baxter had given himself, that he was doing it to be closer to work. After insisting that something else must be going on, they hung up more frustrated and curious than when they'd called. Before long, they'd call back and try again by asking how he felt about Baxter's leaving and how he was going to handle it.
He evaded those questions too, because he didn't know the answers. He'd never been without Bax for any extended period. Hoping to distract himself from his recent misery, he grabbed the remote and turned on SportsCenter. But his interest waned after an hour or so. How many times could a guy watch a clip of a bad call in a football game and hear the analysts discuss it? Finally, too restless and bored to hold out any longer, he went in search of Addie. Noah was glad when he found Addie's 4Runner parked at the restaurant. It would be far more comfortable to go in and get a meal, he decided. It didn't matter that he'd had a burger earlier, than to knock on Addie's grandmother's door at 10:15. Because it was a school night, there weren't many patrons inside. The hostess, Tilly Bowman, led him toward a booth on the far side of the restaurant, but he didn't see Addie. He supposed she was in the back. Carl Inera sat in the corner with several guys Noah had never seen before. He got the impression they were transacting a business deal, but given Carl's reputation for selling drugs, Noah didn't want to know any more. Gail's brother Joe sat at a different table with his 2 daughters. Other than that, the restaurant was empty.
"Hey, what's up?"
Joe said when Noah stopped to say hello.
"Not a lot. What's up with you?"
He motioned to his kids.
"They don't have school tomorrow, so they're spending Halloween out here with me."
Noah eyed their ice cream sundaes.
"Looks like they're getting an early start. They have to come here every visit."
"We love it."
Josephine, the youngest, at 8 or 9, grinned up at him. She was cute because she had a lot of personality, but she wasn't as pretty as her older sister, who was the spitting image of her father.
"I heard from Gail this week,"
Noah said.
"So did I," Joe responded. "I guess everyone's pretty worked up about Baxter moving, huh? What's going on with that?"
"Ah, shit. Here, too."
"Wish I knew,"
Noah said.
"He won't tell me, other than to say it's time for a change. My guess? He's tired of the long commute." "I can understand that, but I'm sorry to see him go. I'm sure you will be, too."
"We'll remain friends no matter where he lives." At least, Noah hoped that was the case. If he gave Baxter a chance to sort out who he was and what he wanted, would they someday be able to redefine their relationship? He'd always assumed he'd be godfather to Baxter's children, and Baxter would be godfather to his. Now he wasn't sure if Baxter's plans even included children. Maybe talk of that had simply been part of the facade.
"Gail moved away,"
Noah flashed him a smile.
"But we've managed to forgive her." "Maybe you have,"
Joe teased.
"Do you know Uncle Simon?"
Josephine had chocolate around her mouth, but she had a bow in her hair and was sitting in a very mature fashion, with one leg crossed over the other.
"You mean the big movie star?"
When she blushed, as if she was as much in love with Simon as the rest of the female population, Noah chuckled.
"Rich and famous. That's a tough combination to resist, isn't it?"
"I just think he's cute,"
she mumbled. Joe laughed and changed the subject.
"How's Cheyenne?" "She's good." "She's happy? I mean, with Dylan?"
The gravity behind this question took Noah by surprise. Joe could have asked Gail about Cheyenne, or maybe not. His sister didn't live here anymore, and had gotten so busy she didn't socialize with Cheyenne quite as often as Noah did.
"I think so. Yeah."
He nodded.
"Glad to hear it."
Was he really? Or was there more to that query than Joe wanted him to believe?
"You and Cheyenne never—" "No," he shrugged. "Dylan got there before I could. But I can't help feeling I shouldn't have let her get away."
Joe had once been interested? That came as news to Noah.
"You seen anyone?"
Joe asked. Noah refused to glance over his shoulder in search of Addie, but that was where his mind went.
"No."
"Dad needs a wife,"
Summer announced in a loud and dramatic whisper. Joe rocked back.
I do? What does it take to find one? Noah asked, playing along.
Summer couldn't tell him, but Josephine seemed perfectly serious when she piped up with the answer.
You have to fall in love with someone and prove you won't ever stop loving them.
Noah suddenly felt a bit awkward. It sounded as though Summer blamed her father for breaking up their family. The way Noah had heard the story, Susie had been cheating on Joe, but the girls probably didn't know that. Gail had once said that Joe didn't want anyone to know, because he didn't want his children to feel as betrayed as he did.
That's how you get to happily ever after,
she stated in no uncertain terms.
I need a wife too, so I'll keep that in mind, Noah said. Enjoy the rest of your ice cream.
Seeing that Luann was coming over to take his order, he gave Joe a sympathetic smile and moved to his own table.
Hey, good looking.
Somewhere in her late 40s, Luann had been working at Just Like Mom's forever. Noah liked her. With dark hair and eyes and a ready smile, she was attractive, and her personality made her even more so.
You all alone tonight, honey?
She asked.
Are you making me an offer?
He teased.
She grinned as she shook her head. If only I were 20 years younger, you wouldn't be able to keep up with me. She raised a finger. But I'd be careful to guard my heart, that's for sure.
Noah couldn't help bristling. He wasn't as much of a womanizer as everyone said he was. For one thing, he'd never led anyone on, never given anyone false hope. He'd always been careful.
What's that supposed to mean?
She didn't soften at his wounded expression.
I'd know not to expect a commitment. Because he can't make one, she said with a cackle. That's not true.
She smiled as if she didn't believe him, and that irritated him even more.
What can I get for you?
She asked.
A better reputation, apparently.
Sobering, she gave him a searching look. You're sensitive tonight.
Tired of being characterized as a heartbreaker, that's all.
Honey, you can't help it. You break hearts just walking by in those jeans. This comment made him feel a bit better.
You want a big tip, he winked at her. I'll have the salmon and rice.
I'm not sure if we have any more salmon.
Fine.
He handed her the menu the hostess had left on the table, even though he'd never opened it.
Then bring me the meatloaf and mashed potatoes.
Comfort food. Good choice considering your mood, she added, and hurried away as if he might come after her. He considered calling her back to the table so he could ask if Addie was around, but decided to wait and see if he spotted her without actually having to summon her. He didn't want to put up with Luann's reaction for starters. You've met your match with her. If she said that, she'd be right.
Good night,
Joe called when he left with his kids. Carl and his group finished and left soon after. Then he was the only patron still there. Tilly and Luann spent most of their time in the back. From the sounds of it, they were cleaning up and getting ready to close. When Luann brought out his food, she was wearing her coat and had her purse hanging off one shoulder. I'm heading home, but Addie'll be here. She'll act as cashier and see you out. Perfect. He seemed to be regaining some of his former luck. Feeling a surge of anticipation, he said goodnight. He'd wanted to see Addie ever since she left his house so abruptly on Sunday morning. But the moment she came out to check on him, he could tell that she hadn't realized it was him. When Luann went home, she must have said she still had one table or something like that. Hi, she smiled, but it looked pained, as if she wasn't happy to see him. He actually felt that his presence was upsetting to her, and then he understood why she hadn't called. For whatever reason, she was no longer interested. The rejection stung. The night they'd been so intimate had made him expect more. What he'd read into her actions then was so different from what he saw on her face now. But he wasn't going to force his attention on any woman, He wanted to ask her to explain. He couldn't understand why she'd come home with him. He was the one who'd had to talk her into climaxing, so it wasn't as if she'd been using him. But he was afraid he'd sound as disappointed as he felt. So he threw a 20 on the table to cover the bill and slid out of the booth.
"I'm sorry I showed up,"
he said, and walked out. 19. It was all Addie could do not to go after Noah. The bell over the door echoed in her head as she stood in the center of the dining room, telling herself to buck up and move on with her night. She doubted Noah would be coming to dinner on Saturday. This created the decisive end she'd been looking for, right? But she couldn't return to work. She couldn't even make herself go over and lock the door for fear she'd run out and chase him down. She'd thought of him so many times this week, wanting to see him. She pulled her phone out of her pocket and stared at it. Couldn't she call him, at least? Tell him that what was happening had nothing to do with him? No, because what was happening did have something to do with him. Something very personal, revealing how torn she was, or telling him she cared about him but couldn't see him would only raise questions in his mind, and those were questions she couldn't afford to answer. Dropping her cell on the table, she sank into the booth he'd just vacated and looked glumly at his food, which he'd barely touched. She'd never dreamed that he'd remain interested. Not only had she acted hot and cold, what she'd been through had stunted her sexual development. Contributing to that was the fact that she still saw herself as the smart but geeky girl who hadn't been able to turn his head 15 years ago. Maybe that was why it was so tempting to respond to any advances he made. His attention was something she'd never had and always craved. "Stop! I'm not losing anything!" she spoke out loud in an effort to stem the disappointment. Even if she felt free to date Noah, what was the most she could expect? That they'd have a great time for a few months? He'd forget her once he left for Europe in the spring. He'd never hung on to any other woman. So why did she feel as if she was denying herself some fabulous opportunity? When the bell over the door jingled again, she turned, halfway hoping, despite everything, that it was Noah. But Kevin Colbert stood there, wearing an "at last" smirk as he jammed his hands in the pockets of his Eureka High football windbreaker. Addie shoved the table as she scrambled out of the booth, making Noah's silverware rattle against his plate. "What do you want?" She reached for her phone, but he crossed the restaurant and snatched it out of her hands before she could call for help. "It's time you and I had a talk." He slipped her cell into his pocket. "Now that we have a few minutes of privacy." They certainly had that. She'd let all the employees go home. There would be no one to intervene or save her, if necessary. "Didn't we already have a talk when you dragged me up to the mine last week?" She eyed the fork Noah had used at dinner, trying to gauge whether or not she could grab it should she need to. "You think that was me?" "Why wouldn't I?" "Because it wasn't." Did he have a white truck? She'd been so busy with the restaurant and so fearful of approaching his house, she hadn't checked. But she'd been meaning to. "I'm supposed to take your word for it?" "One mistake doesn't define an individual, Addie. Just because I got involved in something I shouldn't have 15 years ago doesn't mean I'd hurt you again." "Is that how you sleep at night? By using euphemisms like involved instead of more honest terms, and believing that one mistake doesn't prove you're a bad person?" He scowled. "Stop being so dramatic. You're making such a big deal out of what happened." "You mean out of what you did. Don't talk about it as if it was beyond your control." Rubbing his neck, he sighed. "Look, I'm just trying to tell you that you don't have to be scared of me, of any of us. I've talked to the guys.
We don't intend you any harm. I'd prefer it if we could all be friends. At least, you and I.
You've got to be insane.
Fine, if that's the way you want it. But I'm not going to let you come back here and ruin my life. Maybe what I did was wrong, but it's in the past. It's over and I can't change it. You understand?
She laughed without mirth. Yeah, I understand. You're shrugging it off like it was nothing. You want to go about your business as if you never raped me.
What are my other choices? He was getting upset, starting to shout. What would you rather I do? Hate myself forever because you've decided to feel sorry for yourself indefinitely?
She shook her head in disgust. You're a real prick. You know that?
There was no damage done.
No damage? She wasn't sure he could have said anything that would have made her angrier. You and your buddies held me down while you took turns climbing on top of me, raping me. You think that didn't hurt? He grimaced, as if she'd just presented him with a mental picture he didn't want to see.
It wasn't really like that, and if you say it was, I'll claim you came on to me, that we had sex because you wanted it.
You'd say I wanted all 5 of you, even though I was a virgin and only 16?
You really think you can sell that? I have more friends in this town than you do.
Congratulations! You've just set a new standard for despicable. With a curse, he pivoted to go, but then turned back.
Come on. I was hoping we could end this in a truce, at least. Agree to be polite to each other? If not friends.
You're delusional if you think I'll ever spare you a kind thought. Get out of here and quit leaving notes on my car.
I'm not leaving you any notes, and you did want us, he said. You followed us around like a whipped puppy our entire senior year.
She lowered her voice. Because I thought you were something special. Imagine my surprise when I realized you weren't. He reared back, looking stung. She got the impression he was egotistical enough to want her to think well of him, despite what he'd done. As the football coach, he was a notable figure in Whiskey Creek. He liked the attention and esteem his job gave him, and had obviously bought into the illusion that he was an important individual.
It was 15 years ago. We had sex. So what? Look at you. You're fine. Beautiful.
No, don't look at me. Don't speak to me. Don't speak of me and don't victimize anyone else or...
Victimize anyone else?
He stared up at the ceiling as if he couldn't believe his ears.
God, you make it sound like I'm some sort of predator. I'm a husband and a father. I'm a coach, for crying out loud. Cody was the one.
She raised her chin for emphasis. Don't shift the blame to Cody. You gang-raped a girl the night you graduated from high school, and that girl happened to be me. Maybe it's time you owned it. With another curse, he pressed 3 fingers to his forehead.
So what does that mean? That you're going to tell? That you're just waiting for the right moment to bring out your old panties stained with our semen?
She wished she'd kept that kind of evidence, but she'd gotten rid of her clothes at the first opportunity, by throwing them into the dumpster behind, just like Mom's. She'd been too afraid that what was on them would tie her to Cody. Just keep your distance, she said, and don't come back in here.
I can't eat it just like Mom's?
He acted appalled, as though he had just as much right to Gran's restaurant as she did. If you do, I'll put something bad in your food. She knew she sounded juvenile, but she didn't care. It's football season, and that's nasty. She doubted she could ever go through with that threat, but it felt great to have a little power. Your assistant coach can come in with the team on Mondays, not you. And don't come anywhere near my house, either.
He threw up his hands. Fine. What the hell am I worried about? It won't do you any good even if you do talk. Consensual sex produces semen too. You're such a selfish liar. I should let you destroy my life instead? Cost me my wife and kids? My job? A man has a right to defend those things. If what you've built in the past 15 years is at risk, it's because of your actions, not mine. Just leave me alone like I said, and you can continue living your lie, as long as the people around you think you're worth it. His face bloomed red. I came in here to make amends. It didn't have to go this way, he began, but the bell over the door rang yet again, signaling the entrance of someone else, and that silenced him. Startled that anyone would come in after hours, Addie angled her head to see around Kevin. Thriller writer Ted Dixon stood next to the row of high chairs near the entrance. Am I interrupting? Addie drew a deep, calming breath. No. Come, sit down. We're technically closed, but, I can make you a bite to eat, if you'd like. The kitchen had been cleaned, but if it meant that Kevin would leave, she'd clean it again. Kevin glanced between them. Right, he waved at the dishes Noah had left. Thanks for dinner. It was great. She said nothing. She knew she should do what she could to help him pretend. No doubt Ted could feel the negative energy in the room. But she didn't have the necessary reserves. Ted waited until Kevin had put her phone on the table and walked out before addressing her again. Are you okay? Of course. She started clearing Noah's table so she wouldn't have to look at him. Why wouldn't I be? I heard some shouting when I was coming in. Coach Colbert wasn't happy with his meatloaf. Didn't he just say it was great? She motioned to one of the other tables. Would over there be okay? I'll get you a menu. As he watched her slide her phone into her own pocket, she wondered what he'd made of Kevin's having had it. I didn't come to eat, Addie. I saw your car, so I stopped in. Kevin's wasn't in the lot, which is why I was surprised to find him here. Of course Kevin wouldn't park in the lot, not after hours when she was the only one here. That didn't come as a revelation. But the part where Ted said he'd stopped in because he saw her car did. Do you need some catering for a book signing, or? He smiled at her guess. Not this time. I wanted to invite you to a Halloween party tomorrow night. It won't be anything big. I decided last minute to have a few friends over and thought you might like to join us. She assumed Noah would be there, which meant she had to decline. I'm having a little trouble keeping the restaurant staffed right now. Darlene needed to take today off, and I'm not sure she'll be back tomorrow, or ever, if they couldn't come to some accord. You'd better not plan on me. It'll be going until 1 or so. Maybe you can drop by for a few minutes on your way home? I'll try, she promised. Are you sure I can't get you a cup of coffee or something? He slid into the booth she'd indicated earlier. Will you come talk to me while I drink it? Although Addie knew there were people who'd argue with her, she didn't find Ted nearly as handsome as Noah. He didn't seem as good-natured either. Addie could tell it in the stiffness of his bearing. While Noah was open and trusting and eager to sample all the world had to offer, as if he believed he could never get hurt, Ted showed more restraint. He knew life had some sharp corners, and although he kept himself on a tight leash, she sensed that he had a temper. Still, she liked him, and she admired his many talents. While he'd been student body president, Eureka High had done more to help local charities than the Rotary Club and Sisters for a Better Whiskey Creek combined. Ted was a natural leader. After he'd been voted most likely to become a politician in high school, Addie had always imagined he'd be mayor someday. He laughed when she told him what she saw in his future. I doubt I'll ever get into politics, he said. But it's not really politics. Not here. It's more like a popularity contest, And you're one of the most popular people I know. It'd be a lot of work. I'd have to save the rest of the historic buildings, figure out a way to clean up the leftover tailings from the mines, expand the park downtown, create a new source of revenue for the museum. The list goes on. She grinned. In other words, you'd make it a lot of work. Just like he'd done with the position of student body president. What high school senior expected to accomplish the goals he'd set for himself? You're a chronic high achiever. From there, the conversation segued into what had been going on in Whiskey Creek while she was away. He caught her up on everything Gran might have missed, especially among his friends. There were more details on the renovation and name change of the B&B, owned by Eve Harmon and her family, the discovery of Cheyenne's true identity, the scare Callie Vanetta had given them when her liver stopped working last summer. They even discussed Kyle and Noelle's brief marriage and the rumor that she'd aborted Kyle's baby without asking him. Then Ted wanted to know all about her and what she'd been doing for the past 13 years. Pretty soon, Addie was enjoying herself so much she almost forgot there were certain things she couldn't mention, like the name of her ex-husband or the restaurant where she used to work. Noah had shown interest in acquiring both pieces of information, and while she didn't think he'd go to any great amount of work to ferret out the details of her past, she didn't want to drop them in his lap. She couldn't allow her life here and the life she'd known in Davis to overlap. She hadn't told many people about the rape, but she had told the man she'd eventually married. She'd visited the therapist who'd helped her get past the rape for a refresher before saying I do, and Clyde had joined her for a few sessions. Even if someone confronted him, Addie doubted he'd give her away. But their relationship hadn't ended particularly well. She wasn't convinced she could count on his discretion, especially if he were to encounter Noah. When she'd found out about Clyde and his waitress girlfriend, she told him she'd never really loved him anyway, that Noah was the only man she'd ever wanted with her whole heart. Considering how hard he'd taken that, she wasn't completely sure Clyde would forego the opportunity to exact revenge. Have you ever been married? She asked. Steam rose from his cup as he poured himself more coffee. No. Engaged? Not yet. Would you like to get married? Isn't it a bit soon for you to propose? She laughed. That did sound like a proposal. I'd like a family, with the right person, he said. You? I've always wanted 2 or 3 kids, but I can't see that happening. Because I don't plan on marrying again. She'd never felt more helpless and cornered, more vulnerable, than when she'd been Mrs. Clyde Kingsdale. Why put herself in a similar position? Considering how your ex behaved, I can understand why, he said. She told him about the cheating, but tonight she realized that wasn't all that had split them up. With Clyde, she'd never felt the kind of excitement she'd experienced last Sunday with Noah. But accepting her lack of emotional commitment meant she also had to accept partial responsibility for the failed marriage. It might have been different. Better, if I'd been in love. His cup clicked on its saucer. Why'd you marry him if you didn't love him? I guess if you don't really love someone, you sort of limit your liability. You were protecting yourself. To a point. I didn't realize it at the time, but I wasn't willing to go all in, if that makes sense. Sometimes that's not something you can control. It sounds like you're speaking from experience. I am. What happened? She got away. Did he mean Sophia, the girl he dated in high school, or someone else? She doubted he'd tell her, so she didn't ask. He took a sip of coffee. Didn't you used to have a thing for Noah? She rolled her eyes. How'd you guess? Was it that I drooled whenever he walked by? That I went red as a tomato and began to stammer if he deigned to talk to me? Or was it that I just happened to be wherever I might run into him? Chuckling,
Ted slid lower in his seat.
I wouldn't be too embarrassed if I were you. You weren't the only one.
No. A lot of girls liked Noah, and he probably slept with every one of them. Except me.
Actually, Noah didn't lose his virginity until college. All he cared about was sports, but Cody made up for it.
She did what she could to read his expression, but Ted wasn't nearly as transparent as most people. Because he had a steady girlfriend, you mean?
Whether he had a girlfriend or not didn't matter. Shania still mourns his death, still talks about how different her life would be if he hadn't died, but...
He gave a little shrug, as if he shouldn't say it, but was going to anyway.
I highly doubt he would have made a good husband. Noah tried and tried to get him to settle down. He just wouldn't. You don't hear that now that he's been canonized. You only hear how wonderful he was. He did have a lot of potential, but whether or not he would have achieved it is another story.
He wasn't a very nice person, she said. Her agreement seemed to surprise him.
How well did you know Cody?
I danced with him once or twice, that's all. But there was something sort of superficial about him.
You were there at the party on graduation, right?
A tremor of foreboding swept through Addie. She'd said too much, but she couldn't deny having attended the party. Too many people had seen her there. She nodded.
There were so many kids at the mine. Ted wanted to get hurt, don't you think? I mean, why would he be the last to leave? And why would he be by himself? Cody was never by himself. Even if Noah wasn't around, he always had a posse.
The vinyl upholstery squeaked as she shifted. I heard he forgot his coat and went back for it.
I heard that too, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. He wasn't fastidious. He could have retrieved it the next day when he was sober. Why go all the way back to the mine if you've already been out all night?
Cody hadn't appeared too late. Even after their encounter, she'd had time to walk the 5 miles or so to the road, thumb a ride, and arrive home before dawn. A cement contractor from Jackson had stopped on his way to a 6 o'clock job in Angel's Camp. When she portrayed herself as having partied too much and gotten separated from her friends, he bought into the whole thing. She didn't say a word about the mine or Cody or having been raped. He'd attributed her disheveled state and her presence on the side of the road to alcohol, had even mentioned some of the crazy stuff he'd done the night he graduated from high school. Maybe Cody wasn't thinking straight, she said. When I saw him earlier in the evening, he was completely wasted. Ted shrugged.
That could account for it, I guess.
Suddenly uncomfortable, she stepped out of the booth. I'd better clear this up. It's getting late. He stood too and dug a $5 bill from his pocket.
Thanks for the coffee.
She refused his money. My treat.
You sure?
It was a cup of coffee. Don't worry about it.
Thanks. I enjoyed getting to know you, he said. I hope you'll make it to the party tomorrow, and if you come, bring your swimsuit. I have a jacuzzi. Might feel nice to get in if it's as cold as tonight.
She tucked her hair behind her ears. Will Noah be there? A smile curved his lips.
Would you like him to be?
Absolutely. But she didn't want Ted to catch on. I know better than to get involved with him.
What does that mean?
From what I've heard, he's left a string of broken hearts in his wake, she said, because she couldn't say anything more.
Don't worry about the gossip. Noah's a good guy. He just hasn't met the right girl. Never really fallen in love.
She held Ted's cup and coffee spoon in her hands. Maybe he's incapable of it.
Maybe, but, he winked, maybe not.